cheaper and less that requires the least aggressive treatment first. Like if it's the difference between taking, some vitamin C versus some kind of invasive, risky surgical procedure, and you're presenting it could be either or, they have a philosophy of going with the cheapest, least invasive thing first.
Right. To me, that's the difference between theoretical astrophysics and chemistry, right? Theoretical astrophysics, we're talking about deep space. Like, if anybody is like in here in these rooms claiming to know exactly what's going on in deep space, and I think that's why you guys say, science is a proof things. But that's crazy, right? If you hear that 95% of the universe is made of dark matter and dark energy, and you think that this is like settled science, like you're crazy. You should be saying, yeah, this isn't proven. This is just our best guess at the time. And that's what I was trying to do with this whole conversation. And I'm not going to hijack the conversation anymore. I'm going to let some other people get in and speak. But all I was trying to do is find common ground. Yes, we should be open-minded to find out what the truth is. Because if I give you vitamin C and there's no selenium, you can't absorb vitamin C. Even though that was the cause, there still might be multiple causes. Thanks.
Yeah, just to finish off, I totally agree with you. I personally, and I've never heard any other globers say that like dark matter and dark energy are like the end of the story. But at the same time, like you can't just dismiss the observations either, right? Like there's an effect that's going on, and a lot of the times on the flat earth side, like that just gets dismissed. And because of that, these measurable effects, you can rule certain things out. So yeah, they may not have a bang on, spot on hypotheses of what dark matter and dark energy are, but there's definitely certain things that have been ruled out, and there's a direction that the evidence is pointing towards.
Well, I'm not dismissing anything. I do believe that we actually do observe that gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. It's the interpretation of the observation that, well, it must be, the dark matter is the reason, because we know that gravity works at the galactic level. See, for you to say it's dismissing, or for you to say I'm dismissing the observation, I believe that maybe you've made a mistake in saying that. You would like to correct yourself, and now that you know that, no, we're not dismissing the observation, we agree with the observation. Where we disagree is the interpretation of the observation. Because if we're going to deny what we're seeing, we can't really call ourselves empiricists, or at least want to be empiricists, can
we? Well, you kind of misrepresented it, that it doesn't work at the gravity or at the galactic level.
Okay, how did I misrepresent, please?
You said it doesn't work at the galactic level, but literally your arguments are reliant on general relativity being true, right? That's how the discrepancy comes about. If general relativity is true, then there's this discrepancy in gravitational interactions. That's what Zwicky was doing. That's what the girl Vera Rubin, they were all using general relativity to come up with a predicted value for galactic rotation curves and other galactic effects. And then they were taking measurements and seeing that the measured value were outside of that general relativistic predicted value. So your argument is reliant on the predicted value being true, and you don't see it, but it's totally reliant on that.
So I'm just going to say this is what I believe just happened. I asked you, how did I misrepresent? Because you said that I misrepresented, I'm assuming, your argument. And then you misrepresented my argument by saying that the premise is I believe relativity is true, when that's the opposite of my premise. My premise is that relativity, right, general and special relativity, have predictions that when you look out and observe the universe, these are not met. And that's why there's so many different modified versions of gravity. Newton was wrong, Einstein was wrong. Every single person has not been able to solve the cosmological constant crisis. And I disagree with the premise that your theory of gravity is complete and correct.
We don't say it is.
the, they're only predictions, though. If the thing those predictions are lying on is general relativity being true, right? So if general relativity is just not true, then there isn't any discrepancy. There's only a discrepancy if you are basing that general relativity is true. These are the predictions, and reality doesn't match them.
Okay, so just to be clear, I'm clarifying. You're saying that in order for me to test something, I have to believe that it's true in order to test it. And when I test it and it turns out not to be true, that's invalid if I don't believe it's true to begin with? I'm sorry, I'm a little confused.
No, you're free to test whatever you want. But if you're going to make an argument in this case, right, the argument is premised on general relativity. So when you make the argument, you're going off the case. The argument that there's a discrepancy is based on general relativity being true. So if you make that argument, you that general relativity is true, but there is this discrepancy in the measurements from the predicted value from general relativity. If you're
Okay,
saying general relativity just isn't true, then there's no discrepancy and there's no argument there.
okay, general relativity isn't true. That's my first premise. And going along with that premise is premise number two. The reason I believe that is because there's discrepancies. Now, I believe that was logically consistent. Can you point out where that was not logically consistent?
I don't know, maybe I've said it a few times now. Maybe I'm probably not explaining it clearly, but
Well, maybe I'm not understanding it clearly because I believe that you can say A is not true and B is the reason why I think it's not true. When I think I just heard you say, and I could be wrong, that you have to believe in A to be true in order to believe in B, the discrepancies being true.
no, that wasn't at least what I was trying to say. Maybe I wasn't. Like I said, it probably wasn't being clear. So
Was your argument not that you're saying to Larry that he has to accept general relativity as true before he can understand that there's a discrepancy because the discrepancy is based on general relativity? Was that not your argument?
yes, well, kind of. I'm not saying you have to accept general relativity as being true. Maybe let me word it this way. If you're going to point to scientists like Vera Rubin and Fritz Zwicky and the people who have claimed that there's a discrepancy in the general relativistic gravitational predictions, right? They are making those predictions are premised off of general relativity being true, right? So it doesn't make any sense if you're just going to say general relativity isn't true. Then why are you pointing to something that involves general relativity being true?
I don't think that's a logical conclusion. I think you've actually come up with a non sequitur there. Like, surely the only thing you would need to do is correctly understand the idea, not to actually accept it as true.
I don't know, man. I hear a lot of people saying that there's this dark matter, dark energy discrepancy, but those things are premised. The discrepancy arises by assuming that general relativity is true. So, like, you can't point to those if you just think general relativity is not true.
I mean, you can.
That's what I said.
It's called an internal critique, right? So basically, the
Yeah.
reason that they have to have general relativity or any relativity is to explain other discrepancies relating to the ether and whatnot. They've used that as the explanation for, use that to explain away certain predictions which indicate the ether or necessitate the ether, rather not indicate. Then, based on that, one can levy an internal critique, assuming their presuppositions, and then using their own presuppositions, rendering it false.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not being clear. I could be wrong too. It's possibly the case, but like they're saying general relativity is true. There's a discrepancy. Just dark matter is what corrects that discrepancy, and you're pointing to now. You're telling me you're pointing to dark matter to say that general relativity isn't true, but the whole
No, that doesn't
thing
correct it.
is
Sorry, go ahead.
based on general relativity being true. That's why the dark matter is talked about.
I don't think that statement's correct.
So,
Like you don't have to just accept an idea because you understand the idea.
it's just called an internal critique, right? So
Well,
the reason relativity is posited is to explain away other things which disprove, like for example, from the Michelson-Morley experiment and the Sagnac experiment, with the combination of those two, basically it's either the ether exists or relativity. So obviously they're choosing option B, relativity. Now, if we say, okay, we'll go along with that, relativity, and then someone assumes relativity, not because they accept it, but just to levy an internal critique. You can assume, just for the sake of the argument, the premises of relativity, and then show that even by its own predictions, it's missing a lot of there's a lot of mathematical discrepancies. Just as an internal critique, you don't have to accept it, because relativity. Remember, going back, relativity has been posited as a means to explain away the necessity of the ether.
well, I don't know. I wouldn't agree with that statement, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm not being clear enough. I could be wrong. One of the two. But I definitely want to say it was posited to the. It was posited due to the ether, but not because the ether is necessary. It was the experiments were showing that there wasn't an ether, and so that opened the door for Einstein to posit this thing called special and then general relativity.
No, in the Sagnac experiment, there's only two possibilities. Either there's an external medium or an ether which is causing light, like causing the light to take a different amount of time, right, to reach the reflecting apparatus or whatever the fuck. But either it's being mediated externally by an ether, or there's these different reference frames where everything is just basically squishing, but you can't see it because it's like you'll never be able to experience it when you're in the terrestrial perspective, right? Which is so it's either there's relativity or there's an ether. There's no other option. So modern science has chosen to say that it's relativity. From your reference frame, everything seems like it's not squishing, so you'll never be able to see this length contraction or whatever, this time dilation.
Problem is relativity can't answer the main fundamental issues to support the narrative that you just presented, such as energy, such as a field, things of this nature, magnetism. They have no viable answer for any of that, where ether does. So to me, ether is ether's the answer.
Yeah, I'm not a proponent of relativity whatsoever. I mean, flat earther. So I'm just saying, like, that's the progression that they've chosen. So they've chosen out of the two only possible options which are presented by the Sagnac experiment, they've chosen to go with relativity, right? But then unverifiable rather relativity from a terrestrial
But
perspective.
you
Well,
just
let me wrap
described.
my point. Once we've chosen to go with relativity, then we have to then it's open, so people can levy internal critiques without assuming the truth of the premises of relativity.
Yeah, but that's why, right? We're not just relativity is not just reliant on the Sagnac experiment, but what you just said, right? You said it could either be the ether that's mediated by some external thing, right? So it's not measurable. What would you classify that? That's falsifiable and testable to you?
It's called 0 point energy.
You're asking me whether you can directly verify the ether?
Yeah, the statement you made, you
The Schwinger
described something
effect.
false,
Sorry, bro.
unfalsifiable, and unverifiable, and then you
The,
claimed
the
relativity was unfalsifiable.
Hold on. Relativity is unfalsifiable because you can't manipulate it to see gravity work, right? But when it comes to the
Wrong.
Schwinger effect, hold on, bro. When it comes to the Schwinger effect, right, it was recently discovered to be true after 70 years of predictions. So what they did is they pulled electrons out of thin air, meaning a vacuum, right? So the Schwinger effect either A, proved that there's a background medium that you can pull energy out of, or B, it's a violation of the first law of conservation of energy and matter. So which one is it? Is there ether, or is the first law of thermodynamics overlooked?
Well, that right. This is the what's it called? False dichotomy, right? Because it's not just is there an ether or is it magic, right? There was a
Well,
theory.
what's the third option?
There was a theory that was already in place called quantum field theory that was
Where we
already
get that number with
postulating
120
these things.
zeros? Yeah, that theory when you compare it to, well, that's the number where we get the 120 zeros of discrepancy. So I'm going with either A,
Hey,
there's a background medium, or B,
What
it's
on
a
earth are you?
violation of the first
no,
law.
no, 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 no. Where
What
did you
in
get the
the
120
bloody
zeros?
hell?
You're
He's
talking
talking
about the
about
quantum field
the
theory, right?
And that's
Michikaku
not.
nonsense.
Yeah,
Yeah, has
yeah.
it,
That's
Or,
not
it
the
or
has
same thing.
it's nonsense. So if
Not
I
the
post a
same
link from
thing.
Harvard, if I
this is
post
going
a
to be
link from Harvard
the
talking about it, are you going to say it's nonsense still?
yeah, and I can post links from Harvard, Yale, Brown, Princeton, all describing the accuracy, precision, and usefulness of quantum field theory. But this is the fourth time I've had this conversation with you, Hank, right? So
So
Michikaku made two assumptions. One, that the vacuum, that dark energy is the same thing as as vacuum energy in quantum field theory. Assumption one, most cosmologists, physicists in general, don't agree with that. There's a very limited physicists who think that's the case. And two, he did a way of calculating the predicted value that was 120 orders of magnitude off from the real value. He did the calculation in a way that has no practicality to the real world. When actual nuclear and particle physicists are doing calculations in quantum field theory, they don't do it using perturbation theory in the quantum chromodynamics realm. They do things like lattice QCD and stuff like that. And when you do the calculation in that, and so he assumed that his predicted value was correct, and most physicists don't agree with
okay,
that.
so we've talked about this 4 or 5 times at least, right? And we've concluded that I think the number is 120 orders of magnitude, and you said that it was 60. Is that what our conversations boiled down to?
No, you're thinking of someone different.
No, I'm not. I remember you, bro. I definitely remember you.
Never
Out of all
said
the people in here, I definitely remember you. Because you're the only one that can really. Well, Kosho's pretty good at hanging with me on this. In fact, I learned a lot from Kosho. But yeah, when we're talking about this conversation, most people just deer in the headlights. It goes over their head. So I
But
definitely remember you and I talking about this.
so
And
so
what we said was,
yeah, you said that he said that it was 60 orders of magnitude off. Did you say that, Jace?
no, never.
okay, so what
Uh,
is the actual order of magnitude for this discrepancy for
What
the vacuum catastrophe? What's the actual number?
I was in the process of getting to that, and you interrupted me. I know it was a little
I
long,
apologize. I
so
apologize.
It's
I
actually
don't mind.
multiplicative orders of magnitude.
But most physicists agree that his calculation is just bunk. It's not how you're making two assumptions. Both of them are not true. So there's no merit to it. There's no reason. There's nothing about nature, no evidence in nature that dark energy and the vacuum energy of quantum fields are the same thing, which Michikaku was assuming they are. And then he did the perturbative QCD calculations that no one would ever do for something like that. It's not applicable. QCD is non-renormalizable, so you can't do perturbation QCD, so that just makes his calculation invalid. Then to apply that to the dark energy problem, right, all of it is just it's not a way to do things, right? But what you can do is you can do corrective calculations, as Sean Carroll has written about and published papers about and done talks about, and doing those corrective calculations, because we don't really know what this dark energy thing really is yet. If you're going to assume it's something other than the cosmological constant, then you can make it almost any value you want. So the Michikaku thing is invalid, and the corrective thing is sketchy at minimum. It's
All
something
right,
that's
so
still being worked on, Hank.
I'm not going to get into that with you again, right? So you talked about something called vacuum energy. Now, if I called that the ether, would that offend you?
No, I've heard other scientists refer to it as the ether.
All
The
right, so
difference.
if this vacuum energy exists, right, and I believe that's the ether, then that means that Michelson-Morley experiment going to prove that the Earth's not moving through the ether, right? Because if this is detectable, right, this vacuum energy, the 0 point energy, whatever you want to call it, virtual particles, whatever you call it, whatever you like, right? If it does exist, right, and there is energy in a vacuum, which kind of goes across the whole, atomist theory, then that presents a really big problem for, and that is the crux of the cosmological constant. That's what we're talking about, right?
The difference is, right, when these scientists are referring to the ether in a quantum field theory context, it's a very specific thing with very specific properties, and they don't go outside of that. And you can do the calculation of it with the Michelson-Morley thing. It doesn't correct the experiment, right? So it's not really applicable. And so I think that's the difference, because you're trying to apply it to all these different things. And like in science, the term they're using is very, very specific. Like there's specific values for properties like baryon number, lepton number, spin, and weak isospin, weak hypercharge, the color charge, all these things that fall into what scientists consider as in the ether context are very specific, and they don't apply to the things you're trying to apply them to. You can do the calculations, you don't get the right results. It doesn't help your case.
Well, I've just posted a Harvard article, and if someone were to be so inclined, they could take the words in that Harvard article, the cosmological constant problem or constant crisis, and they could search for it themselves, and they're going to find paper after paper after paper, and they're going to say 120 orders of magnitude over and over and over again. We're talking about papers published by Ivy League colleges, Scientific America, and they're all agreeing with Harvard here. And this seems to be, the consensus. What you say that they're the minority, is that your argument?
Yeah, I think if you were to go into the academic journals, and at least within the last 5 years, and look for the cosmological constant crisis, right? They would be talking about the discrepancy, like that the Hubble constant measures 67 kilometers per second per megaparsec with one method, but it measures 72 kilometers per second per megaparsec with a different method, and the error bars no longer overlap, right? In the academic journals, I think that's the discussion you're going to see, not they may make some vague reference to this 120 order of magnitude thing in very minimal amounts of them.
That's not what I saw, because I didn't search for 120 orders of magnitude. I searched for the cosmological constant problem, and I've only been on the internet talking about this thing for like 7 years, and every time I look for it, I see either 60 orders of magnitude or 120, and where I see the 60 orders of magnitude, it's a lot less, and I get it. That's anecdotal evidence, but you're saying that the majority of scientists are saying this. So I'm anecdotal, and you're appealing to the majority. So I don't know what the truth is. I guess that's why I told everybody to go look for themselves. But what I think is going on is that there's a crisis in cosmology, and Einstein's largest blunder was this cosmological constant baked right into his theory of special relativity. Is that where the cosmological constant comes from? And even Einstein himself disagreed with the mainstream scientists today, right?
Well, I'm posting a picture right now from a astrophysicist, Becky Smethurst, in a YouTube video, right? And it's right on the screen. She's showing crisis in cosmology, and it has the two values of the Hubble constant, right? That's what modern cosmologists are usually referring to, is the difference between those two methods at measuring the value for the Hubble constant. There's some vague mention sometimes to this, what most physicists think is bunk calculation that brings it to under 20 orders of magnitude. But that's all it is, man.
So I heard you talk about Michio Kaku. He was one of the main proponents of string theory or M theory or the theory of everything, whatever you like to call it. And, Michio Kaku is quite the prodigy. Didn't he create a particle collider, like when he was a teenager at home? Like, this guy isn't no joke. He's not a slouch. And often when I hear you guys talk about Michio Kaku, you kind of like, oh, we're talking about Michio Kaku. Like, what did he ever do? Like, the guy that created a particle collider at home? Like, he's, pretty legit. And he's trying to reconciliate, if I understand correctly, the theory of everything, which is where you're trying to make the quantum match the theory of gravity, which they've never really, quantum physics has never really agreed with the theory of gravity, right? One is, pseudoscience, in my opinion, because we're talking about thought experiment, and quantum mechanics is, more experimental. Like, the Casimir effect has been done, what, like 100 times or more? There's like 100 different variations.
How many points you going to make, man? How many points are you going to make that we can address?
Well, I'm sorry, Left Lane, but when we're talking about very complex issues, sometimes it requires more than...
Well, you just said a bunch of specific things that I think are incorrect.
Well, what is it? Go ahead, Left Lane.
Yeah, gravity is pseudoscience? Is that what you said?
Theoretical astrophysics, in my opinion, is not the same as science where there's an experiment. It's not the same. You don't know that's my belief? Are you so triggered?
I'm not triggered. I'm just saying, you're just saying a whole bunch of crap that nobody can address in specificity because it's like you're shotgunning.
Okay, please address it. Tell me why.
What exactly am I addressing?
Where you think I'm wrong, and be specific. Go ahead, you got the floor.
About what? About which thing?
Pick one. You said I'm wrong, and I'm shotgunning. Pick a topic that I'm wrong about.
I asked you. You said that gravity is pseudoscience. Why do you say that?
Explain. No. Explain why it's not. I'm giving you the floor. Apparently, I was hogging the mic. It's now your turn to go into specific details of why it's experimental.
Well, first thing, gravity is well understood. We operate with Newtonian physics and classical physics, and it's utilized by engineers and scientists, and we can calculate trajectories. We can build structures based on the downward force that we call gravity. We can test it. We can use the Cavendish experiment. We've come up with the gravitational constant. I mean, there's lots of stuff in support of gravity. So why do you call it pseudoscience?
So let me get this straight. You're invoking the very first model of gravity from like 1666, and you think that that's experimentally valid after Einstein?
Yeah, it still works today. That's the whole argument about this dark matter.
Einstein didn't overthrow?
That's the whole thing, Larry. Einstein and Newton are not contradictory, and Newtonian physics works just fine within the solar system.
Why didn't Einstein keep his trap shut if Newton was right?
that's a lot more complicated answer than I'm capable of giving. But
Well,
you know,
J.A.,
it's
can you back him up and explain why didn't Einstein keep his mouth shut if Newton hit the nail on the head back in 1666?
Um, well, I think it's just the like a lot of physicists know that like there's certain regimes in which certain hypotheses and theories are applicable to, right? Even quantum mechanics ends at some point and you have to turn to quantum field theory, or else you're not going to get the right answer. You're not going to be able to do what you want to do, right? They understand that concept, right? And so they knew, Einstein understood that there seems to be some sort of limit, right? Under these specific assumptions, right, that we're working with regular baryonic matter, it's not going fractions of the speed of light, and the gravitational field isn't changing over time. Under those three conditions, you can use Newton's equations and they work fine. But he knew that if any of those three conditions aren't met in the application you're trying to apply Newton's equations, they won't work. And so he figured out the extension to Newton's theory that applied under those other conditions, which was a more general case that applies to a more general range of topics, basically.
All right, so he was, talking about Newton and Einstein, and he seemed to be, saying that Newton was correct. If Newton was correct, why is there over 300 different published papers trying to solve this cosmological constant problem, where they have literally modified the theory of gravity? If what's the point of fixing something that's not broke, or if there's no problem, why publish? Why spend that much? Because we're talking about people that are scientists and they're getting grants and spending millions and millions of dollars, and they're trying to solve this problem. If Newton got it right, isn't that a black hole money pit that seems to be like just absorbing copious amounts of tax dollars? If Newton got it right, then wouldn't that be embezzlement? What are they trying to solve?
What I said, you totally missed the point, is that they know that under those three conditions, Newton got it right? But outside of those three conditions, Newton got it wrong, right? So if you want to say in total that means he got it wrong, then you're free to do that, but it doesn't dismiss the cases under the three conditions where he got it right. They're still applicable under those three conditions. Einstein expanded all the cases that were outside those three conditions. Einstein expanded. He gave a theory that encompassed those cases that were outside those original three conditions. But now we're seeing that even in Einstein's more developed expanded theory, there's a condition where that's even wrong, because reality is provisional. And as more evidence and data comes in, you have to update your theories. You have to make new hypotheses and update your theories. And that's what these dark matter and dark energy and crisis in cosmology, that's what it's all about. It's about updating, getting the most accurate to reality current theory.
Well, how much money do you think we've spent on this in the past 100 years trying to perfect, Newton's gravity? I mean, eventually it's going to get to a point to where there's going to be diminishing returns. The more money we spend, we're not really getting anywhere, because it doesn't look like this problem is solvable, right? And that's why I say that it's pseudoscience, because if it was real science, there would be an experiment where we could verify or falsify it. If you can't falsify it, according to Karl Popper, then it's not science. So if I can't falsify the theory of relativity because, well, there's dark matter, well, I can't falsify dark matter, right? Then it's unfalsifiable, and therefore it can't be knowledge, because if you are diagnosed with scurvy and you take selenium and vitamin C, then that's either going to falsify, right, or some might say prove that you had scurvy, or not, right?
But you can falsify general relativity, man. All you have to do is show. There's multiple things you could show. You could show that the coupling between masses is not what general relativity says it is. You can show that objects that have these predicted geodesics from general relativity aren't taking those geodesics. There's like a wide range of things that you can do to falsify general relativity. The problem you actually have is that when those things are done, they line up extremely close with what general relativity predicts, and you just don't want to admit
Except,
that.
except for that number with 120 orders of magnitude, right?
So now
Except for
you're
the
going to fall
observation that
back on
Kosho,
that.
hold on. Except for the observation that Kosho calls dark matter, right? When we observe gravity not working in these regions, you just come up with an ad hoc theory, and that solves the problem. And what do we know about dark matter? Nothing. We just know that it solves the problem with the cosmological
Well,
consequences because
What
nobody can
difference does it
disprove
make?
it.
what they know about dark actually what they
Now,
know
what
about dark
difference?
matter is
Let
what.
me let me
Can you
ask
hear me, Left
this.
Lane, talking? Can you hear me,
Yeah,
Left Lane?
just barely. Yeah,
Oh,
just barely.
just barely. Is this any better?
Yeah, go
Any better?
ahead.
You are coming in a
Go
little
ahead,
low.
Richard.
It's die slow. So, yeah, what they know about dark matter and what they openly admit is that it makes up at least 70% of the entire universe. So, if we've got 70% of the entire universe not fitting within your paradigm, then it doesn't really seem like it's consistent and you really understand what it is.
You and Larry got to sort your numbers out. He told me earlier it was 26% of the entire universe. Now you're telling me it's 70. You guys got to
It's
get
it's
together, sort your
it's
numbers out.
70%. Yeah, actually, academia needs to get together and figure it out because they're the ones throwing all these different values around. But majority of them concede that it's 70%, if not more.
Oof. Well, I'm looking at some things right now that are more. They're making Larry's case much better than yours.
Well, I think
Okay.
that the thing about dark matter, the number is whatever they need it to be to make gravity work out mathematically. Because if it doesn't work out mathematically, well, that's all they got, right? It's not science, so the only thing that it is really is math. And if it doesn't work out mathematically, well, that really throws a wrench in the cog.
I think the problem is there's a million different things in general relativity that do work, right? Even if you don't want to admit that they do, there is. And then there's these very minuscule things on these huge scales that there seems to be some kind of anomaly in. And there are some physicists who do agree that general relativity is just wrong and should be completely revamped, right? And then there's some that are, positing new hypotheses to add on to it to correct it for the data, right? I mean, this is just usually how science is done. When you get new data, you update your theory, you make new hypotheses that encompass the new data. But if nothing can ever be verified, if there's no particle that can be found, and it's just strictly these effects that we're seeing in cosmological observations, galactic observations, then personally, I do think, yeah, that then they should
That's the problem.
they should
You just
put
stated it.
resources towards revamping general relativity in general. But you can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater either, right?
That's what you're doing. That's exactly what you did.
No,
See, if
that's
you're a
what y'all
hammer,
are trying to do.
I
if
like
you're
how
a
you
hammer,
said
everything's a nail.
minuscule
If you're a
problems.
materialist, oh God, I'm backing up.
I'm sorry, bro. I just want to say this last thing. I like how he said minuscule problems at the galactic level. We're talking about deep space, and that's a minuscule problem. Please
How does it
continue.
affect us, Larry? How does it affect us, Larry, here on Earth? How does it affect us? What does it mean? What difference does it make if we flip the switch and there's no such thing as galaxies? Even I mean, what does it
It
do to our
doesn't.
everyday life
Well,
and
the
our
whole
We
engineering and the
stopped
way we
spending a
use it?
lot less money. We stopped spending a lot less money trying to find the answer to this problem. That's
So
well,
all.
we
this
got to
is
stop
another
stop looking.
it's another dichotomy, though. It's not the only options are not just that either Einstein had it all figured out and was 100% right, or if we find something wrong, then he was just 100% wrong. There is the option that he was correct about most things, but there are a few things he didn't know about, and thus his theory currently isn't accounting for. And so people are coming up with new hypotheses to add on to general relativity, or they can revamp it entirely to account for that data, right? It's not, you don't have to just either it's totally right or we totally throw it out. There's an in between as well.
Yeah.
How do you test these new hypotheses?
Depends on what they are, right? Most of them are going to involve either astronomical observations or usually testing things in the lab like spectra for elements and molecules and all that. Those are going to be, and particle detectors. Those will be the three, if I was to predict, those would be the three kind of experiments that are going to be run.
Detection of a particle is an experiment? I don't understand.
Yes.
So what's the independent, what are you testing for? The existence of a particle?
Yes.
You have to
If
get your
it's,
you have to get your head out of the 4-step QE scientific method and understand that science is much broader than what QE preaches.
Are you saying that?
So
Wait,
you're saying that
sorry. Go
things that
ahead.
you can't test? Well, I'm just saying it's not just QE. This is what I learned in high school chemistry class.
There you go.
You got to test things. You got to experimentation, right?
Yeah, you get into college and they'll expand on the scientific method to where it includes much more than observe, experiment, independent, dependent variable, and all that.
The scientific method is the experiment. So how see that's where we're drawing the line. Us flat earthers are saying, wait a minute, you keep calling that thing science when you've left the realm of science and empirical experiment, and now you're talking about hypothetical postulations and calling that science. That's what we're calling you out on.
It's a narrow.
You're saying here's a decided specific set of steps, but you know what? We're gonna sidestep these steps, and we're still gonna consider it going up the steps.
Decided by who, Fuzzy?
Yeah.
I mean, they're sidestepping. The scientific method has a series of steps, and they're saying, well, if you get to college, though, we're gonna tell you that, well, we're just gonna skip some of these steps and still call it science.
No, that's not accurate.
Oh,
that's not accurate.
So what steps can be skipped and still considered science?
It's broadening your understanding. Your narrow-minded idea of the scientific method is restrictive to you understanding things. And like there are entire books written on the scientific method, and it's not just a 4-step process. And if you don't, what's your independent variable? That's not a valid question necessarily, depending on what you're doing.
Okay, so let's ask a question. The first step of the scientific method.
The only reason we're asking that question is sorry. I'm just.
You're slightly lagging, but go ahead and finish, bro. Need to restart over though. You're lagging.
I'm walking the dog. Go for it. But sorry, but that's the point. Like the whole point of asking that question is to see if you're even doing an experiment. Because if you're not doing an experiment, you're not doing science. So it's a quick way to determine whether or not pseudoscience is happening or actual real science is happening. There you go.
Well, do you think that the like CERN is doing science?
What's the independent variable that they're doing in an experiment?
Yeah, there you go.
That's, well, I mean, come on. I mean, like that's.
Well, there's like an arrange, right? It's context specific.
Do you think that an experiment can be done without having a certain amount of variables?
There's a lot of variables they're manipulating.
Well, but you're only supposed to be able to
Context
vary or
specific.
manipulate one. The whole point is to vary and manipulate one to determine the whole purpose of it is to figure out which one of the many variables is able to be manipulated or to determine the whole cause of whatever it is you're observing or whatever it is you're testing for. The whole point is to narrow those variables down to one, right?
Yes, and that's context specific when it comes to particle accelerators. You could be testing energy ranges. You can be testing different types of magnetic fields and electric fields, right? The variable that you're going to be manipulating is very context specific in those cases. If you're doing biological applications with particle accelerators, you know, there's a whole skew of variables
But
you're going to manipulate
well,
in that
But it's saying
case.
no
I get you.
science without
But
you
by
don't
the
know
way,
what
I
science is.
didn't say no. By the way, CERN. I'm not saying no that CERN is not doing science. I'm asking what science they're doing by trying to narrow down the very specific experiment they're doing by determining whatever it is their independent variable is. Because then that's a very specific test of a very specific experiment, right?
Yeah, I would say their
So that's why I'm
original goal.
asking.
Yeah, for something like CERN, I would say their original goal was to discover um, you know, what particles existed if there was this thing called supersymmetry and the Higgs boson, if that existed, right? And
Right,
so
but
they started
discovery isn't
doing that
necessarily the
by
same as an experiment.
manipulating. They
Sorry,
started
that's why I'm
doing
lagging.
that by manipulating the energy scale at which they were sending the particles around, right? And then they had predictions. They hypothesized that at 125.4 GeV,
Prophesied.
I think it is, there should be a greater than 5 sigma bump in the data, which is the Higgs boson, right? And so they manipulated the energy scale and got to 125 point whatever GeV, and there you go. Hypothesis was confirmed. They also had an energy scale and temperatures and electricity or electric field scales for supersymmetry, and they tested those scales manipulating temperature, energy, electric fields, and they were able to at least not rule in. They may not have totally ruled out supersymmetry, but they so far haven't discovered it or confirmed it.
So, yeah, again, I'm not saying yes or no. I'm just saying that I would say the discovery of something is not necessarily the same thing as an experimentation on something per se. Like once you've discovered it, then you can start trying to vary and manipulate something to see what's actually going on. But that initial discovery may that's not necessarily an experiment per se. Because how would you experiment on something that you don't even know to exist if you're discovering it for the first time, if that makes sense? Maybe I'm way out of left field, but I don't know that, right? Is this working, mic check? Anything?
Wait, check.
Oh, okay.
Did everything go quiet?
Yeah, I guess so. I was just trying to explain why I didn't understand about what science was happening at CERN. I'm just wondering right, if you're discovering something, how can you be experimenting on something that you don't even know to exist?
Oh, I mean, one thing, for instance, that we talked about is simple observation can be science. You're not manipulating anything. Maybe actually interacting or manipulating what you're observing would interrupt the natural process, which would inhibit you, obtaining your result. Or
No, but that's that's the whole point. Is that if it's, I think that's the difference between a study and science, because you can vary or manipulate something and then stop manipulating, and it goes right back to quote unquote normal. Right?
Well, I mean,
Like
you've got cause and
interrupt
effect.
it all day. The whole point is that you interrupt it all day. You can stop interrupting it. It goes back to normal. You interrupt it. It goes out of whack. You stop interrupting with it, and it goes back to normal. Thus, you are physically you're causing the whatever that you're doing something to cause something, and then you're studying that.
But what if you're titled, you're an ornithologist, you're a bird scientist, and your job is to go out into nature and catalog the behavior of the bowerbird. What are you going to do to draw your conclusions and present your evidence? You're going to catalog it all on video. You're going to set up in a blind where you're not detected. You're going to focus a camera on this bowerbird, and you're going to watch them. They're feeding, build nest, the way he attracts the female, and blah. And over a year's time, you've just sat and observed, and you've cataloged the behavior of the bowerbird. And I would call that science, most certainly.
Well, okay, if you set up a camera to do the same observation and then told AI to look through this footage for any time the bird does X, Y, or Z, right? Observations alone is a study. The whole point of science is that you're varying, changing, manipulating something, and then stopping, and the thing goes back to doing what it's doing. Or
it'd still be a scientific study. I wouldn't mind calling that a study.
Why do you have to put the word scientific instead of in front of the word study? Just call it a study. Call it a bird study. And it's
because it is a methodical. It is a methodical.
But no, it's not methodical. All you're doing is looking at what birds do. You're not doing.
You can disagree with it. You're welcome to disagree with it, but we call it science. We call it science anyway.
You call it science.
The point is that word.
You're collating data about the natural world, but you're not uncovering a cause. A cause of an effect or anything.
So it's not always about cause and effect. You can do a scientific.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point of the scientific method, though.
Y'all are going to let me talk.
It is the point of the scientific method to determine cause. Isn't that the whole point of the scientific method? Is to determine cause. Well, what is the point?
Understanding the nature of the world around us is science. Gaining knowledge about the world around us.
But here's the problem.
You can undo the scientific method to watch birds, because I'm curious as to what steps are you following in the scientific method to figure out the birds' science.
And not only that,
you're stuck in steps, though.
Can I just say also, though, all birds have different, character, just like people, right? So you could do this study for infinity, and get different results all the time. So I don't know do you know what I mean?
No,
substance. What,
All
now
you got to do is take an average. All you got to do is take an
come on,
average
guys.
and call it
Let me
science.
respond, man. Let me respond. Now, they generally speaking, a particular species and the way they build their nest and the way they breed, the way they attract the female, are consistent throughout the species. One might have a little bit higher pitched voice than the other, or things like that. And I understand what you're saying, but generally speaking, they all build the same type of nest. They all do the same dance. They all have the same song. You know,
yeah, but they all
so
haven't been
you're
exposed to
How do
every
you?
different
so
environment. Yeah,
so,
which would
so
also happen over time. So they'd also show different behavior. So this
so
will just always change.
yeah, but
But
so
also, I
but
know,
that's
but
not.
hold on. But how do you know that it's
Uh,
always the same if you never disrupt it to see if it goes back to normal?
you don't want to disrupt it. You'll interrupt the
But that's
process, and
the whole
you would
point of
that would
science is
spoil it.
disrupting
That
it.
would spoil it. That would spoil the observation.
No, but because all you're doing is observing something in its natural state, you're not disrupting it. You're like a
Hey,
waterfall. If you're like
I'm
disrupt it and then you put the dam down.
yeah. My question about the bowerbird is not what happens if I interrupt his daily routine. My inquiry, my desire to know and understand how the bowerbird breeds, how he feeds, what he
Okay,
does to attract a mate.
but
That's all.
so
That's
you're
all I want. I don't want to know what happens
so
if
you're
I pluck
skipping.
his feather out and see what he does about it. I'm not
So
interested in that.
okay, so you're skipping experimentation then, yeah?
Yeah, it's not an experiment. It's a scientific
Right. So
observation to gain
right. So
knowledge.
of
To
the
gain
scientific
knowledge,
method,
like
that's
you're
what I'm
not letting
asking.
me finish. You keep
No,
cutting
no,
me off,
I'm
man.
asking. I asked a yes or no question. You're
Yeah,
skipping
I'm trying to
steps.
conclude my statement, and you're not letting me conclude my statement. The science is gaining knowledge about the natural world around us, and ornithology, the study of birds. You know, they want to know the behaviors of the birds. Fucking with them is going to interrupt the natural process, so you can't fuck with them while you're observing them.
So, like I said, you're just completely skipping over an entire step of the scientific method, which is experiment, right?
It's not. It does not necessarily part of it.
Well,
Let's
it's
explain. What's the
different
Okay,
limit?
so
what
you
can't
What's
think
really
you
be
can do
experimented
science?
on.
You think science can be done without any kind of experimentation?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It says it right in the definition through observation and experiment.
So when my
Wait a
wife
minute.
in the backyard, she's a scientist because she
Now
watches
y'all
the
are going to
birds.
pick on me using the word "and." You know you're going to
No,
say the
well,
word
but
"and" is going to include
no,
both. No,
just
no,
because
you
they
can make it.
slipped
It's
in that in the
observation.
dictionary, just
You're not going
because
to let
they
me talk.
slipped that
I don't know why
in.
you
Well, but
keep
it's just
interrupting me, man.
I don't understand what you're missing the
It's
point. I
not a
already know
slip
what you're
in.
saying.
It's not slipping it in. It's y'all picking apart of them the word "and" to say that it's inclusive. It's not. It's
And is
through
not inclusive.
observation.
No, so but
It's
that's
through
not
observation and experiment. That doesn't
right. But
mean it has to be an experiment involved in the observation. It doesn't mean there has to be. Of course, everybody has to observe an experiment, but you can make an observation and gain knowledge about the world around you, and
right,
it
but
doesn't
that's
have to have an experiment in it.
right. But that okay.
So,
That's
what
again.
are the limitations of
What is
science?
in your mind? What is the difference between science and pseudoscience?
So the limitations, Larry, would be you presenting a paper and you presenting the method by which you obtained your knowledge and your statements within your paper, and whether or not that would be deemed scientifically observed, or you know just making a wild ass guess at it.
So
Well,
how
what
do you do
is
peer review?
pseudoscience?
How do
Sorry,
you do
I'll
peer
back.
review?
Making claims without evidence.
If I'm sorry, if I observe birds, how is someone supposed to repeat my observation to study to make sure that I'm telling the truth?
All right,
To
then
peer
you
review
could.
it.
Yeah, I've got these thousands of hours of video footage that represent. Here's what I observed about the Bowersberg, and he did this every day, and I've got the video to back it up. You know, I mean, I've got a catalog, a video catalog of everything the bird did, and this is what I say the bird did, and voila, you've gained knowledge, and now we have published information that you can read. You
So
don't have to go sit out there with a camera unless you want to verify it or whatever. But you can read that article and you can have that knowledge too.
Okay. I mean, is she a scientist taking pictures?
Yeah,
She's a
ornithologists, they're
scientist.
science. Yeah, ornithologists are. I mean, you know,
But
you've got
so the study,
professors and some ornithologists wouldn't necessarily classify themselves as scientists, maybe not necessarily, but yes, there are scientists in the field of ornithology.
you wouldn't call them people doing studies as opposed to science? Like, what? How do you
Scientific
determine?
studies.
How? So you really want to use scientific for the, like, even though no experiment is being done, and I still can't articulate any of the steps of the scientific method that are being done, but you still think science is being done.
Yeah, it is absolutely, and you saying it's not is
But
not
which
disqualifying it.
steps? But I mean, so the scientific method means nothing in ornithology.
Yeah, you're stuck, man. You need to open your mind a little bit
Can you
and
help me
get out of
clarify?
the four step method. I'm trying.
Help me open my
I'm
mind.
attempting to. I'm
So
trying.
other than saying just ignore those,
You have to understand the first statement that it's understanding the nature of the world around us through observation and experiment.
so okay, so based on the Bigfoot footage, how much science can be derived from studying that observation?
See, the problem there is it's not repeatable. Nobody else has been able to repeat that.
Can you repeat these birds every single time?
Yes. Oh yeah. You're
Every
welcome to
single
go set
time.
up a blind. You can go set up
Okay.
a blind, locate a good location, set up a blind, and you can do it yourself.
So who can go to
You
the
can
moon
just,
and take pictures of the Earth themselves?
Oh, I don't know.
Got him. Got him.
No,
I
not
mean, I
got
just
him. I mean,
you
that's
think
kind
that
of
you can
ridiculous.
repeat the
We're
same
talking about
bird?
fucking bowerbirds, and you're
Yeah, all
talking
right,
about the
yeah, no,
moon.
that's fair enough. I
Yeah.
did, yeah, but you know, it's still on point of like what you just said there, though. But you guys seem to claim that as science, you know, but it's unverifiable because, just like you said, you know, like
Yeah.
not everyone can do that. But what you're talking about,
Well,
yeah, everyone can do, but that's just collating data.
what you could do,
Yeah,
I mean, I guess if you
correlation.
had the money and the knowledge, the engineering abilities, and the knowledge of the engineering, you could build a rocket motor and figure out if you could build a rocket motor that might launch you into space.
See, what I think
I
here is
mean,
we're having a
you see
conflation of
this?
terms. Just real fast, brother. What I think is we're having a conflation of terms, right? So when you're watching the birds, you're gaining knowledge, right?
Yeah.
And you might want to call that science, right? That's okay. You can call that science. But the way I understand it is when I was in science class and we were learning about science, we weren't just talking about like observations alone. Like we were talking about like experiments. Like I remember one science experiment that I did in grade school with charcoal and I think vinegar, and it caused some sort of mold to grow, right? And that was a repeatable experiment that I did at the house, right? So
Mm-hmm.
this was like empirical science, which is different than observations, right? And yes, we did observe the mold or whatever that was that grew on the charcoal, but the most important part was we had a cause and effect, right? When you add this to charcoal, it causes this to happen. And it was empirical and it was knowledge, but it was different than just watching birds, right? There's a separation there that I don't think that you're appreciating as much as we are appreciating. And that
Well,
appreciation is that we're establishing a cause and effect relationship as where you're just observing and taking notes.
but could we? Could
Is that
we?
where the phrase hard science is a good category to
I
differ
don't know.
between?
Would you agree that the scientific study is an attempt to gain knowledge about the natural world around us?
I
That
still
was a
don't
bit
think we're
vague.
trying to put it in
What
the
is
same bucket. Like,
Huh?
what is
Just gaining knowledge about the natural world around us.
That's the definition of philosophy. Can you read the definition of philosophy to me, Lefty?
No, man, that ain't. Yeah, I didn't. It got nothing to do with philosophy, man. Fucking hell.
Really, studying the natural world. Can somebody give me the definition of philosophy for Oxford?
Philosophy. There's nothing about philosophy that's science.
Really?
Okay, there's nothing
Hold on.
really. Okay,
Can I just come in on that? So how did
Yeah.
we discover any kind of scientific method if not through philosophy?
Science was born of philosophy. I think I can say that with
Fantastic.
confidence.
So would you then say that the statement science has nothing to do with philosophy is incorrect?
No, you can't say that philosophy is science. No.
Something that was born from, and you said it's nothing to do with.
Yeah, you
No,
said it
this
had
is-
nothing to do with it. That's a very different
Yeah. No,
statement.
I maybe I shouldn't have said it that literal in that way. But philosophy is not science. I say
Yeah,
that.
I
agree
know.
with
That's
that.
what we're trying to tell you.
Yeah, but they are obviously.
Oh,
linked.
I mean, I haven't contradicted that, have I?
Well, you did say that they had nothing to do with each other, not even 2 minutes.
Yeah, I retracted that. I said maybe I said that wrong. I retracted that. So let's get
All right,
past
can
that.
I go over the definition of philosophy so that we're all on the same page? I didn't look up Cambridge because I realize you guys probably don't like those definitions. Well, this is just DuckDuckGo results. The study of nature, causes, of principle, of reality, knowledge, or values based on logical reasoning. That's what philosophy is. So, Left Lane, didn't you say that philosophy had nothing to do with the study of nature?
Let's look at other definitions.
Please, let's do. I'm driving,
Let
so
me see.
your turn.
Let's look at other definitions.
Yeah. I don't think I like that one.
Oh,
Okay, well,
Cambridge is
find me
not
a better
good
one.
enough.
No, that was just DuckDuckGo. That was just the first results because I
Oh,
pulled over and I didn't type in Cambridge. So I figured he wouldn't like Cambridge. I bet he doesn't like any of them that I pull up, but I bet he'll find one that he likes where he's typing in parentheses, define philosophy minus knowledge of nature.
while you're looking
Fundamental
at
nature.
I just happened to
No,
remember
look
that
here.
when you
Look
said
here.
this before, when I asked you about the
This-
Bigfoot footage, you said repeatable. I said all you have to do is look at the footage, and that's what's repeatable for a peer review. All you have to do is look at the
No,
Bigfoot footage. No, because what you said
No.
before is that
Just looking at the
if
damn
I
footage
asked
is
you,
not
no, I'm pretty
repeating
sure
it.
I was probably telling you about how you said before, how you said all you have to do is look. If I said, how do you peer review? You said, here's all the footage. You can come to the same conclusions I did by looking at the footage. So if I show you
No.
Bigfoot footage, how much science can be done by that same observation of the same video?
No,
Not
I was
repeatable
referring
Bigfoot
to
sighting.
I was referring to the fact that this person did this and it's published. It's peer reviewed and published. And you can read that article and you can have that knowledge too. That's what I said. Now here,
Based
the
on
study,
so the peer
philosophy.
review was by watching the same footage, yeah, not by seeing the same birds from a different angle.
How about this? Philosophy is the study of the fundamental nature of knowledge. How about that?
Right, like watching birds.
No, fundamental nature of knowledge. What is
Right.
knowledge?
And knowledge is
watching.
something you acquire through the senses, like birds. Watching birds.
I really don't think that you would find, and I may be wrong, but I don't think you'll find anybody that will agree that philosophy is science.
That's what we're saying. That's exactly what we're trying to tell you. We're trying to tell you that hold on. All science is philosophy, but not all philosophy qualifies as science. In the same way that hold on. In the same way that all Texans are Americans, but not all Americans qualify as Texans. You have
No,
to
I
meet
understand what
certain
you're saying.
parameters. You have to meet certain
Yeah, I
parameters
understand
to be
what you're
called a
saying.
Texan, right?
I'm just going to cut and dry it instead of saying it like that. I'm going to say that nobody would say that philosophy is science. That's it.
Okay, that's our argument. That's what we've been trying to tell you this whole time. Not all philosophy is science.
You're not trying to
You're in
tell me
agreement.
anything because that's
When
my
you
position.
when you
You're in
offer
agreement with
arguments that are based in philosophy and not any kind of science, we're trying to point that
So
out to you.
so what did I present as an option to experiment that was philosophical.
Well, you don't have anything that represents an experiment. Therefore, all you have is whatever you think.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know how that applies to anything I presented. I think that we can gain the
But you didn't
knowledge
present
of the
anything.
nature of the world around us simply by observation. Some things we can manipulate, test, cause and effect, blah blah blah. Yes, that is all science. There is a scientific, stepwise scientific method that applies to that. But we can also make observations scientifically, and I think that the way to tie science into an observation is to sit in a blind for a year, focused daily on that bird, and see what he does. And I can present a paper and say these things about the bowerbird are fact. You know
Right.
that
Okay, but what if the day before you got there, a different bird had built that nest and the barrow bird kicked it out?
I watched the bowerbird build his nest. I wouldn't make
But
any inference.
you missed.
I wouldn't just show up and see a nest and say, "Oh, that bowerbird built that nest." No, I would have to observe the bowerbird building the nest.
No, well, so you'd have to find a brand new bird that didn't have a nest and try to figure out where it's building a nest at the beginning.
I don't even know how that. I don't know what you mean.
So I guess I still don't understand how you think this qualifies as science. I think this perfectly illustrates pseudoscience. Like it's a study, and what you're saying about the birds might not, I mean, they're probably accurate, right? Based on all these studies, but that's not the same as science.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
I
are.
think all that we're all trying to say here is that science is the wrong title for this sort of study. But you are
Observation
gaining knowledge
is
of
not
the world
science.
around you.
But it
But
says it right in the definition that is through observation and experiment. Observation is the empirical part of science, and it doesn't necessarily have to have an experiment in it to draw logical conclusions about things that we observe.
I also think because we're dealing with other living beings, there's a social aspect to it, and like we do with humans, we would class that as a social science that isn't really a hard science, you know.
Right. So,
Yeah.
like, just so based on observations alone, if we're looking up at the sky and we see the moon and the sun being the same size, apparently, observationally, they're the same size. So, can we make any assumptions on that observation that could be
I don't know
accurate?
what information are you trying to get from it?
Oh, I'm
Do you
asking
want
about
to?
what science can be derived from an observation of two things apparently appearing to be the same size.
Well, I mean, you know, we know that the sun's further away because the moon passes in front of it and obscures it. So we know at least the sun's further away than the moon. And for them to be the same apparent size, half a degree, there must be that the sun is larger than the moon, you know, because we understand how perspective works. You know, then if you wanted to know
So
how
they
far
couldn't
away
just
it
be
is,
almost exact
I
same
mean,
size, and just because of a light source, they're right next to each other somehow, and that could still present the exact same observation and be vastly different than your conclusion.
didn't follow that.
I, if the sun and the moon were right next to each other, and the moon was not giving off light the same way the sun was, from our observation, it would appear to be the same thing, something in front of something with corona, whatever around it.
Yeah, for me, the like the moon possibly being its own light source is not even
You missed everything I
an
just said,
option.
right? You just
Yeah,
missed everything
I
I
don't
just
know.
said.
I don't know.
I have nothing.
I'm
I
not
could care. No,
sure
it's not what
exactly what
the
you're
moon
saying.
being a luminary was not what I was talking about. The
Okay,
observation
what did you
from the
mean?
ground, looking at what you say the moon is passing in front of the sun, and therefore must be many farther away. If the sun and the moon were right next to each other, right, and the sun was a big flashlight flashing something right in front of it, it would still present the same observation from here on the ground. So how much science can be derived from an observation that could present both ideas, it being very far away or being very close? It's not science.
Well, all I said, I didn't say how far. I just said that obviously the sun's further than the moon because the moon passes in front of the sun. We see that.
Right, but then in the model,
they appear to be the same size, and we've determined that the sun's further away, so the sun must be a little bit bigger than the moon. It's further away, and it appears to be the same size. So we know it's at least further away. We don't have to say how much yet.
Can we get back to pseudoscience, please? What is that? What is pseudoscience? Because I read one time that pseudoscience isn't necessarily when someone accidentally does something and it turns out to be incorrect. It's only pseudoscience when people are fudging the numbers, right? So when you know that you ought not do a thing, and then you present it as science, that's when it becomes pseudoscience. Does anybody have a better definition?
Do I? Somebody's fudging the numbers? You mean some like being dishonest? That would definitely be a pseudoscience.
Right.
Yes,
that would be pseudoscience, right? But
yeah.
what do you call something that just isn't derived from the scientific method, right? And like for example, globe earthers always say that you can't trust your senses, but science is observation, right? So if we're just trying to clear this up, find common ground, which is my theme for today. To apologize for taking up so much talking time.
You're cutting out,
decide what is pseudoscience?
So you said something there that I haven't personally ever said, that you can't trust your senses. I mean, not directly. Your senses can be fooled, but in generally speaking, I do trust my senses. I do understand they can be fooled, but I generally do trust my senses.
Yeah, you guys quit saying that when I called you out.
No, I didn't. I never said that. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, that may be true. Maybe you never said that. But in these debates, spending thousands of hours, I've heard globe earthers all the time say you can't trust your senses.
With relation to what? I might agree with it depending on the specific situation.
Bro, come on.
I'm just trying to get to.
He's taking out science.
I'm just
All
trying to
through
get to. Can we
Plato.
agree on what is pseudoscience?
Yeah, Larry, you're going to have to employ a little honesty to make progress in the conversation.
No, you are, because if you don't understand how the scientific community has said since all of our childhoods, you can't trust your senses all the time. You got to trust the science. If you're in the wrong room, if you've never heard that phrase at this point, come on.
It's usually very specific, though. I don't know, things being loomed up on the horizon. That oil rig's not actually where you think it is because of refraction, things like that, or sitting at the stoplight and the vehicle next to you moving, and you freaking out and stomping on the brakes because you think it's you moving. You've been fooled there. Yeah, your senses were fooled. There are situations where we can say that, but usually there's something specific that we talk about. We don't just say you can't trust any of your senses, the way that Larry's kind of saying.
No, come on. If you don't understand that he's referencing or trying to articulate the thing you said, where looming up is part of the whole friggin' example.
So how did you interpret what Larry said about globers all say that we can't trust our senses? I don't think that's an honest
things
statement.
loom up over stuff, and therefore you can't trust that the horizon is blah,
That's not
blah,
even
blah.
sensor. That's not even your senses that's doing that, dude. That's literally happens even if you use happens if you use a camera. So the problem is you guys are saying things that are so vague and so general, and the whole conversation is difficult to even manage to get through, dude. It's like just bring things up, and Fuzzy, you're one of the worst people at it, dude, because you just come in and say these like fucking things in the middle of somebody else talking.
You had a pause. You really are going to argue this point that globers have not said for years? You cannot trust your senses. My teachers have said that. My parents have said that, trying to teach this whole heliocentric model.
Not only your senses, but also your common sense. I've heard astrophysicists say that you got to suspend your disbelief and put away your common sense when talking about theoretical astrophysics. That's like a direct
Like,
quote. I can't remember who said it, but I've
you
heard this.
you studied Menchikaku quite a bit. Sounds like.
I don't even think that's meant your common sense. I think it's another test saying you got to suspend your common sense or something. You got to put away your common sense. Because to me,
Well,
like, I'm very book smart, right? But I think I have more common sense than some, right? And for someone to say that you got to suspend your common sense, that's a red flag, right?
Can I ask you a question?
That sounds weird. Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question? Just follow along for a second, okay? If Alice is a 30-year-old woman and she's single and outspoken and very bright, okay, and she's majored in philosophy, and while she was a student in college, she was deeply concerned with like social justice issues and participated in like anti-nuclear demonstrations, okay? Is it more likely that Alice is a bank teller, or is it more likely that she's a bank teller who's active in the feminist movement?
Both could be true. Which one's more likely is the second one.
Yeah, it's the second one. See, this is an example of your judgment and your common sense giving you the wrong answer, because it would actually be logically much more likely that she's just a bank teller than she's a less likely, bank teller who's a
Wait a minute.
feminist.
You're telling me that it's less likely Alice, a 30-year-old woman who's an activist and a social justice warrior, is not a feminist coming out of her college? That doesn't sound right.
Well, no, but it's exactly it's not an issue. It's not an issue with your judgment specific. It's an issue with people's in general's common sense, because that's what your common sense would tell you. But if you drew it out and you drew out a circle of the people who are bank tellers and the people who are feminists, and then you made a Venn diagram and the people who are both bank tellers and feminists, it'd be a small intersection between the two. It'd be much more likely that she's a bank teller than she's a bank teller who's a feminist, even though it sounds like that would be more likely.
Right, but think about what I'm saying here. That she's 30, she's a social justice warrior, she is a banker, right? So she's got a hoity-toity, very privileged, high-paying job. She's going to college, but she's not a feminist? Like, that would be very, very unlikely, right?
This is an example of you guys trying to say you have to abandon that common sense in order to accept that this other thing could be a possibility.
No, this is an example.
He's doing a sorry, just real fast. He's apologizing for throwing away your common sense.
How do you judge the threshold of feminist as well? Like, where is the line?
You can make the scenario in any other description, like with any other person. The point is, it's obvious. Once I explained it to you, it should have been obvious that it's much more likely that she's a bank. It's just like flat earthers and Christians. When you find somebody, they believe in God and they do all this stuff, it's much more likely they're a Christian, and if they're a Christian, that they're not a flat earther, right? That's just because most flat earthers are not Christians. Most bank tellers are not feminists. Okay, there's a much bigger group of bank tellers who are not feminists, so it's very unlikely. It's less likely that she's a banker and a feminist than just a banker.
So you're trying to categorize a person by an occupation as well. It's so weird.
Yeah, I don't understand how you're.
Either case, she's a banker. No, both cases, she's a banker.
Are you throwing out 90% of her previous personality?
No.
And all of her traits from all of her entire life? You're throwing all of that out for the small percentage that it could be. Like,
yeah,
I don't understand why you throw out 90%.
For the Venn diagram, that's exactly what he's saying.
Dude, this really honestly, I thought this was going to be simple to show you how, but you guys are still arguing with it. Like, I mean, it's obvious. If you draw it out. No, draw the Venn diagram of all the people. Draw out fuzzy.
Osho, that's not the
Draw out
Is this
just because Fuzzy? I'm trying to get Fuzzy to stop talking, Regis. So not just so you can talk. So, but if you got a piece of paper and you drew out all the people who were bankers, and then you drew all the people who are feminists, and you drew a Venn diagram, the people who are both. The number of people who are bankers are going to much more be greater than the people who are both. And the question is she a bit more like? The question is it more likely? The question is it more likely she's just a banker, or more likely she's a banker who's an active in the feminist movement?
How is this
If it was
related
purely
to reality?
random, then you'd be right. I agree with you if it was purely random. Okay, but your Venn diagram doesn't consider the setup to the question that you said, that she's a social justice warrior, going to college, and all that background info. Given that background info, that certainly increases the chances that she'd be a feminist and a banker.
Yeah, but it doesn't make it more. It doesn't make it more likely.
Hold on. Are you saying variables are important? What? We don't need variables. We just need observation, right?
She was seen at a feminist rally. She was seen at a feminist rally with a cup of coffee at some point in her past. Does that change it? Because it does matter. The background info you're giving does matter. It is part of the equation.
But again, this is an example of them trying to say, ignore all of that part of the equation. Just trust that this. Without any way to verify it.
This really can't go any further. You really can't go any further. That was supposed to be. It's like you got 5 of you guys all have something to say, dude. It's hard to respond to any of you guys.
Well, I apologize. I'll give you the floor, bud. Kosho, are you preparing a response?
I can't understand you, Larry.
The floor is yours. Please explain to us how you can ignore all of these other factors of someone's life.
Okay, so the problem is like this is like the fundamental issue. Then, if you guys really don't understand this, you don't ignore anything. You don't ignore a single thing at all. Don't ignore a single thing. Just compare the likeliness of her being a banker and the likeliness of her being both a banker and in the feminist movement. The number of people in both of those circles. Okay, the probability is much greater that she's in the bigger circle. That's just even if she is in the Venn diagram, the likeliness that she's in the bigger circle rather than that circle is much greater.
Okay, I got your argument. Let me respond.
Can you add a
You're
circle
correct.
that has
Hold
all
on,
of
bud.
the people? Oh, sorry.
Excuse me, just real quick. You are correct. The bigger number is the banker. Statistically, you're correct. But the factor that you got to factor in is she's a college student and a social justice warrior. Those two things right there, for her to be a social justice warrior and a college student, and for her to not be a feminist, that would be like astronomical for her to be an anti-feminist, because that's what she's going to get labeled at college. And then the social justice warriors are going to completely blackball her and put her on a list of anti-feminists and a racist and a white nationalist and all the other things, including like Hitler. And it's going to be very hard for her to be a social justice warrior, but not a feminist, right?
I mean,
so hold on. I'm almost done. Taking in all these factors together, and that's why the scientific method is so important, is that we can deduce effectively that she's a social justice warrior and not just a banker alone. Thanks.
Yeah, see, like, it's quite easy to do what Kosho wants you to do, which is just automatically assume that because she's a banker, she's got masculine tendencies, so she's not a feminist, you know? She's...
What? Listen. This is the thing. That's not. I'm not a teacher. I'm not a professor. So I'm not going to be able to educate you. Okay, but this is a fundamental problem if you really don't get this. So I just don't know. I don't know where else to go with this, dude. It's plainly obvious that if you take the likeliness of her being a banker, regardless of what you know about her, if her being a banker, her being in a much smaller subset, just because of her attributes, it's still much more likely that she's in the greater number of people. That's such a small subset.
You're
I
also
agree with you.
you're
She
ignoring
is
an
a
entire
banker.
other circle of that Venn diagram that includes college,
Yes,
and
exactly.
social justice warrior, and all of the things that you listed before. You're eliminating that entire circle of the Venn diagram and just by diluting it down to two.
Make a
Yeah,
Venn
because that's the
diagram of
question. The question
college
is not.
students.
The question is not, is she more likely that she's in this side or this
But,
side? The
that's
question is,
not
it more likely
relevant
that she's
to
in this side
reality.
or in the Venn diagram?
But that's not relevant to reality. That's a way of
That's the
saying
whole
So
that
you're
problem.
saying
That's the
she
whole
statistics
problem
is
with
a
like
this. Is
banker.
like
somehow
you're trying to
prove your
box it
point.
into like this, like trying to box reality into this. Like it's only this or this. Like if they do this job, then this is what they are.
What?
Like and they had this background.
Dude, listen, man, that's the furthest from the point, dude. That's the first from the point. The question is simple. Is it more likely that she's a banker or a banker with this who does this on the side? That's the question. So she's obviously a banker. So that's done. She's
Okay,
either
it's
banker
obvious
or
that she's
banker
going
who
to be in the
specifically
bigger
does this.
person.
It's much more likely that she's a banker based on just the statistics.
I
Well,
don't know.
she's a
It
banker either
sounds like
way,
you
Kosho.
But
want
you
people to
could
be.
take the extremes of any two things and boil it down to like you could. I don't know what the two statistics are like. Someone who's like I don't know who's grew up in a biker gang and has owned 400 motorcycles in their life and is now currently part of their own biker gang and ballerina. What is the Venn diagram of what is the statistical likelihood that they're both also a biker and a ballerina? Oh, just
Okay,
because
Kosho,
it's like what?
I want you. I want you to do me a favor, Kosho. Go to your college, right, wherever you go to college, and go into the social justice area. I guess that would be like where all your um, what is it called? Liberal arts college professors are. And right, tell them you're doing a study on intersectionality, right? And you want them to do a statistic study on how many non-feminist social justice warriors are in college. They're social justice warriors, but they're non-feminist, and they're, basically typical leftists, but they're not feminists, right? Because that's what you're arguing. You're arguing that this hypothetical woman is a social justice warrior, but it's more likely that she's a thinker and not a feminist. And I'm making the argument, it's more likely if she's a social justice warrior in college and a woman and she's 30 years old, she's a fucking feminist.
I just think Coach is a bot, man. Like the way your mind works, bro.
If I called you what I thought you were right now,
Well, that's
I'd be
fine,
breaking
man.
the
Come on,
rules.
guys.
So I'm not going to
Let's
do
keep
that.
it on the subject. I'm arguing that she's a feminist because I don't think that there's too many women that are going to have the emotional fortitude to be in college surrounded by all these sorority women and taking all that social pressure to be not a feminist, but she's a social justice warrior. Like those two things at the same time, that is cute. If you're a social justice warrior and you're a woman in college, there's like a really, really high chance that you're a feminist
Yeah,
or you're not speaking out.
exactly? What's the Venn diagram on that? How many social justice warriors are in college but are not feminists? What's the statistical likelihood? I'd love to see that Venn diagram, please.
Run it through the computer.
I'd be willing to bet my bottom that if she's a social justice warrior, she identifies as oppressed by the patriarchy, and she gladly accepts her paycheck from the patriarchy, or her check from the patriarchy, and she'll cash it to pay all her bills, but she's super oppressed, and it's the white man that's holding her down. Guarantee it, dude. Like you described a perfect feminist and then tried to make an apology that she's more likely to be a bunker. Dude, you described a perfect feminist diagram.
Dude, listen to me. None of you guys, I'm not going to even call you guys pea brains. I was about to. But none of you dudes even understand what I said, let alone are able to fucking answer it. So it's like, what the fuck's the point?
Can you please?
The question is not. The question is not. Is she a banker or feminist? The question is it more likely that she's a banker or a banker who's active in the feminist movement? These are two scenarios. They're in both scenarios. She's a banker.
I answered correctly. I said the second one. It's more likely that she's the second one.
Yeah, well, it's just not the case, dude.
It's more likely, granted the info you gave, though, Kosho. If you didn't want us to include that info in some sort of Venn diagram situation, you shouldn't even have said the other info.
Okay, so is every banker who is was dealing with social justice in school and all their stuff? I said they majored in philosophy. All the bankers who have the attributes, are they all active in the feminist movement?
I got a question for you. Let's say this.
No, not all of them. Are most of them active in the feminist movement?
Just women?
Let's
men?
No. All the things that I listed before are all that have those attributes, and they're bankers. Are they most of them active in the feminist movement?
Well, I'm asking, are they all women or men?
They're all they fill the exact same scenario that I said. So it's a 30-year-old woman. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
so
given that, I would say that they're more likely both, but I don't know. I mean, it's not like we know 100%.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Is that there's a world's there's so many more bankers than there are bankers who are active in the feminist movement. So just because she has all those attributes doesn't make that she's in that small Venn diagram. And this would be easy to show if you could see a Venn diagram and see what it looks like to have people with these attributes, people who are bankers, and the small amount of people who are both. Just because she has,
didn't describe the general population.
Could you have said mechanic instead of banker?
I don't even know if there's more women or there are feminists. I have no idea on these numbers.
Wouldn't matter what scenario I gave you. The question would be the same. The likeliness of them being a banker versus a banker with this specific attribute is going to be much more likely that they're a banker, regardless of whatever else I told you.
No, see that's where we disagree.
Dude, that's not true. You described a textbook feminist.
You're acting like the other info doesn't change the answer at all. Like that, you can't say that extra info doesn't impact the results of the question you're asking. Unless that is what you're saying. Is that what you're saying?
It's like the Monty Hall problem. You guys know the Monty Hall problem?
No, please tell us.
I'm saying, do you understand the Monty Hall problem?
No, please tell us.
We were talking about this the other day. So it's a probability problem, I guess. To do with,
I understand it. Is it the one where there's 3 doors or no?
Cool.
Yeah,
is that problem? And had you not cut me off, I would have probably gone on to describe that.
My bad.
Yeah. So the idea is that if you have a door and then you're offered 2 other doors, I think it's something like this, isn't it? If you switch, then you have a better probability of claiming the prize because new information is being entered into the probability.
Well, yeah, he shows one of the doors with the goat behind it. So, like, after you make your choice, he says, here, I'm going to reveal one of the doors. And he reveals always the one without the prize. So then he asks after that, he says, do you want to switch to the other remaining door? And the question is, would you switch? Would you not? Or would it not matter? People get hung up on the fact that if you chose the right door to begin with, then you're making the wrong choice by switching. But if you're looking at it as like a pure statistical probability question, then the right answer is to change to the other door.
Let's go back to
Oh, sure, that.
So once you said social justice warrior, and she's going to college, and she's 30 years old, right? The probability of her being a banker is actually lower than her being a non-feminist. It doesn't matter how many people in the world. Hold on. It doesn't matter how many people in the world are bankers compared to how many people in the world are non-feminist social justice warriors, because that would be a super small sliver of the population to have a social justice warrior who is an anti-feminist. Do you
Yeah, that
understand what I'm
doesn't matter.
saying?
This is you fundamentally don't even understand the question. The question was,
Then why'd you
she's
tell
a
me?
banker.
Why'd you tell
She's a
me?
banker in both cases.
So,
Yeah, I
Kosho,
know.
you're basically saying, are you trying to compare this to like a probability type situation? Because the only problem is, like, if you flip a coin 10 times, right? The probability that you flip each coin and it lands on heads, right, on each individual flip is going to be 50%, right?
Okay.
And it's going to continue the whole time. However, if you say, what are the chances that I have just flipped 2 heads in a row? What is this next one's probability, right? The next one individually is 50%. However, you got to multiply the 0.5 times 0.5 to 0.5 to figure out what 3 in a row would be. But that's not
Okay.
how you're setting this question up, Kosho.
I gotta say, Kosho, you are a very successful troll today. You got us off topic talking about intersectionality gender studies, which is really impressive because I never thought I would like participate in, gender study intersectionality concepts because, that's probably something that doesn't happen very much outside of the colleges. But I gotta hand it to you. That was an excellent troll. Like, that was a top-notch troll. I gotta hand it to you. Gender Studies by Kosho. Professor Kosho.
We all done with the gluten-free gender studies now?
The poet was supposed to show you how obviously, as you were stating, some scientists were claiming that your common sense can't be your metric to say if something is true or not. They're supposed to show you how obviously that's the case, but obviously, yeah, it's hard to say this without insulting anybody, so I'm just not going to say anything.
No, say it, bro. We got dragon skin here, bro. We're flat earthers. We've been told drink bleach, don't breathe. Go ahead.
Once you guys understand the fundamental flaw in what your reasoning was with that answering that question, you understand what I'm saying, dude. But
Okay, so
it's
answer number
obvious.
two.
It's obvious that that's obvious.
Hold
That's a
on. Answer number two.
demonstration. That's a demonstration in how your common sense would give you the wrong answer. Because it's much more likely she's a banker than a banker who's active in the feminist movement, just based on the statistics.
What statistics?
So the statistics, I would agree with you, but you led with she's a social justice warrior. When you factor that into the equation, that changes the situation. And I think you would be wrong to assume that she could be a social justice warrior without being a feminist.
Yeah. Or have a weird haircut.
I bet she's also dyed her hair blue once, right?
Yeah, what kind of bank you working at now?
It's an all-inclusive intersectionality bank. I bet she has more than one.
To distract away from the bird conversation.
It was a troll. He trolled us. He led a gender studies class. That's what he just did to us.
It had nothing to do with gender studies, dude.
Really?
It was just an obvious example. It was an obvious example that you were supposed to get it right. You didn't get it right. But yeah, take it back to the birds, man.
You're narrowing down social behavior again into sort of like.
Hey, what's more likely? Is it more likely that she's a banker or a banker who's once dyed her hair blue?
You're just doing exactly.
Is it more likely that she's a banker or a banker who's in the past dyed her hair blue?
There you go.
Jim, try to answer the question that you couldn't possibly hear.
You just proven my statement.
Additional info.
What's behind door number 2?
You didn't put any additional info.
No, the same information I gave you before, Regis. Same information I gave you before.
Okay,
is it more likely she's a banker? Is it more likely that she's a banker or a banker who's once dyed her hair blue?
Given that she's a social justice warrior who's in college, again,
She's not in college, Regis. She was 30 years old. When she was in college, she participated in social justice social justice activities, and she was participated in anti-nuclear demonstrations when she was in college. She majored in philosophy. She's single, outspoken, she's very smart. But now she's 30. Okay? Is it more likely that she's a banker or a banker who's once dyed her hair blue?
See, when you first started this conversation, I thought you were like
Doesn't matter what you thought I was like, dude.
I thought you were all like, I thought you were asking for people's opinion on whether you should date this bird. That's what
That's
it
fantastic, man. That's fantastic. now that you're caught up.
Sorry, Kosher.
Kosher, you're essentially asking
what is the topic of conversation right now? I've been following for about 5 minutes. I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, the point was supposed to try to point out how when scientists say not to trust your common sense or whatever, that your common sense will often give you the wrong answer if you don't if you don't use it with if you use it without looking at it logically. And if you have to really look at a question like this logically to find out that your common sense is going to give you the wrong answer. Because it's much more likely that she's just a banker and not a banker who's ever dyed her hair blue, because it's much less likely. There's a much bigger group. It's a much bigger group for her to be just a banker.
Oh, I see. So what you're saying is once you understand certain information about a person, start to make other educated guesses about a character or traits.
Kosher, let me give you a scenario, right? So
Yes or
let's
no?
say it's a little bit different.
No, not
Let's
quite,
say-
but
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. Maybe you can attempt to, explain it in a different way.
I'll ask because you might not have heard it beginning, so I'll say it just like I said before. She's smart. She was active in social justice in college. She studied philosophy, and she's yada yada yada. Demonstrations, all this other type of shit.
What's her relationship like with her dad?
I'm not sure. And the
Brilliant.
question is now is it more likely that she's a banker or a banker who's had blue hair in her past? Okay. And people might have listened to all the information about her and say, well, she did do all that stuff in college. Maybe it is likely she had blue hair. But when you look at the actual Venn diagram representing those people who have had blue hair and people who are bankers, the Venn diagram that equals, the people that have both is much smaller than the people that are bankers. So if you're asking, is it more likely she's a banker or a banker with blue hair? It's obviously much more likely that she's just a banker.
Yeah,
you're asking a question.
How people think about other people.
Situation.
We're just talking about the concept of elite samples.
Let me just
so
put this.
Yeah, go on.
Sorry. Let me just put this to you, Kosher. This is why I think the other info matters. Okay. Let's say that there's a statistic out there that says that 90% of banking women were mothers. Okay. Right. And then your Venn diagram is how many are bankers, right? And how many are bankers who have children? Okay. That additional knowledge can greatly affect the answer. And you're essentially saying it's irrelevant to the question. You're also saying there's a Venn diagram,
I'm not saying that.
right? But yes, you are. And
No, I'm not saying that, Regis. I just said you have to look at all the information. In that situation, all the information would show you that the Venn diagram is actually bigger than either of the sides. Like either of the sides that are outside the Venn diagram. It's most bankers probably have kids. So that part of the Venn diagram would probably be the biggest population.
Holy crap, dude. My point is you have to know the statistics to answer the question, and you're acting like you don't. You don't know how many past social justice warriors have had blue hair at one point in their life. Okay? Like, that's my point, dude.
How many astronauts are Masons?
Almost all of them. The rest of them signed an NDA.
And it's not like you're asking, is it either or? You're saying that she's a banker in both scenarios. You're saying, is it likely she's a banker or she's a banker who is also a feminist or has blue hair, right? So that isn't like an either or. That's, of course, she's more likely to be just a banker, depending, though, on the likelihood of the other thing, okay? When you give supporting info for that other thing, like she studied social justice classes or whatever in college, and she, asking the likelihood that she's also a feminist, you can't just act like it's irrelevant, which is what I think you're doing, even though you're saying you're not. You have to consider that, and we don't know the statistics on it.
Yeah, there's no way to prove whether or not, right, she's a feminist if you said she's a woman who went to college, right? Is she more likely a banker, or is she more likely a banker who participated in feminism? Well, you said that she was a social justice warrior, right? So for her to be not a feminist I think she would need to be a little older. If she was like in her 50s, she might have snapped out of the feminism, right? When she got bored and realized she had anything to do and another purse wasn't going to make her happy, right? But because you said she's 30, she's probably haven't figured it out just yet, and it's probably still very much a feminist. From my understanding, once you said social justice warrior, the likelihood of her being just a banker went down to almost zero because of her age. Thanks.
Are we still talking about imaginary people?
Yeah, this is the long troll. He just did a gender study cross sectionality. Okay. It's a long troll. I got it.
I think it's a good example that the information provided prior to the actual question caused you to answer incorrectly.
That's exactly right. Left lane,
Wait,
get all
how's
the
that
points.
incorrect? How's that correct? I said she was a
what you're trying
social
to do.
justice warrior, and then you said, is she a feminist? If she's a social justice warrior, that automatically makes her a feminist.
See,
So
here's my guess is that you had.
You shouldn't be able to participate if you're not going to listen, dude.
If he'd
She's always a
answered
woman
the
to
other,
me.
if he'd answered the other answer, you would have had a different response and said, "No, that's the wrong answer."
No,
and
Jim, and I think that you
somehow
need to be paying more attention as well.
about the other side was right.
The question is she a active in the feminist movement? And Bank Teller's active in the feminist movement, and then she was deeply concerned with social justice issues in college, probably 9 years prior. So there's no guarantee that she's active in the feminist movement. It's plainly obvious if you look at the number of people who are bankers and you look at the number of people who are bankers who are active in the feminist movement. One number is significantly lower than the other, a minor percentage of the other. And so if you take a person, and it doesn't matter what attributes you give them, it's much more likely they're in that bigger group of people.
This is what it sounds like you're saying to me. Hold on,
Jim, you got to stop doing that, dude.
Dude,
you don't listen, you interrupt, and then you don't know what's being said.
This is what it sounds like you're saying to me, though. You're saying if you look at people like statistics, then you'll get this answer right. That's what it sounds like you're saying to me.
You don't have to look at the people. You just consider the statistics.
It's a statistical question.
Take the people out.
The question is a statistical question, dude. It's asking which one's more likely.
Take the people out. The example.
With no statistical data, bro. With no statistical data, you didn't give us any statistical data. Okay, that's my point. That's my only point. I understand what you're trying to do, and I would agree with you if you worded the question right. You didn't. That's all I'm saying.
I worded it exactly.
He did word it. He did word it correct.
Definitely.
We have
how many
that she's a banker and a feminist. Okay, now I'm talking. I didn't know maybe. Yeah, the question was answered properly, but if you allow the preceding statement to influence your answer, you'll answer it incorrectly.
You have to know how many of them who were social justice warriors are feminists. Period. You have to know that. You have to know.
That's fantastic. That's not even what. Let me ask Ruhif. Maybe Ruhif will know the answer.
You're like losing your mind with this, bro.
You guys aren't even listening, dude. I said active in the feminist movement. I didn't say feminist. I didn't say, oh, she's a feminist. I said active in the feminist movement. I said it 5,000 times. Every time you guys say it wrong, and you guys say, oh, feminist. It's likely she's a feminist. I said active in the feminist movement.
You're making it even more subjective by saying that, Kosho. You're making it even more subjective. Do you not?
That's not subjective. If somebody's active in the feminist movement, that's an objective statement.
Whether they're active in the feminist movement or a feminist, what the hell's the difference? You're trying to make a difference. Basically, you're telling me that my judgment of it would have a different statistical impact than the way you're saying it, which is making it subjective. Okay? You need to know the damn statistics to answer your question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, you don't have to be a fucking statistician to realize that there's a much bigger group of people who are just bankers rather than the people who are bankers and active in the feminist movement.
Know?
I know that it's not 100%. I know it's not 90%. I know it's a goddamn lot less than 50%. So it's not fucking. It doesn't take any sort of reasoning to get that.
Yes, it does, because you're not pulling from random people. You're pulling from people who have studied social justice warriors in college 9 years earlier, whatever you said. Do you not understand that? You're not taking a full pool of people randomly. Okay? God damn it, dude. Now I'm getting mad as shit because you're really being stupid and blind with this.
Well,
Holy shit.
it was a simple question with a simple answer.
And
And
the
if
answer
you
that
consider
really stupid.
the fact that there would be fewer bankers that are feminists, the proper answer would be that she's just a banker.
Negator, help me out here,
Hey,
please.
I think you should talk about the birds
Yeah,
again.
Negator.
I just showed up, man. I don't know what's going on.
Darn it.
I'm sorry.
All right, well, I'm getting mad. I don't want to be mad. I like Kosho. I'm dropping back. My bad if I was being rude.
Stop being an asshole, Kosho.
I'm getting mad too because I thought I was supposed to be pointing out something that was obvious, but maybe I'm just not the best person at
Well, that's
showing
why
that kind of stuff. But
that's why I'm getting frustrated because I feel like you're like pointing at me and thinking I'm doing the same thing that everyone else is doing in here, where I'm kind of just trying to point out the flaw in the way you asked it with the background info. But I understand you disagree, and that's why we're getting frustrated with each other. But I'm sorry.
Let's get frustrated with the gender studies intersectionality class. Let's move on to something different, something a little more traditional for this forum, because I think we've had enough of the gender studies class. So let's get away from the science that we've been doing and let's talk about real science, right? So the question is, what we've been talking about for the past hour, right? Is that science, Lifeline? Did you say that we've been doing science?
No.
Why not? What makes it not qualify as science?
What qualifies it as science? We're having discussions, very subjective.
Correlation.
What about that as science?
Right, because it's all subjective and correlative, right? There's no objectivity.
Yeah, the thing is, that's exactly a good point to Kosho's question, was that you allowed your subjectivity to get in the way of your logic and answered the question incorrectly.
I don't believe it was incorrect at all, right? I identify as the correct answer. So you can't go against how I identify, or you would be considered a bigot and a racist, and Hitler himself.
That's irrelevant.
It's an elephant.
It's irrelevant.
Right, because, what we're talking about is obviously science, and it's objective fact that if she was a social justice warrior, that she had to be a feminist, right?
That wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
Maybe he's implying that being involved in, being active in the social justice warrior movement could mean that she's actually making money out of it if she's the banker, right?
Hey, can somebody apply for a grant? Because I think we really need to fund this scientific study.
She's not actually for the movement, but she's making money from it. Just like, BLM and all that sort, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I identify as funded. Sorry, go ahead.
What even is going on here?
We're having a social justice warrior intersectionality gender study course.
It just sounds needlessly confrontational.
I wrote it out in the chat, Negator and Ruhif. That way we don't have to keep spending more time on it. I was trying to point something out, and it obviously didn't work.
No, we're not being confrontational. I'm in agreement with these guys. We've been doing science the whole time. And I'm going to need somebody to prove me wrong that we haven't been talking about science. We've been doing science.
Okay.
Are you saying you don't identify as science being a intersectionality gender study class? Is that not science? You're not a bigot, are you?
I'm saying I'm patting you on the head and telling you to sit back down in your chair.
Oh, come on, man. Don't be a bigot. You're not Hitler himself.
I don't even know how you're tying all this together, man.
I'm just joking with you, bro. We're talking about gender study and intersectionality and social justice warriors, right? They're the people that say facts don't matter. I only care about feelings.
It really sounds like you're opining at length about things.
That's just like your subjective feelings, Brent. Now, earlier I was trying to have like a real serious conversation, and I was trying to be as genuine as possible, and I was trying to find common ground. And Kocho came in here talking about, subjective statistics, and I said that, well, Kocho was trolling us, so I was trolling back a little bit, right? But I came in here very genuine and honest. I think that most people could detect that when I first came in.
What's your thesis statement?
That you guys can't find common ground with us, that you'll disagree on anything that we say. Even if I say left lane's a man, I couldn't get them to agree with me.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That seems like so long ago now. Jeez.
I don't know. I agreed with Regis about something the other day. I think gender studies classes are stupid. Do you agree?
I don't know what they are. I've never participated in one, but I believe you're right. But that would be an assumption based on bias that I have, because I've never actually attended one. So I came in talking about things that we can agree on, and we ended up, before Kosho trolled the fuck out of us.
Yeah, because
we were talking about
you were saying about belief, that there was belief on both sides.
Right, absolutely. And then we were kind of getting into what is science and what categorizes it as science or not science but philosophy, right? So bird watching is part of the body of knowledge that I would call philosophy, the study of knowledge and nature and things like that. But I wouldn't quite call it experimental science, right? And I'm trying to differentiate. Sorry, real quick. I'm just trying to differentiate between experimental science and lowercase science, like, psychology or something.
Well, the thing is, I didn't say bird watching. This individual sat in the woods in a blind with a video recorder in their ledger and recorded the activities of this particular bird on a daily basis for a year, and wrote a paper of the behavior of this particular bird and presented it as a scientific journal or whatever. And I would consider that a scientific observation that reported as to the behavior of this particular bird. I would call that science.
I wouldn't. Only on the, like I said earlier, on the social aspect of it, because there are rare cases of animals behaving well out of how they would we would expect them to behave, right? So it's still gaining knowledge of the world for sure, definitely. But I wouldn't really put it in the same realm as that.
Well, I mean, in gaining the knowledge of some of the things, and I guess my main point to that was, as far as manipulating the independent variable, learning some things about nature, if you fuck with it, it messes it up. So there's some things that require observation without intervention to draw conclusions about what you're observing.
For sure. But this is what I'm saying. I think this is what we're all trying to say, is that you can't really experiment on it. Like, for that point you've just made, and, two, because, there is no two. There's just, you can't experiment on it because there's always that odd case where they act out, of, like, however long you've studied a species, you will still find these oddities, right, of behavior.
Yep.
So I want to talk about psychoanalysts. Sorry, brother, just real fast. Psychoanalysts are not scientists. In my opinion, they're philosophers, right? So Jordan Peterson isn't a scientist, right? He's a philosopher. He studies human knowledge, right, and logic and things like that. But I wouldn't classify him as a scientist like a biochemist. To me, there's a distinct separation between Freud saying that everybody wants to kill their dad and fuck their mom, and a biochemist saying that you need selenium in order to absorb the vitamin C. Would anybody disagree with that?
Exactly. That, I think that's the point I was trying to make about social science and like experimental science. Yeah, I think you put it on the head there.
I don't think it's necessary to even want to categorize these things like this, and instead should look at the merits of whatever has been done.
I think it's just more accurate, though, isn't it? And isn't that what science is? You want to be more accurate, like, and if it doesn't, if it can't, like, undergo, you know what I mean? If it's not, like the same way we have weird oddities in what we would call hard science, right? But we know that it would be environmental, the pressure was this, but with animals, with beings, you just can't judge it because you just don't know how that odd, strange, unique behavior will unfold. You can't science that. Over millions of years, you could probably find a new behavior.
Science the shit out of it.
Yeah, I guess, like, it's still whatever is being done should stand on its own two legs as far as its usefulness. And arbitrarily calling something science doesn't make it any more valid than when it wasn't called science, or less valid. It's just a label. And if I had to guess, I'd say if we continued talking about what is and what isn't science, it would then become a premise for a different argument to invalidate certain things that we don't like.
But we still do sort of categorize it because, of a similar species where they have cousins, right, where they live in different regions, they'll have different behaviors. So already they are categorized because of just the environment they live in. They'll be different. They'll have differences, but they're a related species, or you know what I mean. So there you go. It's worth categorizing. It's worth narrowing down instead of having it kind of vague by calling it all science. Because when people think of science, they think of fact. But I don't think you can put that on beings. I don't think you can put that on living beings too much. There are some things, obviously, that you can definitely say. But when it comes to behavior, I don't think so.
So did we all agree, did we find common ground that Jordan Peterson is not the kind of scientist like a biochemist? Like, it's totally different, right? Because, a lot of it is subjective, what Jordan Peterson does. And not that he isn't, a proper philosopher, but he's not quite a scientist, right? Does anybody disagree? So have we come to a consensus that psychologists and psychoanalysts are not scientists? Is that what I'm understanding here? Either I'm, not on the internet, or we've come to a consensus. And I must ask the Globers, why is Jordan Peterson not a scientist? What makes him not qualify as a capital S scientist?
Are you drawing a conclusion based on the silence?
Yes, because silence is acquiescence. If you disagreed, your moment is past. Would you like to say now that you disagree that Jordan Peterson is a traditional scientist?
No, I would like to maybe focus on the fact that you drew a conclusion based on nothing.
Well, do you know about the mail rule? Do you know what that is?
Wait, no, he wants to go away from the conversation. Let's stick on the conversation we're having. Man.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
I mean, I guess I don't necessarily feel that he isn't. I also don't know why you phrased it like, "Hey, Globers," we'd be in full opposition. I just don't understand where this is going.
Well, we're disagreeing on a lot of things. There's a Globers, right? And I'm just trying to find common ground so that I know what we do agree on, right? Because if we can't agree that the sky is blue sometimes and there's a thing called pseudoscience, then we're not going to have productive conversations. So all I'm trying to do is reinforce productive conversations.
But to what end? It sounds like you're trying to form an opinion about things that aren't relevant to why we're here.
What's not relevant about discussing science? What that means when talking about cosmology?
Why are we here apart from just trying to learn more about the world, man?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I could call him a scientist. Sure, why not? But again,
so Jordan Peterson is a scientist.
Sure, why not?
Okay, is he a scientist because he's read numerous statistical studies, that sort of thing, or what qualifies him as a scientist?
Well, let me ask you this: if I said no, would then you ask me what doesn't qualify him to be a scientist?
I wouldn't.
I don't understand.
I would agree with you that he's not a scientist, right? Because it's all very subjective, right? So your daddy hit you when you were 15, and you've been a raging alcoholic ever since. How does that make you feel, right? That's not science to me, right? That's not science.
Okay.
Would you think that that's science, like asking people how they feel and talking about their problems? Like, do you need a safe space? I got a couch for you. Are we doing science?
I think he's analyzed data and drawn conclusions and done so in a professional realm for much of his life. And for me, that would be sufficient to call someone a scientist. Sure, why not?
Okay, so what about Ron Jeremy? Has he made professional conclusions in a professional setting? Would he also be a scientist?
Well, tell me this. If you ask me, Negator, these 15 people, do you think they're scientists or not? Are you going to ask me about another 15 people?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out where you guys draw the line, if there is a place where we've completely left the realm of science and enveloped into a category.
Processor.
Sorry, did I break up?
So then what? If we reach a point where you're like, well, Negator, I disagree, does that mean like disregard me as a person or something? I don't
if we disagree, now you're not a person. What are you like?
What's
Is this
wrong
the trans genocide? Are we going back to that?
What's wrong with it? What's wrong with Jordan Peterson being called a social scientist? So then that way, again, it's that categorization of not hard science.
Well, I would agree that he's a social scientist, but he's not a hard scientist, right? And what I mean by that is that, to me, the word science has certain things that gets qualified, right? There has to be a certain quality to identify something, right? Like, if I were to ask you, what gun is this that I have on the table? You might pick it up. You could look at the serial number and make a determination, but you're most likely going to look at the overall picture and say, well, there's a stock here, it's collapsible, right? There's a trigger here and a barrel here, and everything in between resembles an AR-15. What makes it an AR-15? Because there's identifiable qualities that you can identify, and that's how you identify things. right? So if we're talking about what is science, well, there has to be certain things that are identifiable, right? Like for me, that would be the scientific method, right? So me just watching birds wouldn't qualify as doing science, right? Because I could say watching porn is also doing science. I'm going to need some quality, right? I'm going to need some qualifiers, right? Like, well, first of all, I'm asking a question, right? Because I'm stepping in your guys' realm, so we'll all agree, right? I'm asking a question. Well, what causes this, right? And if I could determine through systematic experimentation and process of of elimination what the actual cause is, then I would say that's science,
Okay.
right? But if you just say, well, you don't need to do that for it to be science, you can just watch the grass grow, and that's science because we're taking notes and you're publishing in papers and scientific journals, and that's how you know it's science.
Larry, why do we need to draw a distinction between science and not science? Why is that
so
important?
we know when you guys have stepped into the realm of pseudoscience, or maybe instead of assuming malice, let's say when we know that we've stepped out of the realm of science and into the realm of philosophy.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Are there useful things that come from non-scientific endeavors?
Absolutely. Philosophy has changed the world forever.
Okay. So it's useful.
Yes.
Okay. So why then do you feel like you need to classify something that's still useful as non-scientific? Because it sounds like you're implying to the audience that we should draw the conclusion that it's not useful.
No, I'm just trying to
always scientific.
Go ahead, brother.
I mean, are useful things always scientific?
No, I don't think so.
Well, then why conflate the two?
No, he's the one. What he's trying to argue is that things that he can arbitrarily classify as non-scientific are something that we should discard.
I don't think he is.
I do.
Well, he just told you.
Well,
I don't think he is either. I think we're just trying to draw a distinction between what I've been trying to say is hard science and what's not.
Like, for instance, I could produce an album, right, of music, and I don't think anyone here would say that that was science. You could argue that I would be using some scientific principle to create the album, but that's obviously a separate topic. But I don't think anyone here would say that that music doesn't have utility to someone.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you listen to what Larry's saying, and the last thing he said, if it's not science, well, that means it's pseudoscience. And what he's doing is he's leaving a window open to classify the things that he doesn't like about what we say proves the Earth is a globe, as far as whether it's pseudoscience or not. So as long as he can qualify what we say as pseudoscience, therefore he can ignore it. That's the premise of his argument.
But if it's not,
it's not.
Yeah, go on.
It would be a good distinction for everyone to know, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, the utility of knowing the difference between philosophy and science is probably one of the most deepest philosophical questions that could benefit man in the future, right? Because it could be good philosophy to call your mother on Mother's Day, right? And the study of the benefit of, overall mental and emotional faculties improving on the benefit of getting a phone call on Mother's Day. There's nothing wrong with that. That's absolutely great. But if you did like 300 hours worth of study with 500 scientists and you got a really big scientific grant, does that make it science? If it was published in a scientific journal?
I don't know. You tell us, Larry. What are you here for? What are you trying to prove?
I don't think that makes it science. I think it's just philosophy on the benefit of calling your mother on Mother's Day.
All right.
And I'm not being facetious. I'm being dead serious, not trolling.
Okay.
And for me, I just think with the whole, I thought we'd already established there's a social aspect when we're dealing with being, that you don't really call it a hard science. It's a social science. And I wouldn't limit that just to humans.
Well, I think there is a difficulty in that kind of way of seeing things as well, because at that point, say you were trying to identify species of tree, whatever. Well, trees are obviously follow a similar-ish heritability to the way animals, in that they're replicated from a seed, from a however they reproduce. but then that mixture that's then produced in that one being is going to be unique, right? Whereas water, one bottle of water is the same as another bottle of water.
Bottle of water.
for the purposes of experimentation. So there is a difficulty with that argument. Whatever.
I'm not. Well, it's not. I'm not using it as an argument. I'm just saying I wouldn't try and judge things statistically like that, because I know that there's a being that could act however, you know what I mean? I don't rule out the possibility of spontaneity. You know, I don't rule out, you know, like, yes, like I'm not saying that I wouldn't use statistics to my advantage, you know, if I was hunting or if I was, you know what I mean, if I wanted, you know what I mean. I'm not saying the study is useless. I'm not saying that we don't have a good idea of how wildlife behaves, you know. I'm just saying that we don't have all of it, all of the answers. We don't know all of the possible behaviors. Yeah. But yet when we're doing hard science, we can control for that. We can create it. The only limitations would then be technology.
So my question is simple. It's just this. What are the limits of science, if there are any?
What are the limits?
Well, maybe I can come up with a useful example. So let's just say that I got some water, a bottle of water, and I boiled it to 100 degrees. Let's just say no impurities, sea level, all the good stuff, right? Is there ever any point? Sorry, if you were to do that 100 times, how many times do you think the water would actually boil? Done correctly.
100.
100, yeah, of course. If I was to find 100 hungry children and present them with a sandwich, how many of those children would eat the sandwich?
100.
Not necessarily. You might find one that says, "Oh, I can't eat that because I'm allergic to peanuts," or there's going to be variation. Sorts of stupid stuff.
Yeah, most people don't eat ham sandwiches.
Well, yeah, for a reason. Like I'm a vegan, right? Probably explains why the child's hungry in the first place. But there's going to be all these sorts of different variations when you're dealing with animals, humans, whatever, that you're not going to get with physical substance.
Precisely my point about Jordan Peterson. It's all subjective, right? One person might benefit greatly from Xanax, right? While another person might ruin their life being hooked on benzos, right? One person might take antipsychotics and live good quality of life, while the other person might be suicidal and actually harm themselves, God forbid, right? So it's all subjective, right? Right. So I often ask the question, you know, if the first step of the scientific method is asking a question, then when I say, why are boobs good? Are we doing science, right? Because we all know that that's a philosophical question, right? Why are boobs good? Well, you might give 10 different answers why boobs are good, right? Depending on who you're asking, right? If it's a toddler, they might give a different reason than if it's a lesbian, right? Or a feminist, or an 18-year-old man, right? They might all have different reasons because it's philosophical. It's not science, right? Now, science would be what causes milk, right? And then we could do a study on that. Well, this specimen has no mammary glands, right? And this specimen over here has ample mammary glands. And this one has milk. So what could be the cause? Could be the mammary glands, right? Because just because Bob has bitch tits doesn't mean that he's going to lactate, right? But the mammary glands mean that this person's capable of lactating, right? Or what about the question, what is a woman? I don't know, somebody born with a womb? Womb man? Womb man? That's what a womb man is, right? That's a scientific question. It can be answered by anybody who studied biology at the first grade level, right? It's until the indoctrination comes in that they're not capable of answering that question, right? So philosophy interferes with the biology at about what point? Well, after gender studies, right?
See, like, I still don't get how there's no Glober coming in here, like, to show the common ground, like the common understanding. I don't get it.
Common understanding of what? I think I've given
Well,
it already.
like, you're all quiet, like no one either.
What's to say?
Well,
Yes,
whether
Larry, I agree with you. Science has its limits, and not everything could be classified as science. And there is a such thing as a category error. Can we agree that there's such thing as a category error?
Well, Larry, like I said in chat, man, I know this shtick. You're wanting to tie this into the same science that we use to say Earth is a globe and we live in a heliocentric world. That's full circle. That's why you're hiding what your intentions are here.
But maybe you're hiding because you know that's not an actual hard science.
So
You're projecting. I'm being open as
Cosmology
absolutely
isn't a hard
possible.
science.
I did troll for a
claim
little
it as
bit.
a hard science. Sorry, Larry.
Yeah, Jim's being upfront
That's
about
all right,
it.
bro. I'm just saying I'm being open, trying to find common ground here. And I did troll for a few minutes after the hour-long Kocho troll, right? But after that was cleared up, I got back to the original premise. And I've been trying to keep it consistent, common ground, right? And all I'm saying is Kocho, yes or no question. Is there such thing as a category error? That's pertaining to the scientific method.
Is this like a quiz now? We're taking an exam? Like, is this where I
just
Google
man to man.
and read things off to you?
Just man to man. Is there such thing as a category error as pertaining
right.
to the scientific method?
You're being real slippery right now, Larry, and I think you know it.
How?
I think you are. I think you're projecting because you know that you just like you said with your previous statement about you're going to tie it into how we've come across how we've made the heliocentric model, but that's all comes from assumption. There's no science there. There's no experiment there.
So, there it is.
So I don't understand. Like, that's what you're worried about. You're projecting right now.
No,
science doesn't
you're
make
being
presumptions.
slithery.
Well, I say this, and then I'm going to stop responding so Ruva can get in. Larry's done this before, years and years, several times, Jim. I've heard it. I know where it goes. It's a tired narrative.
Yeah, but you are acting like he's doing something wrong. He's just pointing out the differences between
here's the
science
thing,
and
like,
pseudoscience.
we don't have to go there. We don't have to go to that. Like, that's what you're worried about, that he's going to take it to destroy your heliocentric model, right? Which is already destroyed. I mean, come on, it's all assumption. But we just want some common ground, though. That's all. We just want to somewhere where we all agree. Where no, this is science, and this yes, we've got good data on, but we don't know all of the possible data. You know, whereas hard science is like, all right, yeah, if we increase the pressure, this much, even though we can't physically do it, then we'd expect this to happen, But we can't do that with living things. That's the only distinction I really want to make here, is about social science isn't a hard science, man. Like that's the biggest thing. Like, I don't understand why you guys don't want a distinction on that. That would be the biggest common ground. I don't understand why we can't agree on that.
Yeah. You've left yourself an out there, and you did it on purpose when you said you don't have all the data. So, for instance, if I wanted to, air quotes, do science,
but just like I said before, because
moon,
we can never
you're telling
determine
me, Jim,
what
hang on,
you
man.
Listen.
No. I let you finish. I'd really appreciate it.
Maybe no. Maybe you're going to get to what I'm going to. Yeah, go on.
Well, for instance, if I wanted to do science on the moon, you would disregard all of my observations because I don't have all the data, and you would tell me all the data includes like a physical sample of the moon, right?
No, I'm saying if you actually knew what the moon was and what its environment was and all of those variables, then you could deduce what was possible, right?
Exactly. It's exactly what I'm
but
saying.
you don't have that. You don't
know.
have that.
Precisely. We can make accurate observations. We can learn things from what we can see, but you don't want to learn things from what we can see because it doesn't meet your very specific definition of
I don't want to
science.
make claims on things that I can only see. That's the difference.
Well, as I said, you want to ignore the data we do have because we don't have.
No. The data could be good. The data could be really good, but if all you can do is see it and you don't know, you can't verify what you're seeing, then what do you have apart from assumption?
I'm not sure how I do science without seeing.
Yeah, of course, but I'm not sure how you do science without knowing, and not just assuming on what you are seeing.
Yeah, and like I said, there it is. That's the core of the problem.
Right. We don't want to make assumptions.
Hold on.
Things that we don't know fully.
Hold on, dude. I waited 5 minutes. I started talking. You're talking over me.
All right, go on.
All right, so negated. The only difference is, like, our argument, man. You know that we're only going to take, like, empirical evidence, stuff that we can go and verify. We can understand it and see how it works and all this, which I understand is frustrating from your side because you don't want to do that. You want to be able to take people's word for different observations and take what you guys were given. Now, I understand why that can be frustrating, but I can't understand why you're putting up a front like we're doing something wrong when we're trying to get a hard line on what is science and what is pseudoscience, what is science and what is philosophy, so that we can be like, hold on, you guys are going outside the realm with this point here. Overall, it should be very easy for you guys to have empirical proof of your model, but there isn't any. There's none that we can actually easily verify and repeat and do that's demonstrable and kind of able to, verification to verify. So I guess I'm just saying, like, I understand you're frustrated, but you know our side, our argument, so I don't know why you're kind of like being like, well, why is he doing this? I've seen him do this tactic before. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what I'm saying is that you've got built-in defenses against acknowledging that some data does exist and acknowledging that you have the ability to draw conclusions from that data.
You can draw conclusions, but it's just data at the moment. This is the thing. Like, you don't actually know what you're looking at, right? You've gathered data, but you don't actually know what you're looking at. You're just assuming you know what you're looking at, and that's the issue.
And again, we didn't take any like verifiable stuff and like put a band-aid over it like you guys did a couple different times in your model, right? The thing you said, we have an out, but our out is in line with our whole philosophy, our whole argument that we can't verify. You think it's like a cheap little loophole, but if you look at it from our side, can't you understand that? Like, if you really didn't take the word of others, right, you personally, and you wanted to be able to see the empirical evidence of the model, wouldn't you also question that if you were that way, if you only wanted something empirical?
Empirical does not mean I need to be able to scoop something up and put it in a bucket.
It's going to be demonstrable, repeatable. No one said that. What does empirical mean? Falsified.
Well, it's demonstrable that the moon is half a degree in angular diameter, right? That's demonstrable.
Okay, so that's empirical. Why is it empirical? Because you could see it and measure it.
No, that claim, that statement that I made, that the moon is half a degree in angular diameter. That's an empirical piece of information, right?
I think so. I mean, I haven't measured it myself, but I believe you. Yeah.
Everywhere, from everywhere on Earth.
The thing we see that we call the moon, I would agree with your statement.
Okay. So now that we do know that we can obtain empirical data regarding the moon that can be verified and repeated, can we do something useful with this information?
If you're only using that info that you said. You can't say that proves the moon, so now we can go and take a moon rock and analyze it and say, here's proof. You know what I mean? Like,
Okay.
you got to use the angular size of the moon to further your point that you're making.
100%. So I guess what I'm asking, given that we agree that this is empirical, what can we do with the data? I know what I can do with it.
Okay, what can you do with it?
Well, we can look at our knowledge of the world around us as far as the way things shrink or grow based on distance, right?
With you.
Okay. And then we can apply that to what our position on the Earth is, assuming that it's flat because we've experienced flat surfaces before, and assuming that it's the globe because we've experienced spherical surfaces before.
Well, I mean, you can't assume both of them and act like that's going to match reality, because we don't know that for sure, unless you have other empirical evidence that is true.
No, you don't need. See, but that's circular reasoning. You're saying, well, I can't acknowledge this evidence until I get another piece of evidence. It's each individual bit of evidence is assessed individually.
Gator, you can't assume the globe to further your empirical evidence of the angular size of the moon.
But Regis, anytime you obtain empirical evidence of anything, there will be an assumption made, right? There's always an assumption. In science, in observation, there's always an assumption.
Hypothesis is a presumption.
Assumption, bud. Like, the size and the shape of the Earth is a pretty big assumption when there's no empirical evidence.
Hypotheses don't need any justification. You can make any hypothesis you want.
Okay. But you know our position.
But that's how science works. Is you make the hypothesis, you gather the data, and
That's
then you
how
draw
modern
conclusions.
science works.
Yes, and that's what I'm telling you to do with something like the angular diameter of the moon.
What's the phenomena you're testing?
Okay, keep going then. So we have the angular size of the moon, and then what?
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, we map out that on a flat surface, and then we map it out on a curved surface, and we see which one appears closer to what we see in reality.
Us the answer as to what our reality is. You're still making an assumption of false dichotomy or a potentially false dichotomy.
Well, but remember, that's how science works. Is first you make a hypothesis, and we're hypothesizing. Well, what would the moon look like in terms of angular diameter if Earth were flat, and what would it look like if Earth were a globe? This is literally the scientific method.
So where's the hypothesis in left lane's bird watching?
I didn't hear either of that.
Sorry, I asked, where is the hypothesis in left lane's bird watching or note taking while bird watching?
We're going to have to come back to that one, Larry.
Yeah, I just don't want to assume the shape of the thing that we're on when trying to figure out the shape and the size of the thing that we're on. You know, like that.
You have to.
Even if science has assumptions built into the hypotheses, well, at some point you guys have a preponderance of evidence. You mean to tell me there's not any empirical evidence of the radius claim, of the rotation, of the revolution? I mean, no, there really isn't.
There is. You've got to
not
start.
exclusive evidence.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, I need to.
Why do I measure centrifugal force?
Movement.
I can go out and measure the centrifugal force from rotation.
Measure the centrifugal force.
Yeah, the weight of an object correlates with latitude. That's exactly what you would expect on a rotating globe. Right? You've got to make a presumption and then go and test it.
Everything is being affected by that, right? So you can find that happening to everything. Is that where
every object will have a different weight correlating to its latitude? Yes. It's what we expect. You've got to make a presumption first and then go and test it in reality to see if it matches.
Yes, you do. So
yes, you've got to make an assumption. Yes.
No. There's no assumptions in that. What you just said.
Yes, there is.
No, there's not.
I
You just do the
assume
experiment,
that the
and
Earth is a
then
rotating
you
globe.
draw
I'm
from
going to
that.
go and test it.
Yeah, but you don't have to assume that, do you?
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do. How do you work out the
Wow.
consequences of something? How do you work out the consequences of something if you don't first assume that it's true? What would happen if
You can
this
do it after
idea
the
is
fact.
true?
You're basically just you're saying that weight would be different at different latitudes, right?
Yeah, right.
So just go do it and then draw your conclusions after.
Right. It's consistent with the Earth being a rotating globe, yes.
Where's the data, Rohit?
I can give you the data, that's fine. Do you want the data?
I want to go out and do it. That's the point. It's not
Well,
empirical.
yes, it is empirical. You can take an object and weigh it at different latitudes. Do you actually want the data? Like, I thought we were having like a philosophical discussion.
Have you done it? Not like it would matter, but have you done it, Rohit?
I've done it, but the best one is
You
by
have?
Critical Think.
You have
Yes.
done it? All right, can you
Yes.
send me your work for that?
No, I'll give you Critical Thinks.
Were you at the same altitude? Different locations.
Approximately. There you go. Anyway, Critical Think has done the best one.
There's still other possibilities for that experiment.
Yeah, there could be. There could be other possibilities. That's why we say science doesn't prove things, because all we've done is we've made an assumption, and we've made an assumption. We have tested what the consequences of that assumption would be, and they match. That's as far as we can go.
It's really not, dude.
It is.
It's not, dude. You can go up and actually.
You can make any assumption you want and test it however million bazillion times you want with any different assumption you want.
Right.
So why is the globe one such your favorite? You know, because you could do it a bazillion other ways and then make the math fit however you want.
Can you make the math fit? Please show me making the math fit. Just for the distance to the moon. Anything. Make it fit.
Just make something up,
Show me how it fits.
Dark rulers. Dark rulers give me the measurements I need to show that this is actually a pie-shaped Earth.
Okay,
It's a pie.
So I disagree that dark rulers are a thing.
Why?
I see no evidence for them.
Well, I went out and I got evidence that my gravity model was wrong, and the only explanation is that there's dark rulers.
Yeah, sure. I know the analogy you're making. I reject it as being shown to be true.
Why? It's the exact same thing that friends Zwicky did.
No, it's not.
It's literally the exact
Dark
same
matter
thing.
and dark energy are literally placeholders. All they are.
And so is my dark ruler.
Yeah, okay. So it's not a good explanation.
Why?
Because it's a placeholder.
Dark matter is a good explanation?
No, I don't claim it's a good explanation.
So why can't you say that your gravity model's wrong? It was 99% off, bro.
Yeah, I don't claim it as a good explanation.
Rohit, every time I talk to you, dude, you seem to agree with me when I bring up points, and then a second later you say something else, and it's like this running around game where you ultimately agree with everything I say, yet you still act like you won. I don't understand.
Okay, dark energy, dark matter, not a good explanation.
Agreed. It's horrific.
Right.
So your model's dumb. Relativity's dumb. It's wrong.
Sure, the dark, yeah, whatever.
Without relativity, Michelson-Morley says we're stationary. Agreed?
I don't know.
Weird. Okay, I'm done.
You done? Okay.
I'm done talking to you, bro.
All right.
If you think that's empirical evidence that we're on a globe, I mean, I'm sorry, man. It's not what I'm looking for. It's not my standard of evidence.
My hypothesis is Earth is a rotating globe, right? A necessary consequence of that is centrifugal force. Okay, I go out and test whether I can detect that centrifugal force. Turns out I can. Right? That doesn't prove the hypothesis. It's just supporting evidence.
Is it supporting evidence, though, when we just all but threw out relativity that you agreed to because dark matter's dumb, and the Michelson-Morley clearly shows that we're stationary and not moving?
Yeah, I don't know enough about Michelson-Morley.
So how could you have centrifugal force? You must have been wrong, right?
I don't know about relativity and Michelson-Morley.
Oh, well, maybe you should look into it because what I said is 100% true.
Okay. We still have centrifugal force.
No, you don't, because the Earth's not moving. Because you just threw out relativity with me because you
I
agreed that
haven't
dark matter's
thrown
dumb.
out relativity. I
Yeah,
haven't
you said
thrown
dark
out
matter's dumb.
relativity.
You said dark matter's dumb. So
I said it's
relativity's
not a
dumb.
good explanation. It's a
Yes. So
placeholder.
what's the alternative explanation?
I
If
don't
dark
know.
matter
I
is
don't
soup,
have to
But wait,
provide one.
am I getting this right?
Okay.
Is it using his placeholder as his evidence for a globe?
No, I'm not using dark energy or dark matter as evidence because I don't understand it. It's not a good explanation. It's a
Okay,
placeholder.
so Ruhif, if you looked into it and agreed with me that it is probably the stupidest thing that science has ever done, okay, top 5 at least, right? And then you're like, oh wow, relativity really doesn't make sense. Oh wow, relativity was written pretty much specifically, at least special relativity, so that Michelson-Morley results could be explained away. Oh well, if Michelson-Morley results stand, then Earth is at the center, geocentric, it's stationary, it's not moving. Therefore, you can't have centripetal force or centrifugal force.
Centrifugal.
So
you're basically asking if I agree with you, then I'll agree with you. Okay.
no, I'm
If
saying
I agree with you, then I'll
look into
definitely
it,
agree with you.
if you look into it, Ruhith, I'm saying if you
Yeah.
look into it more, into dark matter and how it destroys relativity and how relativity explained away Michelson-Morley, then you would logically get to the fact that we're not moving. Okay. So where's your centrifugal force coming from, right?
Right. So if I agree with you and I agree with your logic, then I'll agree with your conclusion. Well done.
Okay. So again, we're at this point where you agree with me, but you still have the arrogance as if you won, right? Okay.
Yeah,
This is why I didn't want to keep talking.
Right. Like I said, I don't understand relativity that well. I don't know Michelson-Morley. So you're just talking at me, really.
I mean, those are pretty big occurrences that greatly affect your model. You might want to look into it.
Yeah, I don't think they do. I really
Oh,
don't think they do. I can
you don't
see
know anything
curvature and I
about
can
them.
measure the rotation.
No, you
Really?
can't, and no, you don't.
You don't think that relativity and Michelson-Morley have anything to do with the current, model of cosmology?
Did I say that, Larry?
He
For
doesn't even know
fuck's
what
sake.
it is.
What
So how
were
does he
my
know?
words,
I'm
Larry?
clarifying.
What were
I'm
my words?
clarifying, brother.
Yeah.
So
Okay, my
I'm
words
clarifying.
were, I don't think it has anything to do with the shape of the Earth or its rotation.
Gravity doesn't have anything to do.
Okay, the acceleration, do we all agree that objects in a vacuum accelerate downwards at 9.8?
Most of the time.
Yes, okay.
On
That's
average.
all I need.
What, little g?
Yeah. We see an acceleration, that's it.
So therefore
Therefore what? You cut out a bit.
You think a downward acceleration wouldn't be possible on a flat Earth?
Oh, sure. But it's just a brute fact that there is an acceleration.
I think you need to re-examine logic, Ruthie.
Why?
So did we ever get to
Because you say
an
things
agreement
that are
that there's
logically
such thing as a sorry, did we ever get to an agreement that there's such thing as a category error? Did we not get past that?
Yeah, there is a category error here. Y'all are talking about fucking dark matter again, and it doesn't matter on the surface of the Earth.
Correct.
Is dark matter something that only affects or is affected by gravity?
I don't know. I don't know why we're talking about dark matter. It's
Here,
not relevant to the
something
shape of
his
the Earth.
science said 3 hours ago. Flat plane. Is dark matter something that is only affected by gravity and gravity
I don't know.
only affects it?
I
Okay,
don't
so
know
you weren't
anything about
listening.
it.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I do know that we don't have to use it in on the surface of the Earth to calculate gravity and actually utilize it every day.
Or in our solar system, right?
There is
So-
dark matter in the solar system, so I'll say that.
So just like if this is all like true, that your weight is different at different latitudes and all that. So where's the biggest difference? Like so say if one country was selling gold to another country, what would be the biggest difference in the weight?
It's about 0.3% ish.
And what two countries?
Well, the
is
poles and the equator.
Right. 0.3 from the poles.
Yeah, 0.3%. Things weigh less at the equator.
0.3%. That's less than 1%, right? Yeah, less than 1%. Sure. Okay, so that's not very much in gold, but maybe like a more rare mineral like I don't know, platinum. Like that's going to be over $100, right? So is there like an exchange rate calculator for location and weight of the gold?
Yeah, scales are usually, for this sort of purpose, scales are usually calibrated at 45 degrees latitude. Yes.
So if I go to a gold place and I say, look, I just got here from Buenos Aires, Argentina, right? And I'm in Egypt. And I'll say, can you calculate how much money, what's the difference? Or is an Egyptian going to pull out a scale and tell me that, well, scientifically it works out like this? Or they're going to be like, don't know what the fuck you're on about, mate. Do you want to sell the gold or not? Which one is that?
Of course they'll know what you're talking about. Look, just Google it. Google are scales calibrated to latitudes?
Can I just ask, would that mean that, because you said from the equator, but if it was like, if the South Pole and the North Pole were dealing with each other, would it then be 0.6?
No. 0.3 difference between the equator and the poles. So the
That's right.
poles themselves are the same.
So if it were true, the Earth was a globe, the disparity would be between Egypt and South Pole, or Egypt and North Pole. Yeah. The poles would be very similar, under similar watched.
Here we go. Here's a scale manufacturer. Latitude. Here's a scale manufacturer. I'll put a link in the chat talking about how they calibrate due to latitude.
See, and again, also ask about altitude, because surely that would make a difference, would it not?
Very tiny. This is a bigger effect than altitude.
And how thick the medium, because you can have more pollution in different countries, so the medium's going to be thicker and heavier.
Sure, if you can demonstrate a correlation, if you can demonstrate a correlation between the weight of an object and pollution, go for it. The biggest correlation that exists is latitude.
No, I do remember seeing with the very like an ultra sensitive scale. Like I can't remember what they put into the room, but they made the air heavier, right, in the room, and the scale literally showed like it put weight on the scale.
Sure, like I said, the biggest correlation is with latitude. If you can demonstrate a stronger correlation to anything else, go for it.
Well, really, there's many spots of weird pockets of gravity around the Earth where weight is different.
Are there?
You agree, right?
You're talking about the geoid model?
Or them weird roads, isn't it?
Talking about just literally gravitational discrepancies in different spots.
Yeah, it turns out the gravitational constant is not constant. If you look at Rupert Sheldrake, he talks about how the constants aren't constant and how the people laugh at them, but it's true.
Oh, no, big G's constant, but little G's not. You're talking about
no, they're not constant. They're not constant.
You're saying
Rupert Sheldrake talks about this.
Constant?
Yes.
Really? Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah. The cosmological constant is a constant neither.
Okay.
Yeah, he talks about making a joke about here's the weekly constants. The Dow is up, and he makes a joke about it.
And also though, going with like the sort of gravity model, like wouldn't say if you've got higher deposits of like high density materials in the soil.
Yes.
Doesn't that affect? Doesn't that
that's what I'm saying with the geoid.
Gravity in the world?
Yeah. Yes, but it doesn't affect it that much. Like I said, the biggest correlation is with latitude.
Right, but I got a hypothesis because that's the features of the electromagnetic properties of the Earth's electromagnetic fields. I think that's
there you go.
Yeah, go test it.
Yeah.
Show me a
Why would I
correlation.
need to test it? I could just observe it, and that's science, right?
Oh,
No.
right.
No,
Fucking hell.
We got
So I
him.
need to test it. Why do I need to test it?
To see if your hypothesis has any validity.
Right, because
Why
without
would
doing
you?
that, it would be what? Just a
Nothing.
philosophical hypothesis? Yeah, nothing.
Just a guess. Right, go
Right.
and test
It
your
would just be a
guess.
postulation.
Right.
Kind of like the
Go
Big
and test
Bang.
it.
Got it. Got it.
Go and test it.
Right. And if you can't test it, then it amounts to nothing.
Right.
Like the Big Bang. Got it.
Yeah.
No, we can
Sounds like
test the
we've got
Big
some
Bang.
common
We can say
ground here.
this is our
We've got
hypothesis.
some common ground here, guys. No way.
You can test the Big Bang. What if the Big Bang is true?
How?
What are the things that we will see?
Test someone's idea, yeah?
Yeah, you can.
How do you
If an
test the Big
idea
Bang? It's already
cannot be
happened.
tested, you can still test
It's
things in the
completely
past. What
theoretical.
do you think detectives do? What do you think
How do you,
detectives do, Larry? Detectives go,
gather,
oh,
they gather
I have an
information.
idea. Yeah, they have an idea, right? They say, I think this guy did it. What evidence should I expect to see if that guy did it? What evidence should I expect to see if he
His
didn't do it?
idea consists of completely abstract, non-reality things. Then how do you test it?
Yeah, if
Well,
you can't test something, it's not science.
yeah, centrifugal force and weights varying at latitudes is not magic or anything. It's
I was
something you
talking
can
about
do.
the Big Bang, but yeah, never mind.
So I think we did just find that barrier that I've been looking for, right? If you can't test it, then it's not science,
Yes.
right? I think that's what Karl Popper said. So I
Yeah,
think we've got
falsification.
common ground. Can we write this in stone that flat earthers and globe earthers have found common ground and said that if you can't test it, it's not science, it's nothing? Or one scientist had imagination. I'll see if I can find that quick.
All right. Did Karl Popper also say that science doesn't prove things?
Ooh. I don't know, Morgan.
Yes.
Did he say that?
Yeah, his whole spiel is about falsifiability.
What does that have to do
Not
with science doesn't prove things?
Because you can't prove it. His whole idea is that you have to falsify an idea.
Or at least be
Simpson
able.
made the claim. Just made the claim that Karl Popper said that science doesn't prove things. Can you show me that?
Oh. Can you Google it? Do I have to go and fucking
No,
search his
try
book
not
for
to
it?
trip over steps.
No, I'll Google it for you. The falsification principle proposed by Popper is a way of demarcating science from non-science. It suggests that a theory to be considered scientific, it must be able to be tested and conceivably proven false. That's pretty close.
That's the opposite of what you just said, bro.
No, that's
it's not.
exactly what he said.
Jesus, fucking, did you listen to my words? The fuck?
Why did you say that for, Larry? What about that sounded wrong?
All right. So what he just said was the validity of a scientific experiment is its ability to be falsified. That's what makes it valid, right? Thank you so much. Have a good night.
All right, here's someone from the
my
University
point,
of Tennessee.
hold on, brother, hold on. I just got called out by Left Lane. Let's get to the end of this. So that's what we've been saying, right? If it's not falsifiable, it's not science. It's outside of science. Doesn't qualify as science. And if you still claim that it's science, then it's pseudoscience, right? That's what we're talking about. That's what we've been talking about for hours, right? So if it's not falsifiable, then it's not science. How does that mean? Hold on. How does that mean science doesn't prove things? How did you get that out of that?
Because he talks about falsifiability, not proving things true. Here's someone who is commenting from the University of Tennessee. While Popper is a realist who holds that scientific theories aim at the truth, he does not think that empirical evidence can ever provide us grounds for believing that a theory is either true or likely to be true. Is that good enough for you?
That was some other guy, but I'm not going to make you keep searching, right?
Right.
What we're talking about here is the validity of a scientific inquiry, right? Whether it's valid as scientific, right? So if I ask why are boobs good, that doesn't meet the requirements. But if I ask what causes this water to boil, right? That's valid. We can test that. We can falsify it, right? And if I said what causes it to boil at different heights and altitude, right? That's also scientific, right? So what we're talking about here is where is the barrier between science and philosophy? What is it?
You just said it.
What
You just said it
qualifies
in
something?
your statement.
Yeah, it's falsifiability. Absolutely, right? So
Definitely.
how do I prove? How do I prove the Big Bang didn't happen? Is it falsifiable?
Yeah. What is there?
Of
Is there
course not.
something that necessarily must be the case if the Big Bang is true, and if you find
What's
that it's
the Big
not there,
Bang?
then it's
What
falsified?
are you testing?
Just
So the
expansion of
evidence that
space.
they provide is the cosmic background radiation, right? And the claim is that this is the oldest light in the universe, right? And then I asked the question, which puts a smile on some people's faces, what's the dating method for light?
Yeah, don't know. Ask an expert about the Big Bang.
Right.
Well,
Nobody knows the dating method for light.
Well, why don't we keep it, within the realms of things we can talk about, things we do know, like
Do an expert
demonstrating,
about a
providing
theory.
providing evidence for things that we do know, and y'all always take it to dark matter and the universe,
Yeah,
and
I
it's
agree with
outside the
you.
realm of this conversation.
All right. How's Big Bang not relevant?
It's harder
We're
to
talking about
examine. I mean,
science?
you can go out and
Right.
measure Earth curvature today, right?
We're talking about the difference between science and pseudoscience. I think the Big Bang is a very good topic that fits into this category. We're talking about science or pseudoscience.
Yeah, like if Rick Lane wants to get back onto the topic of science, then I agree with him that we should get off of the topic of space and all of that science, sci-fi. Yeah, I agree with you, like Left Lane.
Thank you.
Can I was just thinking about an experiment that maybe I don't know what the experiment what kind of results it would produce, but can we interrupt light with, say, a different wavelength? I'm not talking about two beams of light like Michelson-Morley, but maybe two directed energies and interrupt one with the other.
No idea what that means.
Okay. So if light is if light depending on the definition of light, like some people like it's a excitation of the background medium, and the light comes through, and the energy of what you see, and maybe it can be interrupted by like an anti or a reverse, like a microwave. I don't know. Like this is.
Don't encourage him.
I think what I'm trying to say is that science, much like Earth, needs a carbon line.
Maybe it's fuzzy.
It is. It's too blurry, right? And I just got you guys to agree, or Left Lane did, is that if we're going to talk about science, we definitely don't need to be talking about black holes, dark matter, because that's not the realm of science. I agree with that.
No. I did not
Dark
say
matter,
it's
dark
not in the
energy.
realm of science. You're misrepresenting what I said. Those are things that we don't know a whole lot about, and so we really can't draw many conclusions about things that we don't know a whole lot about, right?
So you don't have
We
a whole
don't
lot of
know a
knowledge,
whole
but
lot
we're still
about
going to call it science, which means knowledge.
Yeah, you'll have to talk to a damn astrophysicist about that. I don't know what to tell you about it.
Oh, what? Just
Fair
like,
enough.
wow, no, this is ridiculous, man. Like, so you're gonna say that science? Like, oh, I don't know enough about it. Like, ask the guy that gets paid for it. Like.
No, I just
I'm
don't know.
sure it's a science.
If you
I'm
ask
sure
me
it's a
about it,
science.
no. If you ask me about it, I can't answer you because I don't know.
But you know that it's science. You don't know what it is. You just know that it's science.
Yeah, I've got faith in the scientific community that
Because you gotta
they're
have
doing
faith to
things.
faith.
Yeah.
The operative word there being
You
faith.
can make fun of
Fair
that
enough,
if
Left
you'd
Lane,
like.
though. No, like
Yeah.
fair enough for you being honest, man.
Yeah, we're just looking for the category error. At what point does the conversation, cosmology go into, wait a minute, this is a category error. Are you saying that this is science? This is no longer a scientific conversation.
I
Yeah,
don't
I
know,
just
man.
think
What the
I
hell's
Like
think
going?
Donnie Darko.
Can we
just
talk
don't think
about something specific and get out of the obscurity of what we're talking about?
Did you just say Donnie Darko?
Yeah, remember when he was talking to a
it's
science teacher
obscure because we
and
can't
they were having a
validate it,
great
and we can't.
conversation?
It's
Go ahead.
obscure because we can't validate it and we can't falsify it. Are you getting that? That's why it's obscure.
Is
That's
it
why it's an obscure.
falsifiable?
Well, our because the falsification is outside our realm of knowledge and our ability to falsify it, doesn't mean that it's not falsifiable.
No, but you're going with the same assumption you've had, when you could have had bazillion different assumptions because you have no idea what you're looking at. Yet you want to go with your same first assumption and go, well, let's just put other shit in there to fit our first assumption.
I haven't put anything into anything to fit anything. If we could talk about Newtonian physics here on Earth's surface, I can talk about that, but I can't talk about black holes and dark matter and things like that. I don't know enough about it to have an intellectual discussion about it.
That's fair enough, Left Lane. We don't expect you to be an expert in everything, right? But what we're trying to establish here is, does science have a proverbial karma?
Sure.
Does science have
Testable,
what?
falsifiable.
Yeah.
It might be
Yeah, it's a
fuzzy
concept
though.
I just coined.
Yeah, that line might be fuzzy.
To me, it's not fuzzy, right? In order for something to qualify as an AR-15, there has to be like a mil spec, right? There's identifiable attributes that the AR-15 has that sets it apart from other styles of weapons, right? Much like an actual Japanese legitimate sword as compared to a Chinese knockoff, right? Like, it has to be made in the old style of folded steel in Japan by a professional, as opposed to mass produced by a Chinese factory producing stainless steel blades without folded steel.
No,
Right? There's a distinct.
yeah, you're kind of drawing that same conclusion with like say Tennessee whiskey, or you know, or like a certain kind of wine. It can only be made in this region, but somebody else can reproduce it.
I'm not sure what that has to do with what we're talking about, though.
We're talking about the limits of science, and if we can find like common ground, right? So if I'm in a biology class, right? Let's say not in America, right? And in the biology class, we're talking about typical human reproduction, right? And we say this one's a male because it has testicles, and this one's a woman because it has a womb, right? And everybody's like in agreement, right? But then
No,
some American
species.
speaks up. Hold on, just real fast. Some American speaks up and goes, "How do you know how the organism identifies as compared to the gender that was assigned to it at birth?" Right? I think we've left the realm of science and now we're into gender studies. Would anybody disagree with that?
There's no hard line between species. It's fuzzy. Would you call it science? Species, declaring something of a species and something else of another species? Is that science?
Species is like a model, right? Like the classification system. It's pretty legit, but it's not absolute. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's fuzzy. Species identification is very fuzzy.
Right.
It's kind of like labels.
So I wouldn't say that that's necessarily science in the same way that I don't believe in race. Go ahead.
Yeah, these are more labels than science. Like I think science tries to label things. Or, I mean, what is science in school? And not it put a label on something, and that's what it is, and that's what it's been. And there's nobody to question the label of what that is. They just, because of the indoctrination and the schooling, that everybody just accepts it.
There's no funding for that, is there?
No, there's not. The funding is where it needs to be in order to keep the status quo.
I'm reminded by a famous quote by Nikola Tesla. Today's scientists wonder after equation and equation and leave the realm of science. I can't get the quote exactly right, but it was something to that effect. Right? So, in my opinion, Nikola Tesla was basically calling Albert Einstein a pseudoscientist on his theory of special relativity. In my opinion. Does any Globers agree or disagree?
Were those equations tested in reality?
It's a thought experiment. You tell me.
I don't
Well,
think a
my
thought
understanding is they are
experiment.
tested in reality.
Yeah, I don't think a thought experiment could say one way or the other.
Exactly. Right? Because you can't test space time. You can't manipulate it and make things rise and fall.
Who said you had to manipulate space-time to test it? That's just an Oakley-esque freaking
Wait a minute.
understanding.
Didn't you say earlier that it had to be falsifiable in
Yes,
order
but that
to be
doesn't mean
considered legitimate?
manipulating. That doesn't mean manipulating it. Right? If you
So
want
how
to
do we
test
prove that it's
space-time,
false?
But
it's just an Oakley.
if you're able to manipulate it, you're also able to verify that it's actually real.
Not necessarily. You can test something without having to manipulate that thing, right? I'm testing the rotation of Earth. I don't have to manipulate the Earth. I just test the consequences of what. If my hypothesis is true, what are the consequences? Go and test those consequences.
You have a boiling pot of water. You see the steam come off of it, and within your understanding, you know that once that water is hot enough, it begins to steam and boil. So you don't need to touch it to know that it's hot.
Yeah, I can feel the heat. Sure.
But
I would say that you do need to measure the temperature to know if it's hot, because I have a humidifier and the steam looks very realistic, but it's not steam. It's different.
Just saying, I've experienced hot water before, and when it's too hot to touch.
You have to experience it, right? You have to put your finger in the water to know that it's too hot.
I'm just saying, I know from experience.
Right. It's not that you observed it, but because you touched it. I like water. Water is a great example of like
It's nice
all
to
these things
verify
that
what you're seeing.
Yeah. So if it looks flat,
I don't
it's
know.
not
Some
moving.
people think that might be a bit conclusive. I don't know.
Maybe.
If it looks flat, maybe
So
use
we
a
don't
better
have to
measuring
manipulate it in order to test it.
To test the rotation of the Earth, you don't have to manipulate you don't have to change the rotation of the Earth. But you're just testing consequences of an idea. You're cutting out badly.
I'm thinking about that. You know.
I think that was one of the things that they've been talking about lately with dark matter, and the consequence of dark matter is that it pulls something to one side, whether you can see it or not. And let's shoot that out there. But we don't need to get into that topic.
Nah.
What would it take to falsify gravity?
Any prediction that's not borne out in reality.
Right, like the discrepancies of the galactic level. But let's not talk about that. If you were to test gravity, right, and falsify it, you would need to be able to manipulate the space-time, right?
No,
Like
you
add a
don't have
trampoline.
to.
No space time. I didn't say relativity. I said gravity, Newtonian gravity, the downward acceleration, 9.8 meters per second squared.
Well, you would have, you'd have to be able to manipulate it, and you would have to have, you'd have to have, I mean, it's just something I was talking about in chat, and I was, if you can make a machine that does not have propellers, that does not have like the things that they claim are UFOs, but that the government has, and they're manipulating. If we can do this on a smaller scale, I mean, there's got to be somebody out there who knows enough. Let's just do it. Like,
Well,
just make something float, just and then shoot it across the plane.
as I asked that question, I thought, it's like I don't really see how gravity is denied, because what it is things fall, basically. And we all know things fall. We're not floating around. There's something holding you securely to the surface of the earth.
I can explain. So just because things fall, does that automatically prove everything that everybody says about gravity?
No.
No,
Right,
not at all.
right,
That
right.
sparked the question. That sparked the investigation.
Yeah. So you have a propulsion system. Rockets propel away from the plane but they're not falling. There's a propulsion. There's an ignition. There is air mixed with a fuel, and then there's an ignition source, and those things are propelled away. But I mean, there's maybe something that wants to bring them back after those elements have run out. But I mean, can we do that? Can we do that without those three things?
I think I'm talking about more along the lines of, we say that mass attracts mass, and that's why we're not floating away, right? That it's an innate property of matter that it's attracted to other mass. And that's basically it in a nutshell. But y'all say that's not true.
It's empirically true that mass attracts mass.
Yeah. I know. It's like that's one of the things that baffles me. Why are we denying this when it's absolutely demonstrated? But so if you say that it's not, how would you go about falsifying it in some way rather than just not believing it?
I used to try to bring up the point of the claim that, like, there are these bonds and things that hold atoms together, and once they are into the vacuum of space, what's holding those bonds? What's bringing those bonds together?
See, that's why Einstein came up with this theory of special relativity and space-time, right? Because first of all, Mercury doesn't work out with Newtonian, right? So the whole reason that he did that was because there was problems with, a theory that was, conceived in 1666, right? That was a long time ago, and there are actual problems with Newtonian, right? Because if you think that you can play tetherball with a ball that has enough mass and is attached to a pole without the tether, like if that's what you actually believe, and there's nothing physical in between, it's just, well, they both got mass, so they really like each other. Like, I think that's why Einstein came up with this theory, because mass attracting mass just wasn't sufficient. And Mercury was the evidence for that. Mercury didn't work out. Like, it
you
just
missed the point.
absolutely didn't work out.
Mass attracts mass. It's an empirical fact. The explanation as to why, that's what you can argue about. But mass does attract mass.
Okay, so it's static.
Okay, you can call it static electricity if you like, but mass still attracts mass.
You know, I kind of think we're talking about apples and oranges sometimes. It's like it's just a different name for one or the other. But I think we're still on the pursuit of proving it, or like it's empirical that we see it, we experience it. But I still think I don't know. But there has to be like I think more experiments need to be done, and I don't know about this Hadron Collider thing over there, like talking about the smallest particles and things like that, and whether or not um, we're we are attracted to another thing due to this one thing. There may
MC
be
Toon has
multiple
another
things.
$10,000 challenge, right? If you can come up with any other formula that explains real world observations without using mass, 10 G's.
10 grand.
Would you like a link?
What, a formula, like a mathematical formula?
Yes, that explains real world observations not using mass, not using a spherical Earth, and not using rotation. I think are the three things. Let me post you a link.
I have a question out of
There you go.
curiosity. The topic mass attracts mass is what are the real world observations that are made that
Blue
prove
Marble built a Cavendish. There's the original Cavendish. Biodual did a biological Cavendish with turkeys and chicken fucking drumsticks.
Yep.
Mass attracts mass. It's an empirical fact.
what are these experiments? Yeah, I'm asking because I don't
So
know.
Blue Marble Science.
What's blue marble science?
I'll give you a link to his.
Well, the question of where you see it on a daily basis is you. You're not floating. You're attached. You're held to the surface of the earth because mass attracts mass.
So
Yeah, Blue
is the
built a.
is mass attracts mass making going off the like they've factualized that we're on a. Is it already making the assumption that there's massive bodies?
No.
Like
This is just a lab, like a Cavendish experiment that mass attracts
so
mass.
they get objects in an area container, and they're able to move those
Balls
objects.
on a torsion balance, right? So the torsion balance means they could either go away from each other or towards each other. So sometimes when they go towards each other, they call that a success.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. There's the first video of Blue Marble's Cavendish. Biodual did an awesome one. Gotta find his now. Oh, fuck.
I'm gonna watch this, so I'm gonna mute myself.
Yeah. Oh, it's just the intro. That's the first video. If you see Blue around, you can ask him about it. Where's Biodual? Oops.
Yeah, I'm gonna give this a quick watch as well.
That's fine.
I got a photo of it. I can't find the
Science
link
is
though.
that which is falsifiable
And testable. I've got a photo of Biodual's Biodual setup. One sec. Yeah, good for you, Northern Rebellion. Rather than $10,000, I'll get my $1 million Nobel Prize. Yeah, I just posted a
That would
photo of BioJules apparatus.
yeah, that would be it would be that significant. I mean, if someone could come up with something that turned modern physics on its head and was you know, real deal, yeah.
How can you
we would
turn
love
modern
them.
physics on its head when the next time modern physics finds an observation that disagrees with them, they come up with, instead of black holes and dark matter, how about dark brown whatever, fill in the blank.
It'll be a placeholder still. We agree it's a placeholder, right?
What about Deep Purple?
Sure, whatever. We agree it's a placeholder. Well, I agree it's a placeholder.
I love Deep Purple. It's my favorite color.
I like the band.
Hey, you got me, bro.
And I got a DeVita. That's Iron Butterfly. Never mind.
Yeah, that's Iron Butterfly.
You know, the original song, the name was In the Garden of Eden, but he was so fucked up when he sang it, is In the Garden of Eden.
In a Garden of Eden, baby. Fuck yeah.
Don't you know that I love?
I can't find
Deep
BioJules
Purple,
stuff.
Deep Purple, Godzilla. What's the other one? Smoke on the Water.
Here he is on Twitch. BioJule.
I thought Godzilla was Boston.
Have we got a BioJule link for his Cavendish somewhere? I'm looking on Twitch.
I don't think that exists. I think he did it on
No,
Twitch.
he showed me. Yeah, I'm on Twitch now, but he's just got his fucking gaming shit.
Oh, he deleted it or something.
See, Bio.
Blue
Anyway,
Oyster
it was live.
BioJule.
He didn't. It wasn't like recorded or something.
Oh no, he did record it. Definitely recorded. I'm just trying to find the. There's the link to YouTube. BioJule. Here we go. Found it. Organic.
My bad.
There we go.
Drop the phone. Sorry.
There we go. Posted bios, organic Cavendish with turkeys and chicken tenders.
Pretty hilarious.
Yeah, just to prove a point about magnetism and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So good. Dude. Oh, I gotta get vaccinated. Checking eyebrows. Boo, 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 boo. Boo, 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 boo.
I think it's funny that earlier when I was talking about the limitations of science, like Negator went into, I'm trying to trick people, and I'm doing the same thing that I'm always doing. Like, to me, I think that's really funny that, he was too scared to answer the question that, yes, there's limitations to science. There's things outside of the realm of science. He could have said tightrope walking is not science.
Isn't it funny though that when he said that, two people confirmed that's what you were doing? Like two other flat earthers spoke up in response to what he said and confirmed what he was saying.
What's not true? I think I was just trying to find common ground that we can agree that you can do things that don't qualify as science. I mean, is that a tactic now? Is that like going to disprove the globe? Is that like territory you can't step into? I mean,
I think there should be some kind of like for what doesn't qualify as science for the globe Earth. I mean, they need to lay this groundwork down in order to make it science. Like, this doesn't qualify as science. because of this, this, and this. And it's only reaffirming what they believe, but I mean, it might make them feel better.
All about testing ideas.
I think everybody should both agree that if it's not falsifiable, right, that it's not provable,
No,
then we
don't say
shouldn't call it.
provable.
Yes.
I know,
We can do the
the word,
math.
right?
Yeah, we can do
Can't
the
use the word
math.
provable.
And this
Provable is
we can
not a
do the
thing of
math. This
science.
qualifies as science.
The thing is, dude, the word prove means to establish something is true. So if that's not what you're doing, if that's not what you're doing with science, then you're not doing that correctly. I don't know what you're doing pseudoscience, I guess.
Science doesn't prove things to be true.
So you're not using science to discern and acquire truth.
No, it can tell you what could be likely to be true, or is at least consistent with a model. Science can't prove things. Again, we've been talking about
science can't prove anything, so how come you guys are in here making knowledge claims 24/7 based on beliefs?
Yeah,
not beliefs, evidence.
Okay, based on evidence.
Evidence to satisfy my subjective standard. Yes.
So then it's not a knowledge claim, but you guys are like convinced that, the theory of gravity is, true. You guys act like it's been proven.
No, we don't. We act as if the evidence is overwhelming such that we consider it to be true.
But then how could you tell someone else that they're wrong when you don't even have the truth?
No, I believe I have the truth, right? But being able to put it into like a logical syllogism is not logically possible. It far exceeded my standard of evidence. Far exceeded.
Go for it. I think we have to excite the scientific community with ideas rather than try to take the world down, trying to break apart their conception or their ideals of what the world is or what they know. Like maybe we need, I think, flat Earth or real true Earth. I mean, excuse me, I get mixed up with all the terms these days. But maybe just excite them or stimulate them in a way that where maybe it breaks their cognitive dissonance or their disruption or their fight against what is being proposed.
I didn't understand that. Sorry. I'll be back shortly anyway. 1 sec.
It's like you got to help them along. You got to like hold them by the hand or like present some information. Like not be so active.
Let me talk about my faith in the Messiah. I believe that he rose from the dead, right? Now, that's a pretty massive claim, except for it's not a claim, right? I said that I believe it. So it's not a knowledge claim. I have no first-hand primary knowledge that the Messiah rose from the dead, right? But it's just something that I believe. Well, why do I believe in it? Well, the evidence that I've seen in the first-hand accounts of people that say that this is what they saw, and these people, died painful deaths after talking about what they saw. It definitely didn't win them any popularity contests. And then his dissenters, the Pharisees, they also talked about his miracles and the things that he did. And none of this is proof, and none of this is knowledge claims, but I'm admitting that this is like a belief that I have. It's a religion. There's no proof, right? It's a belief. So it falls under my freedom of religion. It doesn't fall under science. So if I were to go further in the Bible back and talk about the creation myth in Genesis, I would again say this is what I believe that happened because I have evidence. Right? I'm not claiming proof. Right? Obviously, there's quite a bit of evidence, but no proof that the creation myth in the Bible is true. The thing is that I'm not asking the government to give me any tax breaks, right? This is just what I believe. And what I find is that there's people in colleges that are saying stuff like, the Big Bang Theory is a scientific theory. And it's not just any old creation myth like you would find in a religious text. These textbooks are special because these are science books, right? But at the same time, anybody that believes in the Bible, well, you just believe in books that were written by men. But these books are science books, and that's different. And I'm thinking, no, that's exactly the same.
No, that's a good point, because I have two sets of textbooks. One's 1943, and the other one is like in the early 1950s. And my grandfather salvaged these books from a library that was closing in Connecticut, and I have them now. And these textbooks these encyclopedias, I'm sorry, they're encyclopedias, may say something different than the encyclopedias today. And so maybe is the Bible is it just another encyclopedia?
What?
Is the Bible another encyclopedia?
Yeah, I
Well,
guess that's my point.
it depends on how you define encyclopedia. If you say this is the knowledge of the day gathered into one location, and very similar to a library in the sense that this is a collection of the knowledge of the day. If you define it
The
like
knowledge
that,
of
I guess, yeah, the knowledge of the day. So if you had the Council of Nicaea, 325 AD, where they gathered all the scrolls and made an encyclopedia about Christianity and Judaism, I would say under that definition that was good.
Yeah. And then so when you find an up-to-date encyclopedia, and it says something different than the previous encyclopedia from, maybe you say, at least I can claim, about 60, 70 years from the ones that I have to the ones now. And there's a difference, and they update it. I mean, we have do we have to trust that, or can we is there any way to prove the update, and is there any way to prove these claims? And I think that's what's happening now with flat earth, or the shape of the earth, and all these things that we talk about.
Well, I can give you that. About 110 years ago, uh, most of the scientists, by and large, believed that the universe was eternal, had no beginning, right? And Edwin Hubble, the man with the telescope, he discovered, in his worldview, that the universe was expanding, and the Big Bang Theory was born. So at that time, the Christians who followed the Bible believed that the universe had a beginning, and the scientists believed that it did not. So according to the updated cosmology, the Christians were wrong at one point, but now they're right. But the Christians never changed their opinion. You understand what I'm saying? Who changed their opinion? Mainstream science changed their opinion. They say, now we believe that the universe had a beginning. But it's a godless Big Bang, and we think it's a little bit different. Right? So at that time, according to the Christians were right, and the scientists were wrong.
Yeah.
So now we have the updated version, right? Right? Who is everybody?
No, I hear what you're saying.
So what changed? The mainstream narrative changed. They now have a creation myth.
What changed? Yeah.
So what changed is Edwin Hubble looked into the sky and he believed he saw an expanding universe. And then some guy said, hey, if this is true, then that means that the universe was expanding. That means there was a day that had no yesterday.
So
Is that the solar system? That's cool.
Yeah, there's an installation. There's an installation of thought, and I mean, this is like this is a huge shift in popular belief, right? Like, and then you can look at the timeline on like what changed popular belief. Like, I think one of my favorite things to say is that pop culture is history. History is pop culture.
Well, yeah, I would agree with that. History is pop culture. It's popular. Yeah, there's definitely pop culture in history.
Yeah, because
History and pop. Yeah.
yeah, because like I mean, with music or movies and things like that, I guess you
Right.
call it pop culture, right? It's a pop. It means popular. Just like
You could also say the zeitgeist, right? The belief of the day or the spirit of the age.
Zeitgeist.
Zeitgeist. You look up the original German meaning. Z-I-E-T. Zeitgeist. There's a movie, but look up the meaning.
Yeah.
Spirit of the age. This guy would probably means ghost. That's the spirit. Geist, ghost, sight, age. Well, that correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, pop culture, history, a lot of parallels.
No, I live in the state of Hawaii. And if you look at the way it's spelled, and the W's are V's, and the B's, and like it's definitely a language that's been influenced and was not an original language. Though some may argue with me, like go ahead.
Larry,
This was
Larry, you're talking about the religious portion of Zeitgeist?
Oh, brother. I was talking about the spirit of the age. You know, like the spirit of the age during the Great Depression was different than the Roaring '20s, right? Two different zeitgeists.
No, I thought,
Or the age of Moses was different. You know, the age of the Ram was different than the age of Christ. The age of Moses was different than the age of Christ.
so earlier, I think it was on Earth Awakenings, talking about all these different books that were excluded and books that need to be examined to find to reach a fulfillment of the message. Maybe they're just different encyclopedias. They're just different knowledge at the time that has been changed over from the experience that the first people had till now, and the stories that have been told, and the stories that were removed, and all these things. They're just different encyclopedias.
Pop culture, it's history. I think I found the differentiation. Pop culture is like the current mainstream culture. And then history is the records of the past. So a lot of pop culture is going to end up in the records of the past. Like we know about the swing era. We know about the blues.
We know about like this is what I like to call the decadal system. So you have every 10 years has their own decade. Like right, it's their own decade inside the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. I was born in the 80s, but I was a teen in the 90s, and I really liked the music. Well, I didn't like the music actually until I was an adult, because I was more like with my dad's music from the 60s and the
Please don't stop. Please don't stop the music. So what is truth? Truth is that which is verified. What is science? Science or knowledge is that which is verifiable or falsifiable. If it's not falsifiable, not verifiable, then it's belief. It's belief. Like I can verify how many toes I have. You all may believe that I have 10, unless you suspect me of, being a veteran who got his toes blown off, or a diabetic who has neuropathy and had them removed.
Frostbite going up Everest.
Did you say
Right. So you all
Have
have
you been up
belief.
Everest, Larry?
No, but I ain't never been up no Everest. I've been on flatland this whole time.
You in Kansas?
It's not just Kansas. The whole damn thing's flat.
You know, like New York's called the Big Apple. Is Kansas called the Big Pancake?
No, but there is a place called Manhattan, Kansas. They refer to it the Little Apple.
Kansas really should be called the Big Pancake, though.
Do you know what it's called? Do you know where it's called the Big Pineapple?
Hawaii.
Oh, Honolulu. Yeah, good guess. All right, guys. I gotta go. But anytime, hit me up. We'll swim together.
All right, brother. Peace. Fight the good fight. Kick the white man off your land. Totally
Yeah.
get your renting and housing prices down when you do that.
One more time.
I said, kick the white man off your land, reclaim your inheritance, and get your renting and housing prices down.
Oh, the Howley. That's like a totally sister, but I mean it's not. I mean I guess I guess the term is applied to a certain race, but guys, these islands is just a different story. Like you gotta remove that. You gotta remove that from the pop culture and the history of what you think it is, because it's something different here. And I'm gonna leave you with that and think about it. But good night, y'all.
Take care, dude.
There used to be this guy named T. Can't remember what his name is. Something Green Tea or something. And he would come in and troll me. And in the middle of working, he would ask me like this really complex mathematical equation. He would ask me to solve it. He'd say, "What's the answer?" And I'd, just be like, "You're speaking another language. Like, I'm not fluent in math. I don't know what you're talking about." You know? It'd be like me going up to a native English speaker and speaking like Mandarin. Do you know the answer to my 25-second long question in Mandarin? And it was equivalent to that, right? I had no idea what he was talking about. No idea what the answer was. And then I would say, "I don't know. I don't know the answer." He would say, "You're in here talking about physics, and you don't know the answer to this math problem? How dare you talk about physics if you don't answer this math problem?" And I remember getting real pissed off because I knew it was dishonest, but I couldn't quite put words to it. So I went to another server and I asked Michael J. Smith, "What is this called that he's doing? What is he doing to me?" He's like, "Oh, that's a category error." And I was like, "Yeah, I knew that was dishonest. I knew it because I wasn't speaking about math. And then if I can't answer a random math question while I'm driving down the road, then I need to shut the hell up about physics because I don't know what I'm talking about." And, later on I pointed it out like, "Hey, T, you really pissed me off with that shit. It's dishonest. Don't do it to me again." He's like, "Yeah, that shit really did piss you off, huh?" I was like, "Yeah, it really pissed me off." So now I'm kind of realizing that that's what a majority of this debate has done, right? They're claiming that we're all talking about science here. And, they say science doesn't prove anything, but if you listen to how these people act as opposed to what they say, they all act like it's settled science, right? And they say, "Oh, science doesn't prove anything." But when you start questioning it and you start saying, "Well, maybe there's another possibility or another cause or another interpretation of the facts," what they mean, how they relate to the matter at hand, right? They all act like you're, questioning their religion, right? Like this is settled. For hundreds of years, we've known about, mass attracting mass, right? Settled science. But they don't say it, but it's how they act, right? So I think that that's what's been going on this whole time. I think, the flat earthers have been trolled like Mr. T, Green Tea or whatever. It's a category error. Like we're talking about the Big Bang. This is not science. This is philosophy, right? We're talking about why things fall down. It's like, well, there's lots of reasons why things fall down. It's like, yeah, but you forgot gravity. Like you have to talk about mass attracting mass and Isaac Newton in 1666. And, I've heard people say that we couldn't build bridges without understanding gravity. And it's like, oh, really? The Romans didn't build bridges like thousands of years ago. And aqueducts that are still like functioning. How'd they do that without Newton? So I think that's what this whole conversation is kind of revolved around. Like us getting trolled into thinking that, we're talking about science when really it is like a whole other language. Just like with the math. Math isn't science. Science isn't math.
Agreed. I just went and checked out those videos that Ruhif posted about the Cavendish experiment, and I don't see how that proves gravitational attraction as it's explained. You can see how it could show attraction between objects, and that maybe the density has something to do with the amount of attraction, but it could be electromagnetic or electrostatic attraction.
But they all kind of do the Robert Simmons. It has to be. It has to be. It has to be gravity. It has to be mass attracting mass.
I think there's a few assumptions that have occurred before this Cavendish guy started doing this experiment. And anyway, I
But
agree
it
with
has to be mass attracting mass. Even if it doesn't work out the galactic level, there must be some sort of dark matter or something we don't understand, and it's you flat earthers who don't understand.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't get why it has to be mass. That doesn't make sense to me. Like, why does it have to be mass attracting the mass? Anyway, I think that I was looking at the experiment, this Cavendish experiment, it all seems a bit sort of, I don't know, woo-woo. Have you seen it? Dude that was just talking, was that Larry?
Yeah, I was talking for a minute there.
Yeah. Have you checked out that Cavendish experiment?
Not in a while, but basically what I get from it is that the premise is baked in, right? Gravity exists, and this torsion balance of these four lead balls prove my confirmation bias to be true.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It was baked in as well. Although, looking at the experiment itself, it seems like it could be. I don't know. Yeah, I think it just is baked in. There seems to be a lot of variables that can affect the experiment because it's it's gravitational. No, it's objects with mass hanging from a suspended beam, suspended from a wire, and then there's, it's balancing, and so it's just got it's got movement. I don't know. The whole experiment looks a bit dumb to me.
Well, imagine taking like a 4 or 5-year-old, right? And the kid has no clue what's going on. He sees the contraption and he starts asking questions like, what's going on here? And you say, well, see, the material is attracting the material. And that's why it's happening.
Adding a story to the observation, and then the person starts believing in the story.
So the child, he can't really refute it. Like, he can't, prove it wrong, even if he gets older and really studies this, makes it his life goal to prove it wrong. It's like, well, there's matter here, and it does seem to be attracting one another. How do you disprove it? How do you go, no, it actually isn't the matter, actually it's something else? It's just an observation. When we build the contraption, this is what we observe. Therefore, everything we say about gravity has to be true. Because science. If you don't trust the science, then you don't believe in Anthony Fauci.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. It's all ridiculous. I'm in the camp that's of people that would say that they think that it's unknowable, the construct, the shape of the construct in its entirety is unknowable.
Yeah, you're with George Carlin. You're in the corner of Cal. Yeah, I'm there with George Carlin too.
What did he say about it?
Well, about the subject specifically, he said they're NASA or NASFOs. But by and large, listening to many of his stand-up lives, he said he's in the corner with doubt, right? So he's skeptical. He's skeptical about the American dream. He's skeptical about NASA. He's basically skeptical about everything. Skeptical about God. Skeptical about people's beliefs and how much of an asshole people are. He's skeptical about the goodness of mankind. He's skeptical about everything.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I don't see the point in sides of an argument that can't really be won.
That's why I was trying to find common ground today, because we've been, here, maybe not me so much in the recent past, but we've been here for like 8 years, and we can't even agree that the sky is blue sometimes, right? And then they'll start quoting Einstein from the movie, the sky isn't actually blue, it's just that all the other colors, blah, 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 and the spectrum of light, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, really? How about the sky's just fucking blue sometimes?
Yeah. The common ground is the ground that we're all standing on. Hey.
So somebody said, the land, right? On the land, and that should be the common ground. So I don't know if anybody's going to here listening to me. I don't know if you still are. And all I tried to do is, find some facts that we could agree on, right? And one of the most simplest facts. Hey, that guy that had the time order, he wants it ASAP. He just called. Okay, so one of the simplest facts that, was definitely an olive branch that I made. I said, hey, you're a man, right? Because he was saying that everything I said wasn't true. So then I stated the absolute obvious olive branch, white flag, whatever. I surrendered, right? I didn't respond with ego or emotion. I just said, you're a man, right? And, I couldn't even be met there. Like, that should have been the point. Well, yeah, Larry, you're right about that. I do have testicles, right? You're right about that one thing, right? But I was met with such opposition today. And I think that the things that I was saying, they weren't really far-fetched. Like, maybe I said some things that, might have pissed you off if you're a psychologist. And I said, you're not a scientist. Well, a psychologist might be like, my ego, I am a scientist. I went to school for, what is it, 13 plus 8? Yeah, 21 years I went to school. Of course I'm a scientist. But I can understand somebody making that argument, right? But the argument that everything I said is incorrect, but I said you're a man, is that incorrect too? And then silence is acquiescence, right? So if I say that, you stole that cake and you look down at your feet and don't say anything, then you're pretty much agreeing that you stole the cake, you know? So, like, as far as I know, there's a man in here who has gender confusion, or what is it called? Body dysmorphia, gender confusion. They're basically not sure about their sexual or their gender, as far as I can tell. Right? Because anyone who says, "Hey Larry, are you a man?" I'm going to be like, "Yeah, pretty sure." Like, I identify as a man, and I think if you were to, get a doctor, he could identify me as a man too. But my olive branch was not received. I was only perceived as an enemy today. As if, and this is just how I felt, right? Getting in my feels. Right, so this is going to be real sentimental. I felt like if they, being the people that are in here that disagree with me on some things, if the people in here agreed with me at all on anything and agreed that I was correct about anything I said, I feel like they were going to lose their Christmas bonus. Like it was going to affect them long term. I don't know how to explain it. Like, if they agreed with me about anything, then it was going to change their future for the worst. Because I couldn't even get a grown man to say, well, you are right about that. I am a man, indeed. In fact, I am a man. I am carrying testicles with me everywhere I go. So, yeah, I disagree with you about what you said about science and psychiatrists and everything else you said. But today, I have common ground with a guy named Larry from Texas, and I am indeed, in fact, a man. That didn't happen. That was like the opposite of what happened.
Were they claiming that they were a dog or a wrench or something? Or like a fucking automobile?
Well, I guess you would have to ask the person that couldn't agree with me on anything.
I think a lot of people that just come here are kind of special cases. Let's just put it that way.
Well, there's like that string of solipsism that some individuals will have where, nothing can be 100%. So, including, I guess, whether they're a man, or not. I guess it falls in that category.
Well, what else would you be? What else? You got born of a woman into this earth. You're not an automobile. You're not an octopus. What else are you going to be?
Well, I don't want to call out Kosho, but I know
hermaphrodite.
Kosho is one that will. I don't want to call him out, but he will say this. Like, well, what if they'll go into the brain in a vat, or there's he's being tricked into thinking he's a man, or I don't know. You'd have to ask him how he tries to describe that, but he tries to say nothing's 100%, and so there could be some other possibility that he doesn't know about, I guess.
So in the third grade, I was at a baseball game, and this guy, Cody, was pitching the ball to me, and I saw that it was coming towards my body. So I turned left and tried to get out of the way, and it struck me directly in the testicles. At that moment, I knew that I'd done fucked up. And I knew for sure that I was a man.
Yeah, one time I had a girl in middle school I had a crush on. And me and her were kind of flirting and shit. But then it went sideways, and she kicked me in the nuts. And I'm not gonna lie, bro. I couldn't walk the same for a whole week. It was bad, dude. My nuts turned a different color, it bruised. It was fucking. I couldn't even fucking walk, dude. I just fell over after that. Fucking bitch. Fucking bitch.
Yeah, after I got struck in the testicles, I fell on home plate, began crying and wailing and squirming and worming and wincing in pain. And after a while, they just drug me off the field, and everybody started to clap. And I'm like, what the fuck are these people clapping for? I have been injured. I have been injured. And these people are clapping. They drug me off the field. But I still managed to make an heir. I have a male child. I made him myself. He has my nose, and he has my grandmother's mole on her face. On his face, excuse me.
Thought that was a cool approach, though. You're trying to find common ground. Who was that? J Ace. Yeah, they didn't really seem to want to roll with it, but I thought that was a good approach. To try to find common ground instead of all the defensiveness and all of the inability to kind of put down one's defenses and actually get deeper into the topic. So I thought that was cool.
Well, Jay seems to be the guy who's here to assert his mainstream worldview and show us why we're wrong. It seems to be his whole approach, right? So, like, I don't know if finding common ground is like the only way you I guess would like interact with that is you would have to prove that you're right.
Well, just to comment on what he said, I was being sincere. Like, I haven't been around much, right? I've been on like twice this month. And I literally was trying to find common ground, like things that we could agree on. And I wasn't trying to do any gotchas. I was, I had my kid clothes on. I wasn't trying to really back them up most of the time. I wasn't really trying to back them up into a corner and get them in a gotcha, right? But I do spot inconsistencies and contradictions, so I may have done it a few times. But sometimes you just can't help it. Like, if you don't know what dark matter is, how the fuck do you know if it's science or not? But anyway, I digress. But basically, other than those few incidences, and other than Kosho having a gender study, and him trolling the fuck out of us, in my opinion, and completely hijacking the conversation, like the whole time I was genuine. I was genuinely trying to find common ground and talk about things that we could agree on. Like in the past, Negator and I have talked about how we both agree to the Second Amendment and, the right to defend your family and blah, blah, blah. But I was completely unsuccessful and wasted my time today. Does anybody disagree?
Was it the type of debate where no actual information was brought forth, or like no logical rebuttals or anything was brought forth? It was just dishonest tactics and time wasting mostly, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, I basically, other than saying the sky's blue sometimes, I gave them olive branch after olive branch, in my opinion, on things that we could agree with. Like, I believe I asked Negator, is there such thing as a category error? He couldn't answer. I asked Left Lane if he's a man. He didn't answer. I mean, these are like...
The point was about, you said how we've got belief, there's belief on both sides. And even still, there was silence. But in the silence is telling that they can't attack it, but they can't agree with it.
Well, yeah, you have to know that some people, they're in here just to argue for argument's sake, bro. So, I mean, that should kind of just be known. You seem to have approached the conversation with good faith and foolishly expected reciprocation.
I even said there's bad arguments on both sides. Like I said, that arguing that the Earth is flat because there's a firmament is a bad argument. And then I said that arguing that the Earth is a globe because of dark matter, I said that's a bad argument. And it's like they wanted to agree with me because no glober leads with dark matter proves the Earth is a globe. No one. I've never heard that argument. It's always me bringing it up or some other flat earther. So we couldn't agree that, using dark matter as proof that the Earth is a globe was a bad argument. I mean, we couldn't even agree that the firmament was a bad argument. So there's bad arguments on both sides in any debate.
I don't know if you guys have ever made this connection, but I'm like an empath, so I can feel other people to a detrimental extent. And this is why they do this. I'm just going to cut to the chase. You can feel it if you can tap into the empathetic understanding here. So there's something that's exhilarating and entertaining, borderline addictive, for them to basically play games with you during the conversation. So it's basically a competition in their mind, or it's like a game. Like, how quickly can they avoid the direct conclusion but still flip it on you as if you're insane or just stupid? So it's like a game. Okay, if you can feel and understand that that's what it is, and it is objectively what it is.
I'm sure they got a flow chart.
Objectively what it is, bro. Okay, if for a lot of these people, it's how quickly can I not answer the question, but turn it back to where it sounds like I am just so much higher above this guy's point that what he's saying is stupid, and then trigger them. And then once they can get you flustered or frustrated, that's mission accomplished. It's like a game. It's like, how well can I skirt around the points directly? That's why you almost never, ever, ever get direct answers. Never, ever. You can ask 50 straight questions. You're not going to get an answer. And in fact, they'll actually go as far as to just blatantly ignore it and change the subject. When you call that out, then you get silence. So this is just proof of what I'm saying. The silence is proof of what I'm saying.
That's the problem. And even if they do it, dude, with straight up questions, dude, is my favorite, dude. Ask these guys a question and listen for the fucking response. And I would say half the time, it's not actually addressing the question whatsoever at all. At this point, I don't know if there should be some sort of thing where it's if you're asked a direct question and your answer is irrelevant to the question, should we not consider that some sort of bad faith, waste of our time at this point?
Well, it can be there's a fallacy called avoiding the issue. There's a logical fallacy called avoiding the issue, where you may ask someone a question or you propose something on the table and then they completely avoid it, and and then all the other things like red herrings, non sequiturs, those are all kind of related to avoiding the issue. So if it's the type of conversation where it's a moderated, where it's a debate style, where it's a courtroom style debate, where you really are holding people to task on certain things, then it would even make sense in a more strictly moderated environment. Let's say there's a proposal or a question on the table, and if the person completely avoids it and goes off into something else, tries to derail on something, the moderator could mute them instantly and say, okay, you've been muted because you're avoiding the issue. You're not actually addressing it. So we're going to unmute you now. Would you like to please now address the issue? Just literally, that's why, in courts they have, objection and, sustained, they have all those terms and all those processes to do exactly that. Because if they have someone up on the stand that's being, on the witness stand, and then they just start talking about something totally unrelated, they have to put a stop to it and they have to get the person back on topic. Otherwise, it could be wasting the entire court's time if the person just goes on some random thing that has nothing to do with the actual, thing at hand. So if it's a more structured debate style like that, then it could be run like that. But often if it's more of kind of an open panel style, we may not have that, we may not be doing that strict of moderation, but with that type of moderation, absolutely. And in some ways it could be a lot more satisfying to listen to, because, instead of all the derails and the sidetracks, and, we could actually hold people to the question. If they can't answer it, then okay, then the whole room, can see that, okay, the person could not answer it or, refuse to answer.
Yeah, I've been thinking, because a lot of the time, when it's more of an open panel, ordeal, what happens is at any point, if if you have them in some sort of way that kind of disproves their point or makes their point, just throws their point in the trash, basically. Like if you properly refute them in any way, and there's nothing they can do back, there's literally what's going to happen is there's going to be some sort of dishonest tactic combined with some random bullshit and an insult thrown out, and then that person's going to slither away, and 3 other Globers are going to come in and just start fucking saying random other bullshit, and it which is not relevant to the refutation you gave before. And it's like they just kind of ignore it. You know what I mean? It's like water off
or
a
they jump on whatever they change the subject to. Like they all sit in the corner waiting to save the next one, and they jump on to the red herring every time, bro.
And I think that we kind of need more of some way to kind of like quickly like move into like a more, I guess, I don't want to say professional because obviously we're not getting paid, but like a more, I would say like classy or elegant way to go about things where we could just kind of shift modes really quickly and shift out modes really quickly where like we could get it to the point where it would kind of be like a court in a sense, but instead of a court for law, it'd be like a court for truth. You know what I mean? So when we're discussing these topics, we can actually get to the bottom, and it doesn't just end up being some sort of fucking diversion tactic. And then like because I see it happen way too often.
We need to fully address the problem. Like there's a gray area. So if we divide it into like a legit like court like debate or open panel, everyone knows the open panel vibe is cool. People like to just chip in, lay back, chill. Like when I'm in here a lot, I'm usually driving somewhere, I'm doing something else. I'm not like, oh, this is modern day debate. I'm chiseling out 3 hours to have a real serious debate. Like the open panel is cool, but that's taken advantage of. So like if like the other day I asked, wait, do we have exclusive evidence that the earth is moving around the sun? And the Gator responded literally 20 times in a row with, you're afraid to talk about flat earth. Haha, you remember when I made you look stupid about magnetic declination? And I'm like, bro, we're talking about this right now. And he's like, yeah, because you're scared to talk about flat earth. I'm like, dude, we can change something in a second, but I'm just asking a question. If you don't have an answer, let someone else answer. I'd ask the question again. He'd jump back in. Yeah, we're just scared to talk about flat earth now. He changed everything over to geocentrism. You can't talk about flat earth over and over. So, like, the gray area is being abused. That's my point. The other gray area that's abused, the gray area meaning is open panel kind of chill, right? So the other gray area that gets abused is like, it is unavoidable that occasionally there will be a misinterpretation of someone's point, right? Like there will be something misunderstood where like you'll then rebut it and say it's like you omitted part of what they said because you actually honestly missed it or you didn't fully understand what they were saying, right? And then that's unavoidable. That happens at times, and the person has to say, "Wait, no, that wasn't what I was saying. You didn't listen. You missed this part or whatever." But that's another gray area that's abused, where they intentionally omit what you're saying and twist it to beat up the straw man repeatedly, intentionally though. But since it's a real thing that happens in good faith conversations, occasionally people will misunderstand. It's an accidental, occasional occurrence that can't be avoided. They can use that gray area as cover, just like they can use the gray area of an open panel, chill conversation as cover. So, like,
think about that
happens
Witsit.
all the time, bro.
Think about that, Witsit. Like, how dishonest of a fucking individual do you have to be to even come up with these tactics in the first place? It's fucking like, did you just hear what you just described? And I know what you're talking about, but just thinking about it, like, it almost as if there was like a tactic or strat. Like, it's just it's mind blowing.
I mean, there could be one way to go about it, which is like keep a tally, like just to like see who's like the biggest obfuscator of the week. Like we could make it fun instead of, but they'd be then aware that we're
That's a
all
great
aware
idea.
of their tactic as well. So
Yeah, that's just gonna be really whoever signs up for that needs to get paid or something. My God, it
I
would be
know,
insane.
right? Yeah,
Like
that
I'll give
sounds
you an
like a lot of
example right
work.
now, just so everyone will know exactly what I'm talking about. Like it happens nonstop. Okay, so like we can use Antarctica as example. So I'll preemptively, to try to avoid this, I preemptively address the straw mans they all repeat robotically before making the point, and they'll still tactfully omit what you're actually saying, straw man it, and repeat that straw man. Right?
Well,
So,
that's another
for example,
tally.
when we say Antarctica, we're like, we can't, how is it not suspect that we cannot privately and freely explore Antarctica? And before a baller jumps in and says, you can go to Antarctica though, we are not denying that you can go on a approved guided tour to like 2 primary sections of Antarctica. We're talking about free and private exploration of Antarctica. And then you break down something that the treaty says or the fact that you can't go, they will without fail jump in and say, but you can go to Antarctica. Or you're just lying. You can go to Antarctica. I know people that have gone to Antarctica. You could go yourself. You're afraid to because you know that it would expose that you're lying about how you can't go. Right after you point out that that's not what we're saying, that's a straw man, that's dishonest, they'll do it anyway. And if you were, then it'll be like, say, 5 minutes of you saying what I just said over and over and over to where it's so abundantly clear it can no longer be avoided. And then you just get silence. That is the epitome of intellectual dishonesty, right? So,
Yeah,
like when
but
I say it's dishonest, that is dishonest. How is that not? That's such a slimy, low vibrational way to approach a conversation with someone. It's like so disrespectful. It's like spitting in someone's face. It's like you're
but
so
it's like
beneath me that I don't have to take your point serious. You know?
but but the honest audience are gonna witness that, and surely if they're gonna judge it at face value, they can see what's going on. That's enough.
That's the only reason why I debated as long as I did, right? And when people like Witsit came around, like, I don't need to debate anymore. Witsit's got the shit covered, right? But I want to point out that today, the most bizarre thing that I heard was we were talking about gravity and dark matter, and the observation that brought about dark matter. And I believe it was Jay Ace. He said something along the lines of, "You're already admitting that gravity is true when you're saying that the discrepancy of the observation that requires dark matter." So he was saying that I can't argue the discrepancy without believing in gravity. And several people called him out on that. They were like, what? Like, what? You're pointing out the discrepancy, right? Why do I have to believe that gravity's true in order for me to say that there's discrepancy? And he recanted, he recanted, but it was just a weird thing to say.
It's like trying to tell someone that's just said their opinion to you that there might be some logical issues with your opinion. It doesn't mean you have to believe his opinion before you think that there's something wrong with it. It's stupid. That was stupid.
But wait. But here's the thing, right? So are we going to pretend that it's not intentional though? Because it obviously is, right? Like that is, and sometimes it even requires like a decent amount of intellect to apply so much tactic to it. It's like reverse psychology, psychological manipulation, gaslighting, quickly on the fly. It's very quick. That's why I'm saying like if you can be an empath, you can put yourself in their shoes, and it's like some of them are pretty smart and they get off on it. It's like a challenge. It's a game. It's like, how quickly can I tactically twist this and flip it back on them? It's a game. You have to understand that's why they're here.
Obvious.
But I agree, but I also think that some people are just highly ignorant. Like they're that level. They have that level of ignorance that they don't know that they're doing it. They think that they're not, but they're just so ignorant.
Yeah, and some of it can be ego as well. And I'm not using that as a critical term. I'm just using it not to get into a whole thing about ego and what the ego is and the human psyche and all that, but just when someone's trying to defend a position and then they're like their history, their identity, a lot of those things is tied up in it, then the ego can get involved to where they may not even be aware that they're maybe unconscious is what I'm saying. Like I'm not saying there's no
agree with that. Just like the way they've been taught from college and university. So
yeah, it's sort of like a quick response. Like if you walk up to someone on the street and you just punch them in the back of the head, or punch them in the back of the head or something, they're gonna, they might have an instant just flux reaction, a knee-jerk reaction.
That's a horrible response.
I'm trying to use that analogy just to say that in some cases, I'm not pointing anyone out in specific. I'm just saying that the ego can get activated, and for some individuals, it may have like a knee-jerk type of reaction where they respond in that way, out of the need to protect the ego state, because it's what they believe and it's what they built their identity on, and it's what people know them as in this community in terms of that perspective. So like they have to defend it, even if it's being broken down and shown to be false. It would take a huge amount of humbleness and a lot of to be able to actually admit that in the moment.
I can tell you once that happens, once they reach that point of no return and they commit that horrible response, then they start to regress. They start to go back. And
it's like they're being trained to be politicians, so you got to expect that sort of, behavior.
No, because some people do things that they do regret, and then they start to question, why did I do this? And they start to go back. They start to look backwards, and then maybe at that point they will find the truth.
So I'm like with it. I'm an empath too. I can obviously pick up on how other people are feeling. And I'm not bragging or whatever. Think whatever you want. I kind of feel like I scare these people sometimes, right? Because when I ask a question like, where's the Kármán line for science? Where Earth ends and space starts, where does science stop at? Where have we show me where we've left the realm of science and entered into the realm of philosophy. I think that question scares the fuck out of them. I really do.
There was a lot of silence on their part during a lot of that questioning.
Really? Some people were scared by that question?
It was quiet.
Yeah, because I had to give an example, right? Like, why are boobs good, right? Because the first step of the scientific method, according to you guys, is to ask a question. So here's the question. Why are boobs good? Well, it's subjective. Depends on who you ask. If you ask a toddler, he might give you a different reason than if you ask a lesbian or an 18-year-old male, right? So that's not science, right? That's a philosophical question. Why are boobs good, right, Matthew?
I don't know. Yeah, I think
a deep philosophical question.
I think boobs are good to a toddler on a scientific level because it provides nutrition. There, you go ahead.
But it's not a scientific question, right? But if you were to ask, like, why is this person showing symptoms of scurvy, right? That's more of a scientific question. We could get to the bottom of the cause of that, right? But Matthew, can you tell me at what point do we leave the realm of science and enter into the realm of philosophy or mathematics, or where's the barrier? What's it look like? What's the difference between science and pseudoscience? Pick any of those and answer, please. If you can.
I suppose the dividing line is generally when you get humans involved and you're talking about opinions and reason and logical thought, but that would spill over into the area of philosophy. But I would say there is definitely a philosophy of science, and so I think that they're more intertwined than most people would like. And I don't know if you can draw a sharp dividing line.
Exactly. So let's say we're talking about the double slit experiment, right?
Philosophy.
Right. It's a good example.
Right. So the double slit experiment, right? The results are, and I quote, the knower of the which path information collapses the wave function. End quote. So that's the reality of the experiment. Now, when the men start talking after that, or women, that's when you start waxing on philosophical about wave particle duality. Is it a perturbation of the background medium? Are these actual particles that fly off like beamies? Is it like a wave? Is it a particle? Is it both? Is it one or the other? That's when you start getting into the philosophical part after the quote, right?
Only one of those even kind of made sense, by the way.
Yeah, no, I was trying to go over as many different ones as I could.
Which one?
The perturbation of the background medium.
But you see what I mean, right, Matthew? the science ended after the quote. Because we all witnessed that, right?
Right.
So
So you
that's
witnessed the
when you've
collapse
left
of a
the
wave
realm of.
function?
Oh, sorry, bro. Go ahead.
Did you witness the collapse of a wave function?
Yeah, I gotta agree with the mirror man. I was about to say it.
Okay.
Which did I agree? Holy shit.
So maybe I'm wrong. Let's hear it.
I mean, I just don't even know what that means. The wave function collapse is like some paradoxical bullshit foundation of quantum. That's a mathematical concept.
Okay, I'm just going to agree with you because I don't really want to.
Yeah. What is collapsing a
Did you say
probability function?
Mirror Man? Is there someone with the name Mirror Man?
But yeah, just to say, there's a
Mailman?
real phenomena that people refer to as that. Yes, like there's a real observable phenomenon.
Yeah, but that's a good example of what he's talking about, where philosophy and science sort of mix.
Yeah,
Well,
double slit's perfect.
Matthew, do you think science is a philosophy?
Well, 200 years ago, it was actually called natural philosophy, right? So the philosophy of nature, and I think that I guess I would call it something different than philosophy, but I would still say that there's definitely a philosophy of science. So, for example, it's generally better to be careful with your experiments than to be sloppy. That's a statement of philosophy about science. It's not a scientific statement.
That's almost like what I said earlier when I said that it's better to be conservative about science than to be too liberal and label everything science.
Yeah, so that's another example of philosophy, a philosophical statement about science. This is why scientism is false, by the way. It claims to be true over philosophy, but it cannot be, because even the statement of scientism is itself philosophy.
You mean like
Is that
heliocentrism?
No, like saying
ahead,
science is the ultimate arbiter of truth. And I'm like, oh yeah, you just made a philosophical statement right there.
Someone else was trying to talk to.
Go ahead, Witsu.
No. I was going to say, as far as no, go ahead. No, I'm done.
No, you got it.
Strange Days, go ahead, we're listening.
No.
You got me all excited.
Anyways, science requires hypothesis and experiment, right? So, there's a hypothesis made thousands of years ago that the Earth was a ball. So maybe we can discuss that scientific hypothesis that the Earth, the fucking dirt that you stand on, curves into a fucking ball.
Oh, I'm much more interested in the fact that no one can even honestly meet me where they can admit that the idea that the Earth flies around the sun is just a philosophical decision that they've made, and that there's no exclusive evidence of that. I don't want to talk to them about like physical curvature of Earth. They can't even admit what their own side admits. So I mean, that's my personal opinion, but because now we're going to get into vertical density gradient, make a prediction. Here's my chart, and I don't. It's like, oh my god, dude.
I'm in the car with, so I can't pull up my charts.
Oh man, we're safe.
So for me, this should have been like a really easy conversation, right? Because I started off by saying that if we had some cosmologists in here or some physicists, right, some actually properly educated people, we would be in agreement. Because every time I've talked to one of those people that claim to be a cosmologist or an astronomer or a physicist or even a physicist student, like they were going, yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. And it's like, wow, how come it is that when I talk to one of these people, the educated ones, that we're agreeing a lot and disagreeing on a few things in the depth of the conversation. But when I'm talking to these anti-flat earther types, everything is disagreement from the get, and there is no middle ground, no common ground whatsoever.
Dude, I have the exact same experience, dude. When I talk to people with like the credentials in the fields that we discussed, dude, they agree with me on so much. They even like tip their hat to me with a lot of my ideas. And they can see that it's like interesting and they had never thought of it that way. That's definitely possible. But when you come in this realm, everything you say is the stupidest thing ever, and you're an idiot, science denying, belligerent idiot. But like when you talk to the actual like scientists, as they would call them, the professional that they appeal to, it's a totally different experience every single time.
You talking about Professor Parks?
Oh, even Professor Parks concedes. Professor Parks conceded parallax in no way proves the Earth moves around the sun yesterday.
No, yeah, because if all motion is relative. Go ahead, bro.
I'm starting to see a changing of the tide, and this was predicted. Like even with people, I mean, I know a person who was they were in the physics club, and they would argue me, but I think they're starting to listen to me now. But I have to say, just because there's a changing of the tide and you're starting to see this, the switch, I mean, it's great. It's great. That's all I can say. It's great. It doesn't matter who it is, where they come from. This is where it has to go. I'm gonna try to come back later when my boys are asleep. But talk to y'all later.
What am I sure?
We hear you.
Cool.
Hey, Jesse's in the house.
Hey.
Hey, Jesse. How you doing, bud?
Oh, pretty good. How you doing, Larry?
Good. Hey, I got a question for you, Jesse, and this is a real deep philosophical question, maybe even scientific. I'm not sure, but is the sky blue sometimes?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, depending on your definitions of sky and blue, and sometimes I would say it's
Right.
sometimes blue by my definitions of those words.
Right. So you understand that I'm a flat earther, and I believe that the sky is blue sometimes.
Okay,
You're okay with that? Like that we agree on something?
why not? We're both
Well,
seeking the truth, right?
I believe I am. I'm not sure
Well,
if you are or not, but I
I
hope you
believe I
are.
am. I believe I am too. And I
Okay,
recognize that
so
even though we may not agree, you very well may consider yourself also to be seeking the truth. That's just the way life is.
right. So if I was seeking the truth and I asked you, "Are you a man?" I believe you're a man, and I asked you, "Are you a man?" and you didn't answer me. Wouldn't that be kind of weird and maybe possibly like signs that maybe your character isn't in the right place and maybe you're not trying to seek truth and maybe you're afraid to agree with a flat earther?
Could it also be, though, that somebody that thinks that the question is stupid just doesn't respond?
Try that question again, Larry. I'm not sure I followed all that. Sometimes I'm not the fastest cookie in the jar, okay?
Yeah, it's fine. It's kind of word salady. I apologize for that. I'm getting tired. So if I asked you a simple question like, "Are you a man?" it would be weird and maybe you could infer that this person just doesn't want to agree with you if you couldn't agree with them on something simple like, you're a man. That would be weird, right? If you couldn't agree with that?
Well, essentially, yes, but it depends on the context. It may be that the question you're asking, they don't see as a simple yes or no question. Now, in the case of that specific one, I have no problem saying yes, I'm a man. But
cool.
It's
what
possible.
if I was attempting to give you olive branch after olive branch, just trying to find one thing that we could find common ground on, and nobody was just available to do that, and then you said everything that you have said today is wrong or a lie, and I said, well, what about this statement? You are a man. Is that wrong too? And then you didn't answer. Wouldn't that be kind of weird?
I mean, it could be. Yeah. I didn't hear this
Is it
conversation.
okay to is it okay to concede? Like, yeah, you're right about that thing. Okay, that's the one thing that you're correct about. But everything else, I disagree.
It's not a concession to say I'm a man. Not a concession.
What is it when there's a silent?
Yeah, I feel like you're asking me to pick sides on a discussion that I didn't hear when I'm hearing your possibly biased version of it.
That's true.
So I'm
That's
really
true.
not
I
sure.
do have bias.
Yeah, and I'm hearing your side. I'm not hearing the other guy's side because I wasn't there.
That's also true.
So if you want
That's
to,
anecdotal.
if you want to get the other guy and go over it, and I'll listen, that's fine. But I mean, I have no problem conceding a point when I think that I was wrong on that point, right?
Right. So just to wrap it up, and I agree with what you said. But if I made the statement that you were wrong about everything that you said today, and then you turned around and said, "Are you a man? I think you're a man. Am I wrong about that?" Like, that would be an easy concession. Like, oh wait, well, now that you put it that way, okay, I disagree with my last statement, and now I would like to recant and say, oh, my new statement is that you were wrong about everything except that. That would be like the normal thing to do. It's okay to change your mind, right? It's okay to be wrong. Like, I was right up until you said that, and now I'm going to recant. Anyway, I think that psychology is not a science, but the case study on these Globers is really fascinating.
Yeah, like this is the most fascinating meta part here. There's the idea that there's an Earth, and we live on it, and it's in this beautiful conceptual model of a solar system, and all these people believe this. But when you break it down, it turns out it's a philosophy. It's a philosophical decision, but they, up to this point in their life, have interpreted it as science. So they can't transition over to where they acknowledge it's philosophical. I think that part is hands down the most intriguing aspect of all this.
Yeah, can you imagine going up? No, we're talking about just the solar system model being not reality. It's philosophical, not science. So it would be like going to a Christian, like telling a Christian, like, hey, you know that you didn't see Jesus down the cross. Like, you know that it's just a belief, right? No, I know it's true. Like, no, you don't know it's true. It's just something that you believe. That's what we're doing here.
You're just going to skate by the statement that the solar system is philosophical?
Well, go ahead and explain why it's not. Go ahead.
I don't think so.
How about all the
we
evidence?
understand gravity to be orbiting around the Barry Center. The Barry Center is the sun.
Oh man! So if you start reasserting the claims within your philosophically determined model, then somehow it doesn't become a philosophical decision at the outset, I guess.
I don't think it's philosophical to say the center of mass is the center of the solar system. It's just
really. How did you determine the Barry Center of the solar system?
It's got the biggest mass. You're talking about the redshift, right? I understand how that's kind of philosophical. We don't want to appear the center of the universe. I understand that, but I mean, we track the position of the planets. We know that we rotate around the sun.
Why don't you want to appear as the center of the universe? That's a philosophical statement.
I asked you how we determined the Barry Center that you invoke. You just said the biggest mass. Okay, so the Barry Center isn't the center of the sun in your
I didn't say that.
I know, because so then how was it determined then?
By modeling the motions of the planets.
Because calculated.
It's actually not the answer either. They say that there's a slight wobble to the sun, and that's how they detect it.
All right.
So anyway,
the barycenter is not the absolute center of the sun. I'm well aware of that.
because the sun supposedly wobbles around the actual barycenter. So anyway,
Right.
The point I'm making though is the whole entire idea that we're moving around the sun. It starts with a philosophical determination. You said, well, yeah, I get that. Like, we don't want to feel like the center of the universe. That can be philosophical. Okay, well, if the Earth's in the center of the universe, it's not moving around the sun then. So, yeah, the fundamental decision that determines the solar system model at the outset is philosophical. That's what it is. You can interpret all the motions of the stuff in the sky within your model, right? But you can't just say, well, this is how my model assumes it philosophically, so therefore it's not philosophical. I don't understand.
The barycenter is at least in my opinion, an objective fact. We have a barycenter. I don't understand why you then can't say that's the center of the solar system.
How's it an objective fact?
Well, in my opinion, it
objective
is
fact
obviously.
and opinion in the same sentence.
Sorry, in my opinion, it is an objective fact. I understand that you guys don't think it's an objective
That's
fact.
meaningless.
How is it objective if science doesn't prove anything? If science doesn't prove anything and all motion is relative, how are you going to use the word objective and fact if you can't prove anything?
You know what I mean. I accept it as true. I understand you don't. Right?
No, you believe it to be true.
You admit that
You've
it's your
accepted.
opinion, and you're admitting it's not objective fact.
You believe it's
I
true.
believe it to be an objective fact. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
And you guys don't. That's fine. But it's completely reasonable to say that's the barycenter of the solar system. That is the center.
We don't need your
We revolve
subjective
around it.
on reason, right? We just
I know, but
the
it's not
point
a
of the
philosophical
discussion
thing,
is
right?
that it is fundamentally philosophical, right? So, and it is actually the Copernican principle. It's the idea that the universe is so big that it's illogical to think that the Earth could ever be in the center of all of it. That's a philosophical decision. Then we go look at the stuff in the sky and we say, okay, well, then if we're not in a special place in the center, that would mean here's a model that works. We can be moving around the sun. All the planets can be moving around the sun. This is how it would work, blah, blah, blah. So
Larry's talking about getting some agreement among globers. I agree that our galaxy, we can't say that our galaxy is the center of the universe. It's a philosophical assumption that we just say that we're not that at the center.
Not just the galaxy, dude. It's the Earth. Like, and then it gets even worse with the cosmic microwave background, where it crosses, it intersects on an area way more precise than the galaxy as a whole. It's specifically like in the Earth's local system, like right on the Earth, basically. They call that the axis of evil. So anyway, the point is, like, the Earth being in the very center of the whole universe can explain the observation. People have chosen to interpret the observations a different way because of a philosophy, which is that it's quote unquote illogical or immodest to think that the Earth is in a special, unique position in the center. So that's a philosophy. Yeah. The solar system has no actual proof that's exclusive.
Well, again, you don't consider it proof. That's fine. I don't consider it proof, but I accept it as true that the barycenter of our solar system is in the sun. I don't think that's philosophical.
How do you determine that?
Yeah, Newtonian mechanics, blah, 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 tracking the planets.
No, none of that determines the barycenter of the sun. Like, you're saying that the exclusive evidence is that there's a barycenter and it's inside the sun. And then I ask you, how do you determine that? And you say, well, we assume that everything goes around the sun and then track the planets.
I don't think that's an assumption.
It literally is. We just covered that. That's the fundamental.
I don't think that's an assumption. Mass attracts mass.
Okay, well, that's what. Even if you think that's true, right? Which is highly suspect, of course. But like, that still doesn't mean we go around the sun. That still doesn't mean we go around the sun.
It's an objective fact that mass attracts mass, regardless of
that
what
you just said. Granted that, it still doesn't mean.
I just granted it to you. You want to try to change the subject to me telling you how your mass attracting mass is incredibly stupid, but I'm not. I'm saying, okay, cool. Let's give you mass attracting mass. That doesn't mean that we move around the sun.
Then you've got epicycles to explain. If everything revolves around us and the sun is not the center, what the fuck causes epicycles?
Dude,
If we're the
Copernicus,
center, not
the
moving.
Copernicus model, dude, but or either it was Kepler or Copernicus had 48 epicycles, where Ptolemy only had 40.
Okay, how many do we have now?
People bringing up now epicycles don't matter. Now that we found out
Right,
the heliocentric model requires 8 more epicycles, now it doesn't matter.
No, we
Right,
just
we
use
don't need
ellipses.
epicycles because we know that we revolve around the sun.
Well, Ruben, I would
No,
say. Go ahead.
The heliocentric model required epicycles, 48 of them. So that's what people always say. We knew that the heliocentric model was true because it's so much more elegant. And to have the geocentric model, you had to have all these epicycles. The actual truth is that the heliocentric model had 8 more epicycles. It had 48 compared to the 40. But none of that matters. My point is that even if mass attracting mass was true, how does that mean that we're going around the sun? I'm just trying to find actual empirical evidence that we're going around the sun, or a simple concession that it's a philosophical decision.
The Barry center of our solar system is inside the sun somewhere.
You just keep reifying. Dude, what the hell, bro?
Do you understand? Do you accept that our
the Barry
model
center of the
at
sun
least
as
says-
proof?
Say again?
You're invoking the Barry center in the sun. You're invoking that as proof that everything revolves around the sun in our solar system?
Yes. Yes.
Oh my God.
Then it makes no sense to call the Earth the center.
Ruhif, your
Mass
logic,
attracts
bro.
mass. Sun is very massive. How
You're
is
such
that
inconsistency
illogical?
with
See,
your logic.
I really wish that people like Mark, the Toolman Taylor, would come around, and I could explain to him, like, hey, Whitfield said that the heliocentric model has more epicycles. You told me back in 2016 that the geocentric model was wrong because it had epicycles. So, like, are you willing to recant? And I guarantee you that Mark Taylor would be like, no, I never said that. No.
How many epicycles do we have currently?
Depends on what model you got. If you got a geocentric model,
Yeah, 0 is the answer. We use ellipses
0.
instead of perfect
Right.
circles.
So we have a heliocentric with 0 epicycles.
Yeah, but you don't need any on
The
geocentrism
Copernicus
either.
one did.
Yes, you do.
Kepler apparently fixed all that, but he was talking about Copernicus model compared to Ptolemy's.
Oh, let me just dunk on this too, by the way. Actually, that's only based on the assumption that all the planets move at the same speed. They move at different speeds. You don't even need the epicycles either.
Yeah,
Thanks for playing.
They just magically slow down and speed up again.
Well, I mean,
They
that's
don't
what
have to, no, they don't have to change speeds. They just move different speeds. So try again.
Well, they do. Well, if they change,
I'm
they
not
do
saying-
need to change speed. Like, I mean, what
Do
we
they?
actually observe on Earth, like, let's say you're just chilling on Earth and you're looking up at Mercury and you're tracking it every night. It will be moving slightly slower than the fixed stars. So every night it's moving slightly slower than the fixed stars. You can measure it, like the actual speed of the clock, as it were, that Mercury is going a little slower. When it goes retrograde, it picks up speed and it starts going the same speed as the fixed stars. That's called when it's stationing. And then it starts going faster than the fixed stars during its retrograde period. And after the retrograde period, it'll slow down. It'll go the same speed as the fixed stars again, which is called stationing again. And then it'll turn direct, which means it will start going back to moving slower than the fixed stars. So I mean, Rufus, that is what we observe on Earth. It does change speeds, like empirically.
Plus, ellipses mean that it changes speeds, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it necessarily even has to change speeds, but I could be wrong.
Well, I mean,
But I'm
the
just
stars
saying,
do. I mean,
he said that as like an argument against what you're saying, which is he's like, oh, so they have to change speeds, but that's literally
No, I
what
said
they're
they
doing already in their model.
magically
Okay, well,
change speeds.
Okay.
Why is it magic?
So funny. Why is it magic? Exactly. I can use Newtonian mechanics.
Right.
Obviously, that's
You accept gravity,
bullshit.
then, Whitfield.
I can. No, I just said obviously that's bullshit, but that's not the
Yeah,
point.
Lexlane made that argument tonight.
That's not even the point. The point is that I can, right? And then, of course, Newtonian didn't even offer an explanation of what that was or anything, right? But that's not the point. The point is, like, to claim that the Barry Center somehow proves it is a joke. It doesn't, bro. You can have. There's nothing that we observe in the sky that is exclusive evidence for the heliocentric model. This is just a fact. So, like, why can't we just all accept it? And you can say, I think it makes more sense that we're not in the center philosophically, and then we can just all be friends.
Philosophical.
Objectively.
Right. Now, for the
Objectively.
object of the argument, for the purpose of the argument, we can accept that the sun, the Barry center of the solar system, is in the sun. It's not philosophical to then say the center of the solar system is the sun. I don't see the philosophy there.
In the world.
What is the empirical evidence of the Barry center being inside the sun,
I said,
dude?
accepting for the sake of argument that it is, I don't see it as a philosophical step to say the sun is the center.
Well, it's a
And we were all
calculation.
right.
It's a calculation.
Oh my God.
It's a calculated value based on mass and a particular theory of how that mass is attracting, and then the claimed size and masses of said objects. The whole thing is just a fabricated, reified concept. So
that's fine, and you reject all that. That's fine, but I accept it, and it's not a philosophical step to say then the sun is the center and we're revolving around it.
Well, it is because it's based on the philosophy. It's based on the philosophical tenets of the entire reified model that you're deciding to go with.
Well,
exactly. Before you get to the calculative aspect of it, you're building upon the model that you're interpreting through the lens of, and that determination was philosophical. So any calculations you come up with after that are all built upon the philosophical grounds.
No.
From now on, Witsit, instead of saying that's a cool story, bro, I want you to say that's a cool philosophy, bro.
Ruhif, how exactly can you possibly deny it at this point? Like, I don't understand.
He said, "Nuh-uh."
Deny what?
You said no.
At this point, after we just refuted the few claims you brought up, how are you still not just agreeing that it's
refuted?
A philosophy.
Refutation.
I haven't been refuted.
What about this analogy?
Everyone observed.
What about this analogy? Like if you look at the sky, you can look at it let's say you put like glasses on that have a blue tint or a yellow tint or different types of glasses. And in this analogy, that's the philosophy that you're looking through, like the lens that you're looking through. So you could put the blue glasses on and look at the sky through that lens, and you could do all kinds of calculations and claims and calculate astronomical distances and assume sizes of things based on, et cetera, et cetera. You can do all of that, and you can look at it through those lenses, and you can, the coordinate system, you can readjust and calculate in multiple different ways, and you can view the sky through those lenses. But you could take that lens off and put another set of lenses on and view it through a whole nother set of lenses that's also logically consistent and, has correlations to the way that the sky works. So what you're doing, Ruhif, is using one set of lenses, looking through that lens and then attaching to it, which is a philosophy based upon that particular, set of tenets that you're deciding to stick by, but that isn't actually empirically validated.
Larry's been trying to get an agreement out of Globers all day, right? I agree that if we see all the other galaxies moving away from us redshifted, right, that we could be at the center of the universe, and we do make a philosophical step to say no. We're probably not, right? Yeah.
Now, here's the next step. What if the color that we're seeing has nothing to do with the Doppler effect? What if that's just another philosophical interpretation?
Yes, that's what I've always thought.
Possible.
Absolutely.
I don't see
that's for sure the case. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. That whole thing is a philosophical.
Yeah.
See, that's what I mean by taking it to the next step. Now, I'm not talking about you, Ruhif, because you just allowed me to get to the next step of the conversation to where we can have a deeper, meaningful conversation. I applaud you for it. But most of these people in here in the kiddie pool, we got to have our kiddie gloves on because we can't get past the 4-foot mark.
Yeah, quit insulting, Larry.
No, I'm making analogies about deep philosophical conversations.
And calling people
sorry,
kiddies.
Gio, by the way, I stepped on you a couple times. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, I don't think redshift is philosophy. It's a scientific explanation.
But it is. But this is the thing, right? Like the interpretation of it is built upon philosophy. I mean, if the philosophy you've chosen is correct, this must be the explanation for it. And that That's why it's all technically falling under the category of philosophy. It's not very complicated. If you remove the philosophical bias, you now have a range of models that can explain the phenomena. The reason you guys invoke the phenomena as proof or evidence of your heliocentric model is because you've internalized the philosophical decision, and most of you guys deny it's even philosophical. So then you run around saying it's science. And that was my whole point, was if everyone could just acknowledge that, you know, the heliocentric model is a philosophical assumption. And if you want to say you think it makes more sense philosophically or whatever, that's cool. We can just agree to disagree. But I can almost never get that concession. And we got like a half-assed concession from you right then, Roof, when you said galaxy. Right? But no, it's actually just the Earth. The Earth.
Can I say one more thing and I can go?
Yeah.
And see, that's why we can't agree on anything, right? Quick. I'm almost done for the night. If Ruhif allows us to get to that deeper end of the pool of the conversation, then that next question is even more painful, right? Because once I've said, wait, maybe the redshift isn't the Doppler, or maybe the observation of the red and blue isn't the Doppler effect at all. What if that's just another philosophical assumption, right? And then Ruhif has to think,
right, so
plasma, you know, plasma, like neon lights.
Let Roof go.
Yeah, like,
Yeah, go ahead, Rudolph. I'm sorry.
If I have a hypothesis, I go and test the consequences of the hypothesis in reality, and they bear out to be true. Am I doing science, or is that philosophy? Is my hypothesis my philosophy, or is that science?
Observational assumption and interpretation isn't science, because there's a range of models that could answer it depending on your initial philosophical determination. So technically, it's still philosophical.
Okay, so you're saying science is philosophy. All right, anyway, I gotta go. I'll be back later. See you.
Okay, yeah. I mean, not quite, but you know, I get that's a coping mechanism.
I mean, I would almost say that like pseudoscientific approaches can use a misplaced form of philosophy in their processes.
Yeah, but it's almost always, it's actually usually the philosophy that's falsely masquerading as science. The pseudoscience usually is the philosophy itself, because you can't say redshift is the Doppler effect of everything moving away from us unless you go ahead and a priori make the decision philosophically that we're not in the center. Like it's all tied at the hip. And this is just legitimately a fact, right? And I find it weird. I find it weird that people can't. I will say this, though, Gio, check this. I've been really harping on this for like 2 weeks. And I've heard a lot of ballers kind of change their approach where they concede that the Earth could be in the center a lot more readily now. And that's why I think that that's proof that this approach is actually pretty effective. Because when you start to get into the specifics, they're like, damn. What they all say now is they just think it looks goofier. They don't think it looks as good. That's what I get mostly now. So like clearly it's having an effect. That's why I think we should adopt it as a true Earth movement overall, right? Like we should actually push the center of the Earth up at the top of the list.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's part of the, even in like, you know, in all these quotes from all these guys, I mean, you know, a lot of the part of the mainstream model is the equivalence, but it seems like some of these guys either don't know that, or they don't really want to let maybe their ego down or something down to accept that actually could be the case. So yeah, I mean, if you've seen progress there, that is important, because even if it, let's say it is a heliocentric globe realm, they still should be able to concede that geocentrism is, you know, equally able to explain the movement of the sky, the way the sky works.
But this is why they don't, because then I hit them with the follow-up, which is, oh, well, if they're equally valid in explaining what we observe, but the geocentric model doesn't have the dark matter and dark energy problems, wouldn't that mean the geocentric model is significantly more viable? And obviously, if they can both explain everything we see in the sky, then there's no way out of it. The geocentric model was significantly more viable. If one model has a 96% discrepancy that can't be defined or explained, and then the other model doesn't have that 96% discrepancy, obviously the model without the discrepancies more viable. So they can't really fully concede that because the follow-up is so damning. It's so brutal.
What is your explanation for the expansion that's observed?
It's not
We don't
expansion that
observe it.
you're observing. You're interpreting it to be an expansion. What
Yeah.
you're seeing is lights in the sky. And I know that may sound crazy, but when you're seeing red and blue, right, that could be neon gas or what you call plasma. Hold on. It's not red and blue shift.
No,
It's not the colors. What do you
it
mean
is
by that?
shift. It is shifted. It's not like you're seeing the color red though.
Really?
Yeah, really.
So there's no red in the red shift?
Yeah, you're seeing
No,
the red in the light spectrum leveling. What are
no,
you
the
talking about?
spectrum. No, the absorption or emission spectrum is just shifted in the direction of the red. It's not that you see the color red though.
Yeah, so one of the answers that's very obvious is that as the light is perceived from, I wanted to say coming to us, but light doesn't travel, but perceived to come to us, there's attenuation. So the light's further away, attenuate more. Therefore, there's more red. It's closer to the red shift or the red end of the spectrum. And the heliocentric model has actually had to integrate the claim that attenuation causes redshift, literally, to try to explain away the discrepancies. So you can't even deny that that's a possible explanation at this point within your model. So yeah, just that alone, like the stars that are further away are attenuated more, and that's why we see redshift.
All right, so what this basically boils down to, right, is they see, a phenomenon in the sky, and they say, well, that must mean that the universe is expanding, right? That was the Doppler effect observed allegedly by Hubble, the man off the telescope, Edwin Hubble, right? So this is the 1920s. So during this time, the Christians said that the universe had a beginning, right? Genesis. And the mainstream society and science, they said that it was eternal. Well, after this, they said, you know what? There was a beginning, but it was a godless Big Bang, right? So the Christians never changed what they believe. It's just now the scientists have a creation myth. But it all boils down to this. If they see something in the sky, does that automatically mean that everything they say about it is true, right? Because I could say, well, it's just plasma. You're looking at plasma, right?
Yep.
Because that would be a legitimate explanation, right? Because we're talking about light. What is most light here on Earth? Plasma, right? So if there's gas particles in what you guys call space, is it possible that sometimes that gas particles could be excited and be like plasma? Is that a possibility,
Yes.
Leslie?
Yeah, absolutely. And you can prove that in a lab.
I don't know.
You can literally prove in a lab that plasma will
So you
give
don't know if
redshift.
there's plasma in space. With all the nebula clouds and everything, you don't know if those particles could be excited and give light. You don't know?
Well, if they're giving light, you see it. I mean, the stars to me are physical objects emitting light, like the sun.
That isn't the point. The point is that if there's plasma in space, you would get redshift from those lights.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's beyond my
You would get
my
that.
understanding.
Well, you're getting a frequency band. I mean, that's what they're picking up.
Yeah. And you can prove this in a lab. Literally, you can show plasma causing redshift.
Even though the object's not moving?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. Just the light. It's just the light perceived to you through the plasma. So, and this kind of is joined at the hip with attenuation in a way. So, and it seems to be the most obvious explanation. This is the true recap of the situation. One model has constantly had to shift the goalpost and change what its claim is to hijack the geocentric position over and over. And the geocentric model has remained standing unscathed the entire time. and not had to move the goalpost one time. Unless you want to say like, oh, you had Tycho Brahe, then you shift over towards the neo-Tychonic system. But the fundamental tenets of the models, one has constantly changed to become more like the geocentric model. The geocentric model just sat there the whole time. Like his first, he gave an example about, they used to say that the universe was eternal, and then everyone was like, oh, it's created. So you got the geocentric model. Obviously, the geocentric model invokes creation because it's in the center of everything. So it's like it had a creation, it had a beginning. And then they had to change their model from the heliocentric atheistic paradigm and say, oh, well, never mind, there was a beginning, it's not eternal, but it's a godless Big Bang. Same thing with, it's when the geocentric model says, when you look out into deep space, it's going to look like everything is moving in relation to the Earth because the Earth is in the center. The heliocentric model's prediction at that point was everything in deep space is going to be moving every which way with no regard to the Earth at all because the Earth is in this tiny little insignificant corner of the universe and it's a tiny speck of dust. You're going to see movement going everywhere. No one cares about the Earth on the grand scheme of things. The observations showed that everything, including the distant galaxies, moved in relation to the Earth. So that perfectly matched the geocentric model's prediction, directly went against the heliocentric model's prediction. So what did they do? Did they move to the geocentric model? No. They updated the heliocentric model to hijack the geocentric model's position, saying that everything's going to move in relation to us, and they claimed it was just an illusion. So that model constantly has to update to hijack the geocentric model over and over and over, while the other one just stays there unchanging and unscathed. It's so obvious what's going on.
And that's an insanely good way to put it. That is unbelievable. Like,
and yeah, what's hard for me to believe is why the universe is rotating. What's causing the entire universe that we observe to be rotating around us?
That's hard for you to believe, but not that there was a singularity that everything exploded from and expanded in all directions, but there's simultaneously no center, and that space is expanding 4 times faster than the speed of light.
I've got a lot of questions about that too.
Okay, right. So either way, there's crazy mechanisms going on in the sky. Everything majestically moving around the central point makes perfect physical sense. If you have rotation, you have a central point in all physical examples in the history of mankind. So
I mean,
the claim there is no center is just asinine and stupid.
I'd almost relate it. I'm just thinking, I'm going down the road here and I'm seeing signs and construction barrels and trees and other vehicles moving past me. I mean, I could
no curvature except for when you turn on your phone.
I could imagine that all that stuff's moving past me, or am I moving? And it just makes more sense to me to say that I'm moving.
Yeah. Okay. But you actually are moving though. So if you're just parked in your truck and if you're parked at your truck at a weigh station, and then there's a bunch of cars moving on the interstate beside you, does it make more sense to you to say that you're moving?
Well, you see the trees and the building and, all that other stuff is not moving. And, so that kind of takes it out of that situation. But it's just relating it to the Earth. It just makes more sense to me to think that I'm the one moving rather than the entire universe.
Okay. Like I'm okay with that. Like if your argument is that it makes more sense to you and that you side with that philosophical decision, I don't care. I do want to point out though that your reaction to my point that I spent all that time laying out, which is the most damning and most telling aspect of all of this, which is that the heliocentric model has constantly had to shift the goalpost and change and adapt its position to hijack the geocentric model's position, while the geocentric model has stood there unchanging and unscathed the entire time. Right? Your response was, well, it's just hard to think about why it would all be moving around. But did you really take in the point though? Because that's obviously what would happen if it was actually geocentric, right? Over time, your model's going to keep being shown to be wrong, and you're going to have to constantly update your model to hijack the geocentric position's claims. That's exactly what would happen if you were wrong.
Yeah, but see, that makes me think that all these astronomers and and astrophysicists, and I mean they're all doing their best to lie about their observations and what they see is going on and all that stuff. That they would all have to be doing their best to prove geocentrism wrong, kind of
But
thing.
none of them even think of it, bro. None of them even think about that, bro. I talk to them like they've never even considered geocentrism seriously ever. Like I talk to them and ask them. In fact, the ones that have, they're on the record saying it's actually more elegant and more adaptable. You know, I mean, so it's not that they're lying, bro. Lying requires attention.
Well, sorry to interrupt you guys. Michio Kaku said that he lied. Michio Kaku said that we lied to you. That would be him and his scientists. When he was speaking about gravity, he says, "There's nothing acting upon me now. We lied to you," and I can post him, and you can hear him say it. Okay.
Yeah, he did say that. He said nothing's pulling you to the earth. We lied.
I just want to point out the terrain theory. Like, I've known it for a long time that you can't plant certain plants in certain areas. You can't grow oranges in Texas, right? You can't grow apples here either. Or they won't grow very well if you can get them to grow at all, right? But it's the same thing with other things, right? You ever had the stuff build up on your battery terminals and your car won't start and you're like, oh man, this is going to be expensive. And then you just pour some Coke on it, take it off and clean it with a wire brush and then put some axle grease on it. And that stuff won't grow back. No matter what you do, it won't grow back, right? But I remember 8 years ago when I was first talking about flat Earth and someone said, what are you going to do now? You're going to question germ theory? And I was like, I never thought about that. I never thought to question germ theory. And before that, I'd never heard of terrain theory. So does terrain theory mean that germ theory isn't true? No, it's just something to consider. Like maybe if you're healthy and you take care of yourself and get good sleep, nutrition, meditation, and prayer, then maybe you won't get sick like everyone else. That doesn't mean that germ theory is incorrect. It's just most people haven't thought about it.
Yeah, Left Lane. I would also say, I mean, they're working a lot of in astrophysics and so on. They're working under a massive philosophical bias. So deeply embedded that their entire education. They paid a couple $100,000 in student loans to get the education. They went through the whole process. There's a lot of equipment that's used. Backed by billions of dollars of these larger, NASA and these other agencies and things that are running these telescopes. So, I mean, there's just a huge series of philosophical biases that are underneath it, and they're getting paid in a system based upon those. So that I don't think that can be underestimated how potent that can be in terms of keeping someone within an entire realm where they may be doing something that is actually false or they're actually not thinking something that's correct. That can happen in medicine, like Larry mentioned, the terrain theory. I mean, it can happen in a lot of different areas. And it can lead an entire industry, with a particular bias. And there have been other industries and other times where these biases have been revealed and exposed, and it was like you could look back and say, wow, for 50 years, this industry did what it did. And the whole thing was based upon false premises.
Yep, dude. Michio Kaku said this best in The Principle. Right. So when he was asked about the CMB, well, what does he think? If he did discover the Earth was in fact in the center, what would that do to him? And he just straight up says it, bro. He said, well, I'd probably go into deep depression. And I would think, wow, everything I've ever done in my entire profession is a waste. It's meaningless. But then once I finally got my senses about me, I would say, well, of course. Of course we are. Like he just straight up admits it. That's the answer. That's the answer, bro. People spend that much money learning this idea, do their entire they live their whole professional life out, built upon this philosophical premise. So they're blinded by that. That's why the Groovers don't like that, dude.
Yeah, that's absolutely so true. That's why I go around calling myself a professional expert specialist. Okay? Because what they're doing is speculating. I can call myself a professional expert specialist because I seem to know more than they do.
for all their qualifications and what they've got.
The ballers
Spreading,
hate Neil deGrasse Tyson and Michio Kaku because they're so honest about certain things. And Neil deGrasse Tyson is a very dishonest person, but Michio Kaku will say, dude, gravity's not pulling anything down to the earth. We lied to you. No one in my field uses a so-called scientific method. When we need this energy for the accelerative expansion, that's the biggest discrepancy in scientific history. It's off by 10 to the whatever power. 10 to the 12th. So that's why they don't like him. Oh, that dude's a quack. That dude's a well-accredited theoretical physicist in the top levels of your paradigm. Came up with one of the most famous theoretical ideas to try to explain away some of the problems called string theory. So if he's a quack, then your entire paradigm is stupid. Why is the quack at the top of it?
And I think the principle, as you mentioned it, and Scientism Exposed 1 and 2, these are like a must see for those heliocentrists and flat earthers alike as well. So you understand what's transpired in recent years now. They're arguing amongst themselves. They're realizing that things are not what they've been postulating, and it's great. Absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, but I mean, I was so impressed with how Michio, he's so unaware. He just straight up says, I would go into a deep state of depression. My whole entire life's work would be meaningless. Like, well, thanks for being honest, bro.
Is he authentically like kind of a rebel, or is it just does he just kind of say what's on his mind, or do you think he's like purposefully doing like an act?
Well, he was a string theorist, right? The string theorist is the one guy. He's the one guy that tried to make gravity work with all the other theories, and he knows that it's fucking possible that it doesn't work.
Yeah, so
he knows. He knows what's going on fully. He knows. He knows.
I think that's like his
speculation.
That's like his personality. Yeah, I think that's kind of like he built his reputation on being the guy that will just cut it to you straight. That's the idea.
Yeah, and I also think that because he is Japanese, he's taking a long look at his life, and he's probably looking at the legacy that he wants to leave behind as well. I'm sure he's contemplating that because as a child in Japan here, they learn moral education. It's a top subject that is taught. We don't get that at school. We get it mixed in with other subjects, but they have it as a subject. And I think that's also playing in the back of his mind. That's why he's being honest of recent years. Yeah.
Of course, he's certainly very deluded, but yeah, it's just like he'll answer questions more straightforward than we're used to hearing, because we're just not used to hearing the questions even asked. That's why the principal, everyone in that movie basically shit the bed for heliocentrism because they were actually asked the questions.
Hey, excuse me. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, Jen. Hey, brother. Great to see you. I just wanted to say, man, it's great to see you. I sent you a message. That's all. Check it out.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. Yeah, I'll check it in a minute. Thanks very much, Smurf.
Great to see you, man.
Great to hear your voice. Yeah, nice one. Yeah. And what Wisbit was saying is absolutely correct. I think that when they got together in the principle and that, they realized, some truths. That what it is. Sorry, this is what I was going to say. The flat earthers are rocking their world. That's what's actually happening because they can't pretend they don't know us. I mean, we've been hitting the media. We've been in the media as crackpots, tinfoil hats, but they won't debate us, so they know we are there. They know. And I love it.
Hey, Matthew and Left Lane, is this conversation making you guys second guess anything at all as far as geocentrism? Not flat Earth or anything. I'm just wondering about.
So I watched the principle
geocentrism
on Witzit's recommendation. I thought it was interesting. And I'd say I'm open to the idea that the solar system is near the center of the universe. I don't think that we have to say that it's not. But it hasn't made me question whether, the solar system, the center of the solar system is at the sun, and that kind of thing, but maybe the big picture stuff a little bit.
Well, what about the cosmic microwave background with the axis of evil crossing directly over the Earth?
Yeah, that's pretty puzzling. My suspicion would be that it's some problem with the data, but I'm open to the idea that it was part of the design. I have that as an option as a theist.
At this
Yeah,
point,
as a theist, I
get
have
this
the
thing.
option of saying that God made it that way, whereas people who believe in scientism don't.
Yeah, that's true.
That is true. That's like your out. That's my dad's out.
Oh well, and some of those outs might be true, right? I mean,
Yeah.
The fact that life exists and is well designed for this realm that we live in, it is well explained by the existence of an intelligent creator.
Oh, there's no doubt that there's an intelligent creator, right? But you can say, well, maybe God just made it that way to literally anything, right? So
yeah,
it
that's the
can't
God of
be
the
like
cap
our
problem.
yeah. So it can't be our only determination of what's true. Like God also made our brains to use logic,
Right.
so because my dad was triggering me with that. I'm like, yeah, he could, but what did he say he did? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, well, don't you think his son came here? So what did he say? But whatever.
Yeah.
What about you, Lefley?
Yeah, as far as the universe goes, I've always had the question, like, we've got the solar system orbiting the sun, and then our solar system is in the galaxy orbiting the supermassive black hole in the middle, and then so why is everything else not in the universe not orbiting something else rather than expanding? And so I'm kind of puzzled about that. But I'm like Matthew. I've got just my simple observations that confirm to me that the way I understand it makes sense to me. And
But you admit that it
Fair
could be
enough.
geocentric, right? Based on all your observations.
well, I haven't. Everything I know about the solar system or the universe is just what I've heard. I've not ever observed and don't have the capability of confirming or denying the redshift or the expansion and and I still wonder why everything's not orbiting something. Where is the middle? Where did the Big Bang start? Where is the center of the universe? And there's no answers for that.
There you go.
Yeah,
That's a good question. Yeah, but what the Andromeda galaxy is blue shifting.
Yeah, it's coming towards us.
That's weird, huh?
Yeah, it is.
It's almost as if it's maybe not based on direction.
Yeah,
But,
that doesn't make sense to me. So
yeah. But Gio, you see what I'm saying, bro? Like, you see how we can have so much more of a like chill in the park and have a picnic vibe with this topic.
Yeah, it does like kind of
cool.
like a middle ground. Like if you were, I mean, it's just kind of a funny analogy to think about it. But let's say like you're playing dodgeball or whatever. You're kind of like there's a heated debate going on, and then you have like what is that? Where you have kind of like the like there's like usually it's not really in dodgeball. I'm just kind of imagining if you have like two sides to a thing, and then you have kind of like a middle ground that's basically like a safe ground, basically where like both sides can exist without necessarily fighting. At least to that point.
It's like when the person gets hit with a dodgeball and they have to go stand on the sideline in the little box and they can't be hit anymore. And then they just start talking there while everyone's throwing the balls at each other.
Right. You mean the two teammates are shooting the shit? Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
They might kind of do that in hockey too. Like maybe at the high level hockey, they have the little, the penalty boxes are slightly separate, but I think in like other like college or, where, the guys in the penalty box are just talking, while the rest of their guys are out there fighting.
But because what I've found, bro, is this is such a big part of it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you got everyone in the world to get informed on this subject and to have to watch a lot of the NASA glitches, that would change everything, bro. And we haven't even got to flat Earth yet. We just changed the whole world, and we haven't even got to flat Earth yet.
You're saying geocentrism and NASA glitches, that combo?
Yeah, would change the world, in my opinion. Now, obviously, there's more to it, right? Because flat Earth shows you they can be like hiding land, bro. That's a big deal. But one of the biggest truths of flat Earth is that we're in the center. That right there is such a philosophical shift. Many of us believed in God before flat Earth. But when you find out that the Earth's in the center, bro, God becomes super real. You can't understand it until you experience it, though. You may think in your mind you think God's super real or whatever. But once you find out that the Earth is in the center, he has to be real. You know what I'm saying? Like, it becomes so real to you that it's like you really understand that there's a moral accountability. You really understand the importance of what you do. If that happened across the board, the world would be a better place in a week, like legit.
Yeah. Absolutely. Because if we, meaning everyone on Earth, are in the center, that means we're all like in this together, and there's a certain equality and a certain, like, I even think like synergy and working together, because it's like you're all in a room together, in a sense. You're all together. Whereas, yeah, if we're not the center, then it's just this like fundamentally isolating concept where you're this tiny speck floating amongst this huge sea of chaos. And, all of the tiny blue marble, that whole kind of awareness just creates like some core level of isolation that seems to create more of a tendency maybe for even competition, or for the way people hurt other people, like either robbing or stealing, or just in all of those ways. So yeah, like I have a lot of thoughts about how that very simple concept, because there's also the way that like the Newtonian Cartesian model has this like disenchantment quality to it. It's like disenchanting, whereas reversing that and coming to more of a holistic understanding of these things, it does the opposite. It brings enchantment and actual meaning into the world.
That's what I was just going to bring up, Gio. I was going to say, imagine if geocentrism won out over heliocentrism. There probably wouldn't be any atheists today.
No, there could only, if there were, it could only be short-lived. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you would just have to ignore it to be an atheist. And this. So you have the little small, cold, insignificant, dark corner of the universe, the tiny speck of dust. Okay, well now we're in the center. Okay, something else that came with was how we got here, and they say it's because of evolution. And what's the fundamental tenet of evolution? Survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest, which means you have to prioritize yourself over other people. It's a fundamental philosophy of selfishness that comes with the model.
Somebody would try to kick you in the balls and then run away, and then they would get flat smacked as they ran away. Like they would hit a wall. Boom. They would return and say, "Oh, I'm sorry. I kicked you in the balls."
Gio, what do you think about that? Like that's a whole different layer to why we see such depravity. Is the survival of the fittest mentality?
Absolutely, bro. The way you just said that was so spot on too. Yeah, I was like deeply marinating in that, because yeah, man, that's absolutely the case. Yeah, the survival of the fittest. Exactly. It's like a multiple angled punch, like getting punched from like 5 fists at the same time. It's like from different angles in the face. It's like you have the evolution story, the globe. It's like all of it together, like Big Bang, the globe, evolution, the outer space. And yeah, that last point you just said there, that survival of the fittest creates that base level of competition. You have to fight to get through school, to get the job, and you have to fight everyone else. There's just that underlying component. And I even think that this is what has led to this current world that we're in, like, the matrix, whatever you want to call it, this current kind of enslaved matrix. It all is based upon these fundamental philosophies and the cosmology that is the baseline for even being able to control people to the level that they have, and for people to be this docile to even allow it to happen.
It really is. Like when you're a kid and you're like going to church and stuff, like I was raised Catholic, but real quick, when you're doing that, but then you start getting into grade school and start to learn about science, and you're like, wait, like how does this reconcile? And you kind of have like your own battle in your head as to what to do. Like you almost have to pick. It just goes to show how fallen the world is, where we just kind of throw this heliocentrism at us and everything falls around us.
Dude, over 100 galaxies show blue shift instead of red shift. I'm just going to start saying that sentence to ballers over and over for a couple weeks. I think after about 2 weeks, we may start to have the conversation. I'm going to predict about 2 weeks.
Well, I mean, props
props
to Left Lane, because he admitted that there's problems with that. It makes him think. So
yeah,
that
I don't. Why is there a problem with galaxies?
Because everything's supposed to be moving away, expanding.
Could you give a few more details on maybe the distances to those 100 or any other additional information?
Chronic in the house.
Or I guess you're saying that there's only blue shift locally? I just cut to the chase.
No, I have no idea. I'm interested to hear more about the 100. What's up, Gio?
Yo, what's up?
How's it going?
Good, bro. How about yourself? So
chilling.
What are your thoughts on this? Well, see, I'm not even convinced that the blue shift, red shift is even picking up a distance variable. I think it's picking up a frequency, and then it's just being interpreted through a model that claims it's a distance variable.
Yeah, I mean, I'm stepping past that point. Like, I mean, obviously anyone could hold Witsit accountable for just stating that means he has to concede that red and blue shift are an actual thing. But I mean, I'm willing to step beyond that and just ask for more, for more details.
No, that's
What? First of all, red and blue shift is not exclusive to movement away or towards you. You understand that, right?
What are some other explanations for red shift?
Plasma. We just covered it. Plasma.
You're talking about reddening?
Attenuation.
Attenuation is the diminishment of light due to distance. Reddening is if it passes through gas and it scatters some of the blue, so it becomes a little bit red. Neither of those are redshift.
Buddy,
Yeah,
you can you can replicate redshift in plasma, objective, and your own model integrates the explanation for additional redshift, more redshift than supposed to be there, by accounting for attenuation inside the universe. Okay, so
I think
let's deny our own religion.
Maybe we're using different terms. Reddening happens during sunsets and sunrises, and the same thing can happen out in space too.
Yeah, the paper that you gave me that I looked at that related to redshift and attenuation was not actually saying that the attenuation caused redshift. It was saying that they were studying a certain wavelength of ultraviolet which was being redshifted, and they were studying the attenuation of that wavelength that just happened to be being redshifted.
No, objectively, they actually say that certain gas or certain like dust and stuff like that in the universe affects the redshift readings because of attenuation.
Yeah, but
because there's redshift anomalies. Yeah, in a second, I'm reading. We'll Google it.
Yeah, if you're only using imaging, sure. Kosho pointed that out a few minutes ago.
I think I feel that the machinery they use, the equipment being used to give us these distances are, when you look inside the actual equipment, that means break it down, open it up, and look at the components. You'll find that they cannot do what they claim they can do. That's all you got to do,
Oh, that's just simply conjecture, but.
And the funny part is, even their excuse for the local one, right? Their local excuse is super funny, because what they're saying is that the gravitational effect overcomes the expansion of the universe, and they claim that the expansion of the universe goes at least 4 times faster than the speed of light.
Right.
And they say that gravity just overcomes it.
Yeah.
You know, a minute ago, you guys were telling Gio about how it's cool to have a nice, chill conversation. And these conversations get unchill when you start using that mocking laughter.
I think it's fair. We didn't
Negator,
start.
I think we need to let him do the mocking laughter because that's all he has instead of arguments. So I think
I just dunked all over heliocentrism for like an hour straight, bro. Where were you?
Yeah, that's right. We've been destroying.
Are we gonna have a chill argument, or
yeah, I think we
should go south?
I'm a fan of keeping it chill. So I was gonna say this, Jen. It makes me like the spectroscopy thing. Makes me think of this in chemistry, for example. You can claim certain ideas about electrons and protons and neutrons and chemistry and how those links are occurring, and you can label them, and you can have the periodic table of elements, and you can build a whole model around it. But at the end of the day, two elements, when they blend or combine, are doing something. There's an actual thing that's occurring, and they're just applying that model to it and calling it things and labeling it things. I think of that in a similar way with the spectroscopy. Like, they are getting frequency readings, but they're adding a model to it that involves a presumption of how those frequency ratings are linked to distance. And once they make that assertion, and they have that as a core foundational philosophical tenet by very highly financed universities and so on that are teaching these things, and the equipment is being replicated, they're going off that fundamental philosophical assumption.
Yeah, all from a false premise anyway, but I'm with you on that. Yeah, absolutely. And at the end of the day, it's still pure speculation because you would still have to go there to go and check it. That's how you confirm. It's still speculation, even with the equipment that they have.
Right, but they will.
I'll accept.
I totally agree, but they will claim that they have that equipment. Of course, they're gonna. Well, the probing.
And I'll
they're
say,
claiming.
Can I look at your equipment, please? Yeah, bring it in. Let's open up. Come on, children, everybody. I'm going to expose it now. Give me my club. Bang, 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 bang. Open it up. Come on. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at that.
Well, I'm not even saying that's the problem. I'm not saying that there's something faulty in the equipment. When it comes to spectroscopy, it's very real equipment. It picks up frequency bands, essentially. Yeah. So
distance claimed though, 40 billion light years and silly numbers like that.
Yeah. I mean, the thing that does make it more complex, though, is that on Earth, if you move, you can get redshift and blue shift effects in different ways. And one of those ways is by changing the distance of an object that's emitting light.
Yeah.
So they are actually linking it in that way, which not that I have any need to concede or not concede, but if I was going to concede on at least the part of spectroscopy as to why they're applying it, there is that component to it. Is that on Earth in a lab, only in a very highly controlled environment, however, but they can get those red shifts and blue shifts. But there's multiple ways to get them. Like Witsit was mentioning, it can also be plasma with light attenuation, and electrical fields can also create it as well. So there's multiple ways to get that effect. All the spectroscopic device is doing is just picking up the actual frequency band.
But are we getting those frequency bands at 20, 30, 40, 100, 40 billion light years away? Come on.
Right. The only way it's been replicated on Earth is in a very controlled lab setting.
Yeah, I have an interesting test that I want to hear your thoughts on. So, you have your spectrometer instrument on like a telescope or something, and let's just say there's like two bright like stars, not galaxies, but just like two bright luminaries up there in the sky that are right next to each other. They're very close. You're basically looking at the same exact part of the sky, but they're just next to each other. And you have your spectrometer, and you make your measurements of the spectrum of one of the stars over the course of a night. Let's just say one night, and you can measure the position of some spectral features and lines and emission lines or whatever you want to call them, frequency bands, whatever. And then you do the same exact measurement on the star right next to it, the second star, and you compare those two measurements over the night. And one of the measurements over the course of the night, these frequency bands are shifting blue and red, constantly moving left, right for one of the stars. With the second star, these frequency bands are basically stationary and not moving. What type of interpretation would you come up for that?
Well, first thing I would say is that I think they're like there's a lot of ways to describe them, but they're like radioscopic frequency devices, like cymatic, like radio frequency pulsations. But there's many.
I'm not sure I follow that language.
There's all kinds of word salad dressing that could be used to describe.
I didn't claim you're using word salad. I've just
no, this is a salad dressing. This is before the actual word salad. This is the dressing. This is what we're going to ladle the
Could I guess?
But I'm just kidding. Okay, so anyways,
you can guess after.
What I was going to say is that like for example, here's what I was actually just trying to say, just in more simplistic terms. The stars are like pulsating cymatic frequency things, whatever they are, luminaries, etc., whatever they are. There's a lot of different ways to describe them, and they seem to be doing these different like pulsings and wave patterns. That's why when we see them twinkling like this, it's so beautiful, because they're all making these actual like essentially it's like a sine wave. They're like unique sine wave frequencies, and they do different things. Some of them are more stable, like some of them are more pulsating. Some of them flicker really quick, really fast. Some of them flicker much more slowly. Some of them pulse through like different cyclical patterns where they'll go like one way, another way, like there'll be different pulsations. That is also creating like sacred geometrical patterns, and like the images that are being posted in the chat, it creates those actual cymatic frequencies. So, but to answer the main question, you're saying like one of them's going blue, red, blue, red, blue, red. Well, obviously that wouldn't have to do with the distance, because why would it be jolting around? But anyways, then the other one is just stable. I would say from my perspective that they're unique luminaries. They have their own unique frequencies and pulsations. And the redshift and blue shift effect is not something that is necessarily related to distance, but it's something connected to the actual light emissions that the star itself is putting out.
Okay. I never claimed it had anything to do. Go ahead, Matthew.
You can minimize the twinkling of stars by using telescopes on high mountains. And so in those cases, the stars aren't twinkling on clear, cold nights. So I think that the twinkling of the stars might have something different to do than with the redshift he was talking about.
Yeah,
they still twinkle on mountains. I talked to an astronaut about it.
There were quite a few, quite a few kind of like indicators in your explanation that kind of demonstrated to me personally. Maybe you can disagree, but it demonstrated to me that you might not, with all due respect, of course, might not kind of fully like fully, I don't know, understand the situation that I laid out. Like
and one of them was pulsating blue, red back and forth. The other
I never
one was
said
stable.
Pulsating.
You said shifting back and forth.
It's the popo. That's what it is.
So
it's just a magnetic field that's moving around. Real fast though, what I want to act before we get into that, dude, it's like the question was about the whole redshift thing, right? And so don't you guys use redshift to determine the distance in the first place? Imagine thinking it's like a logically sound argument to say only galaxies that are local to us blue shift, but you used the red and blue shift to determine the distance in the first place.
Not the distance, the speed towards or away from.
No, the distance. They use redshift to determine distance.
No, they use it to determine radial velocity. Then from that, try to guess at distance.
They
redshift distance relation. Redshift distance relation is what it's called using Hubble's law. Okay, so if we are going to determine the distances using redshift, then turn around and say only the galaxies close to us have some blue shift. We see the ones that are super far away only have redshift. That's just an egregious begging the question where you determine the distance with redshift and then said, look, the way we know our theory is right is because all the stuff that's further away only redshift. That's how you determined that they were allegedly far away in the first place, though.
The entire context of my scenario was lost, but I digress.
Yeah, it was a binary star system.
You ignored the point.
Huh?
Right.
No,
because you shifted from the actual point, though.
There was a lull in the conversation. I just posed an interesting scenario. That's all. We can.
Yeah, it was. I would say you were describing a binary star system.
And what about that star system would lead to that red and blue shifting?
The star coming towards you and then going away from you.
Pretty good.
It's a magnetic field. It's in a magnetic field.
It's because
it could be an incorrect interpretation, but I kind of like the sound of it.
Yeah,
it's in a magnetic field.
So wait, you agree it might be incorrect? That's an interesting way to start your worldview ideas. But but I hear you. Yeah. Well, no, yeah. I mean, you are seeking truth and willing to keep everything on.
You can't just blurt magnetism like what's it with zero kind of substantive follow up. But
why does a vortexual motion inside of a magnetic field not explain it moving away and towards us?
Ooh,
it can, but I need some substance. You
just have a double torus field. You got a double torus field. You got two motions: vortex, anti-vortex. You have it moving around from the torus field.
Sure, and an almost identical line of sight star that's immediately next to it shows nothing.
It's not moving within the magnetic field. Yeah, you move relative to your position within the torus field.
It's not moving within. I mean,
well, have you heard the idea?
Unsubstantiated claims, though.
You know, with sonoluminescence, which is sound emitted in an air bubble that creates light, like a star in a jar. So if they're sonoluminescent, then the thing that would actually be causing the pulsations is the actual sound frequency part of it.
Yeah,
and
so
it's all happening within the magnetic field, of course. It's all happening electromagnetically and electrostatically, but the sound pulsations would be making at least part of what's making the difference between one of them that's shifting red, blue, red, blue, red, blue back and forth, and another one that's just stable.
So sonoluminescence, is it achromatic? Is that an achromatic phenomenon, or is that a chromatic phenomenon? Meaning, does that phenomenon that you're describing have an effect? Does it depend on a specific frequency or wavelength of light that this happens, or is it continuous across the entire EM spectrum? So
that is an excellent point. What I would say to that
is rhetorical because I know the answer.
It's an excellent
that's why
point.
it can't.
I would say that the gases. I would say that that's where the gases come in, because when there's different gases and plasmas, that's when the actual chromatic components can be involved.
It's rhetorical, but
no, he just gave you an answer. So
what? Just by saying words, though.
No, just a different density distribution of the plasma or whatever the medium is itself is going to cause a different output of frequency. You can laugh, but you have the audacity to say unsubstantiated claim. You actually have the audacity to put those words together while actually advocating for your position. I don't understand.
Yeah, but the scenario I laid out, I was kind of looking. I mean, I'm not surprised it went this way, but the underlying idea is that you propose an explanation for this phenomenon beyond, and it's not surprising that it's not substantiated, but the hope is that it's can be backed up and it's beyond just a verbal claim. There's maybe
a hypothetical question.
Oh no,
we can literally show
it's based on
gradient within a plasma will give you a different output of frequency in a lab.
And that's
the best we could do is replicate it in a lab, because in my viewpoint, I understand NASA's claiming that they're probing the sky and going out and floating in a thing, but I don't think the sky is accessible to humans. I think it's been this way since the dawn of time, always will be. Now, maybe in like an out of body experience or some kind of transcendent experience, then sure, like we could expand beyond. But in a physical human body, I don't think it's even possible to go to the stars to ever get a sample or ever even get, close enough to it to even see, too much more than we can see here. But we can replicate these things on Earth. So the fact that it can be replicated is pretty key.
Yeah, I thought you were asking for speculation. I thought you were saying if we saw this.
Yeah, I was asking for a personal. Yeah, I was asking for a personal kind of like interpretation. Which I do appreciate. I appreciate getting it.
What's its answer?
I don't. But
you said it wasn't backed up by anything. It was speculation.
Exactly. I don't have a problem with his answer. My follow up is that sounds interesting. Can you provide are there sources? Are there like things I can read other than just Discord verbal? So I never completely shunned his potential explanation at all.
I didn't even hear
you. Slightly aggressive.
I didn't even actually hear you clarify, like even ask your question. Really, I only used context once I came back.
Okay, maybe that's why. I started out saying it's low. Okay, I started out by saying it's not necessarily local, but it's not galaxies that this scenario is looking at. It's spectroscopic measurement of just individual bright stars next to each other. But anyway, we can continue the conversation.
What about it? What about it? Wait, I just don't even know the fundamental thing you laid out. Is what I'm trying to.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to.
I think we should. Okay, here's what he originally said. He said there's two stars. He's using the spectroscopic, and he's aiming it at one and getting redshift, blue shift back and forth. He aims it at another one that's pretty close to it, and it's only blue shifting. That was his original thing.
No, it's stationary. It's not blue or red. It's the lines are stationary. You make the observations over the course of a night. So you have, time by time observations over the course of a whole night.
Yeah.
One star is red shifting, blue shifting. The other star right next to it is stationary. It's not, the spectral features are not, moving.
Okay. Wait, how can anything be stationary in your model? I'm confused.
What do you
mean?
They're
like neutral on the band lines.
Yeah.
But they have to be moving away from me though?
No, see, this is a fundamental I don't know if it's a misinterpretation, a misunderstanding, or I'm talking about individual stars, which are theoretically local, that are not like subject to cosmological redshift on the huge galactic scales. That's the scenario that I laid out. Does that make sense?
Okay, so what's causing the other one to be redshift and blue shift?
Well, I'm asking that's the core of the question. I'm asking for your interpretation.
Yeah, but you
said magnetism.
To speculate, it was unsubstantiated. So I want to hear what your answer is.
Well, Left Lane gave a great explanation, description of what my opinion or theory is on
yeah, so can we do that? Okay, so I said some things. I would even like to say more about it, but I will, obviously, I've already said some things. Wizard said some things as well. I think we both have a lot more to say about that. But yeah, Chronic, why don't you, since you brought the thing up originally, obviously you weren't really very positively, seemingly open to the discussion of what we were mentioning, which is fine if that's where you're at. But you did ask.
I completely was.
If you want to continue it, that could be interesting. But yeah, perhaps you should share what you think it is now, since you brought up the whole thing.
I completely was open to and received all interpretations, I think, kind of well without shutting them down instantly, completely. It just would have been nice with a little sort of more backup. That's all. But look, I mean, Left Lane explained it very very concisely and very well, in my opinion. So
well, I didn't hear what anything Left Lane said related to your.
It's going away and coming back. What is which star?
Well, you can give as one I mean, that's one possible interpretation for it.
Well, that's what he said.
Okay, so why can't that be within a magnetic field? Why can't that be within a magnetic field, though?
I'm not saying it can't. I'm asking for a bit more detail. You're just saying the word magnetism.
Well, there's whatever you're calling a star, they're different. Okay, so say they have different levels of coherency or movement.
What makes them different though?
Well, that's a good question. What are they? what even are they before I can tell you what makes them different? So now I have to make
point sources of light in the sky.
You know how humans are unique? Like we have like the whole like unique fingerprints, and we're obviously all unique people. No two are the same. Mm-hmm. So the stars seem to reflect that same pattern. They're all
but a lot of people have like the same nose. A lot of people have a nose that looks similar. A lot of people have eyes.
That's why there is overlap with the stars, but they're still all unique.
Well, wait, why? What was your problem with his claim of cymatics, like via sonoluminescence, basically? What was your rebuttal?
So it's from what I know about sonoluminescence, it's an achromatic type of phenomenon, meaning you see this specific phenomenon, how sound can create a spark of light or along those lines in a discrete way. Not in a way where you're taking a spectroscopic observation across an entire spectrum of an object.
You mean it's only like white light? It's only white light, basically?
Yeah, achromatic, yeah.
Because that's what you're saying. Because the thing about that is, now I would like to see, it'd be amazing to do some more advanced like sonoluminescent experiments, because this can be all done in a laboratory. And I hear you on the achromatic thing. My response to that is that you need the gases to create the different spectrums. So it'd be interesting to do sonoluminescent tests where we're adding gas to the air bubble that we're emitting the sound in to actually get.
What is sound? Sound's not a thing, and it's not emitted anyway, right? Like sound is a vibration of a medium. So if you have a plasma medium with a vibration within it, based on the actual source of that energy, i.e. stars are different, they have different vibrational resonance, then you have a different output within the medium. So that's what I'm like, sound, there is no such thing as sound waves. There's air, and then we get sound. We get sounds through the medium, because that's a fact. Can I talk
No,
to you
I know.
and
I
you
didn't
hear
mean
me
to. I
do a
didn't mean to
vacuum?
chuckle.
Can you hear me do a vacuum chamber?
Dude, he's making good points, man.
I don't know. Let's test it. No, I know. I apologize.
It's not polite to just laugh in someone's face.
I actually saw Essie's. No, it actually wasn't anything what Witsit was saying. It was Essie's picture in the chat. But
well, as Jeremy would say, it's still going in your file. But okay.
Yeah.
So look, if you're talking to vacuum, you can't hear. All right. So the sound, I don't emit sound waves. Waving is a motion, right? So like I create a vibration in my body that then we interpret as sound once it comes out of my body, creating a perturbation within the air. You need the air to have the sound. The sound is actually just the air vibrating. Okay. So that's a fundamental misunderstanding about what the sonoluminescence itself is. It's actually a specific concentrated vibration of that medium. In this case, it was water. Now let's switch it over to plasma. So let's create different perturbations within plasma, and let's see what happens. And
Sure.
we may have a whole range of spectroscopic readings within different frequencies inside of the plasma.
Maybe. I mean, I don't claim to know that answer. We should see if any experiments are done on that.
And this is why. Okay.
But as far as I know, though, back to the astronomical context of a single bright star, this is wavelength independent, frequency independent. Whether you want to use wavelength or frequency or whatever, that you will see a spectral line that's at 712 nanometer that's shifting blue and red identically, and at an identical size of shifting as a different spectral line that you might measure that is near 400 and something nanometers, like bluer light. You'll see an equivalent amount of shifting red and blue. That's sort of what I'm pointing out. But your plasma experiments, I'm not discounting them. It's sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
but this is why I also brought up magnetism. So you can actually show in the lab that magnetism will give you red and blue shift, and actually based on where it is in the magnetic field, you'll get both red and blue shift, like both red and blue shift within a magnetic field, and this can be demonstrated. That's what I'm saying. And then now it's like, okay, well, how separated from magnetism is sonoluminescence? Because what is sound? What is frequency? What is vibration? Is it not intrinsically magnetic? Because you have incoherent and coherently magnetic. So there's
I think we both agree.
This is the problem with.
I think we both agree. Sound is. I mean, we can go down a huge rabbit hole, but I'm pretty sure you and I both agree that at a fundamental level, sound is different in many ways than light is, but in some ways they're similar.
Yeah, well,
at
like
very
Tesla,
elementary.
Yeah, but Tesla said it best: light is nothing more than a sound wave in the ether. Either way, but I am curious as to your answer about this. How do we determine the distance to distant galaxies?
Well, there's a few ways.
Okay, but obviously one way is redshift. What are the other ways?
The surface density, the surface brightness of a galaxy certain types of galaxies can have distance indicators on them, like quasars or galaxies with active galactic nuclei in the center. There's quite a few different ways actually, but
we have a ton of discrepancies with redshift and quasar. I don't feel like we can even use that within your pair. Yeah, oh yeah. So their position doesn't make sense because of the high energy output in the redshift observed relative to their disk. They should be closer to the edge. But anyway, like what I'm trying to understand here is if the primary way we determine the distance to galaxies is redshift, do you see how it's incredibly circular to say, well, we only see redshift in the distant galaxies, and the only time we see blue shift is when the galaxies are closer? Well, you determined that the other ones were further away using redshift in the first place.
But imagine, I understand what you're saying. I'm not ignoring it or glossing over it at all. But for a moment, just imagine that we make no presuppositions. We make no, like, nothing is assumed. We're starting from, first principles. And all we know how to do is, measure the spectrum, or, features that indicate to us, our interpretation is something is moving toward us or moving away, right? Nothing about distance is assumed or anything. Then just naively, what follows from that is that there is a very small number. I'm not saying the word local or anything. There's just simply a small number of these galaxy objects that are indicating a blue shift in the measurement.
Okay.
Then there's a 99.99, however many, what other, percentage of all the other galaxy objects that we're measuring indicate a redshift. That's it. If you start from there, then there's tons of questions you can ask. Yeah.
Well, let's clarify for the room, though. So when you say that, and that's true, there's only, like, they say 100 out of the billions. Okay. Yeah. But they're talking about the overall, like, final output of the spectrum. Meaning, like, even in the other ones, you'll see red and blue, but there's that the overall spectrum of the galaxy as a whole is redshift. So it's not that it's completely void of blue shift. It's that the galaxy as a whole doesn't show blue shift.
I mean, are you talking about differential rotation on one side of a galaxy versus the other, or what? I mean, I would ask you to elaborate a little more, but that's fine. We can continue with the.
Okay.
Is that what you're referring to?
Well, there's a few different things that I see. You guys have explanations for it, but I just say that it's fundamentally important to point out that when we're talking about the red shifts and the blue shift, we're talking about, like, the galaxy as a whole.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, people may not seem. People think that when you look at these
distant
galaxies, it's just red shift.
That's on top of yes. I mean, this gets, like, a level deeper. Like I said, differential rotation is you can measure that. You can measure that lower level, but on top of that, there is still an overall redshift. Even like a spiral galaxy that you see, one side is kind of blue shifted, the other side is red shifted. Even on top of that, the expected spectral lines for those blue shifted side of the galaxy are still redder than some quote unquote nearby galaxies, closer galaxies.
Yeah, but I mean, that's why if you think about something like attenuation, if it actually were further away, then it would make sense. But I don't even believe the distance thing, because there's a fundamental flaw in the assumption. But, like, I'm even talking about, they say stuff like, like stars or gas clouds within the galaxies will show a variety of redshift and blue shift due to their local motions, but the overall shift of the galaxy, certainly the distant ones, are redshifted. So that would be, like, an accurate way to depict the paradigm's understanding. Right. So okay.
I mean, we don't disagree there.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that I think a lot of people don't know that. They're gonna think that, like, just everything in the galaxy is redshift. Like, well, you see redshift, blue shift all over the place. It's just that the overall shift is red. But
in our paradigm, there's not that much, like, in our paradigm, there's not depending on where you look, there's not a crazy significant amount of, like, attenuation that you'd expect from, like, intergalactic, plasma and shit like that. In our paradigm, you can claim there's a ton of, like, invisible stuff, but.
Well, I just don't believe your paradigm's assumption of the medium at all.
Sure, that's of course, yeah.
Yeah, I think it is much more plasma and fluid, but either way. So, like, my point is, how do we actually know what other and I don't know the answer. I'm assuming there has to be some. But, like, what would be the other distinguishing factors to determine distance? If I look at some galaxies and they look like they're moving towards me, quote unquote, because they're blue shifting, what other thing can I use outside of redshift and blue shift to determine that those galaxies are closer?
I mean, there's several that I'd have to do a little bit of research, but you can measure the differing surface brightness of galaxies. If you get a spectroscopic measurement that's not redshift, like, completely, there's different, subtle features baked into the spectrum that's not just specifically redshift related. Like, what the current, what the paradigm, what the understanding, the mainstream understanding of like the star formation rate and how stars, form over time and go through bursts, bursts of star formation and then droughts of star formation, a bunch of different stuff like Cepheid variable star, like specifics. If a galaxy is close enough, but it's still, far enough that it has a net redshift, then there's specific types of bright stars that kind of can be used as a distance ladder. I think like Cepheid variable stars within galaxies themselves, if they're bright enough to be detected. I mean, you could do a proper pretty thorough research, like search online for this type of stuff.
Yeah, I will, because this is a crucial part here. But I'm being assumptive with this next remark, but I'm quite confident. This is why the model is so unfalsifiable, because what I'm assuming is going to happen is when I begin to look into, let's say, the brightness, because that makes sense, right? Luminosity based on how far away it is. It's like, oh, it's brighter, it's closer. But then I can almost guarantee that if you look into these blue shifting galaxies that are supposedly closer, so they should be brighter, and we're going to use that as one of the ways to determine that they're closer. There's going to be a whole
what if they're
list
what
of
if they're a
anomalies.
small what if they're a small galaxy that's closer?
Well, there you go. Or what if they're bigger but further away, and you're assuming that they're smaller but closer?
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. So if I look into it,
Well, we're not disagreeing then.
But I'm saying there will be a list of luminosity anomalies. Like, oh, well,
I mean, if you look hard enough, you could find an anomaly like in anything. What's it? You know that. You should know that.
No. That's not my point. My point is that
how many millions of anomalies there are in like the Bible or something.
But
go ahead.
That's the point. But I acknowledge that I require faith to believe in the Bible. So if we get into these anomalies, if I start digging down, because this happens every time I look into a specific subject in astronomy or
that's exactly what I said. Or in anything, you don't even have to specify.
No, not anything.
Okay.
So listen, man, as I start doing it, what's going to happen is I'm going to find all these speculative, completely made up ideas of what causes those discrepancies. They're not verified at all. So the reason this isn't as bright as it's supposed to be is because there's probably some asteroid dust in there. And then there's attenuation.
Okay.
And that's real. I just talked to Professor Parks. He's like, well, some people think dark matter is a bunch of asteroid dust that's very dim and we can't see it. It's like, oh, so did someone just make that up? So that's what I'm saying.
But you're low key advocating, and most of the time, I mean, sometimes it's way off the deep end, in my opinion. But a good amount of the time, you're subtly explaining the point of current research, why it's still why the final answer for everything in existence hasn't been found yet at a fundamental level.
But the reason that I bring up the discrepancies and anomalies is not to suggest that a small discrepancy debunks an entire theory. It's to elucidate the fact that it's flooded in anomalies, yet they're compartmentalized. So the overall representation can still be, oh, we know that we're so accurate about all this stuff, when in fact that's not the case. Because when you compile all the anomalies, they all contradict themselves. It's a whole shit show, and there is no way, no foundation that someone can say we know what's going on up there, because we don't. So one of the things I always see granted in this conversation is the distances. It's like people just are like, oh, well, yeah, it's considered a sufficient rebuttal for someone to say only the local galaxy's blue shift. Mm-hmm. But you use redshift to determine the distances, dude. Everyone knows that's the primary way that you do it.
That's why I try to back you down to the. That's why I tried to reverse the plot, the story, the explanation. Back down to the first principles, just the fundamental way of using logic to think about it, without even throw out any presupposition that you're making on any distances. That it comes down to, what is an interpretation? What's a logical explanation that can be reconciled with everything else we understand or think we understand very well? To explain why just these 100 galaxies seem to have a net blue shift, while all the other 99.9% seem to have a net redshift. Then you get into the explanations. Then you get into the scientific history of people way back proposing plasma cosmology as the answer, or the best interpretation, or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then a more an explanation that is more consistent with all the other empirical observations and studies that have been made supersedes that. And it's fundamentally a discussion about history of science
But you can see my point though. It's like what Kosho was like, but we know that it only happened on the local galaxy. And if we were to see it happen on the distant galaxies, then that would be a problem that we can't explain. That's an egregious begging the question though. Of course it only happens on what I would recommend you determined that they were not distant.
But I would implore you to take some time and do the research on some of the other. I think another one of the big ones is like supernovae, or like what I mentioned earlier, Cepheid, a specific type of variable star that is a historically a good, what the mainstream considers a good indicator of a distance measurement. And these specific types of variable stars are found in galaxies at any presumed at any estimated distance, close, far, whatever. So it's just be interested to come back in the future and after you've researched a little of that and discuss more about it.
Yeah, think about this. I don't even know about that. I have to look into it. It's like if you have all kinds of galaxies or all kinds of stars, and they're like, within this galaxy, there's a couple stars that help me verify what about all the other stars? What about the stars that don't? Or like, what about when I look at some of these stars and they don't match the galaxy distance assumption? Well, then those are just anomalies. And if we slap the word anomaly on there, then we're good.
Well, I mean, that's the. I mean, I kind of understand what you're saying, but it's like I don't know. It doesn't. I don't follow it too closely because you're kind of just wildly saying, what about all these other things that are not the specific thing that we're studying? Of course, there's a bunch of other different boring normal stars there's boring normal stars that don't have these specific phenomena, these specific variable features that we need to get a reliable distance estimate. So of course they're boring in that sense, but they may be interesting in some other context.
Well, just because I don't
Cepheid variable, CEPH. It's like for distance measurement, something like that. Cepheid variable star for distance measurement. You'll find a crap ton of examples, empirical studies and research, and probably even mainstream science articles that try to explain it for the layman, stuff like that. All right, Essie is begging me to look at his links. Yeah, CEPHEID.
Oh, you typed it, yes. Yeah, so I have it pulled up here. Okay, yeah. I mean, I'll look into it. I would obviously, my first question would obviously be what distinguishes these stars from the other ones? And surely to God, the answer is not the very exact variable used to measure distance, because that's just going to be ridiculous. Well, and that's almost always what it is.
You'll be interested to find out then. Leave it at some research to be conducted. What is Essie pointing out these baby galaxies again? I really don't want to rehash the conversation again, but if he wants to, we can.
So you don't have to do anything. It's right there for you to see. They've done spectroscopic measurements, and these things shouldn't be where they are.
So is there some updated research results, findings, things?
Well, I posted a few things there. Let me see which one is of interest. Well, they're all of interest.
Are these related to the 1700 far newly discovered or 700 galaxies at big redshifts that are discovered?
Well, these are the specific 6 or 7. Here, read the one at 153 where they did the follow-up spectroscopy.
Hold on one second. I clicked a link. So you gotta give me a second. I'm reading.
No rush.
Sure.
Like we said before, nothing is conclusive, but it's starting to look pretty bad. Pretty bad.
Well, I see a quote here from the primary scientist who led this the new study, and it's a quote directly from him. I think it's a guy who says, "We're not really finding evidence of these overmassive objects within our sample." That can't be right. That completely debunks you can't use this source then, because it goes against what you're trying to claim.
Wow, I guess I should give it up then. That one statement that you just made settles everything. Yeah.
I mean, that's more than some people on your side
embarrassed
use.
and defeated. I'm going home.
All right, so what time in the chat is this other thing you wanna look at?
There's a whole bunch of them, but 153 is one of them.
53.
Where they did a follow-up. Remember you were saying that they just did the visual one? And I told you, well, no, I think they did spectroscopy as well.
Yeah, this is from the abstract of the paper that Kosho and I sent you like last week. Yeah, this is the exact text from the paper we sent you.
Well, I read many papers. I don't know where I got this from, but there you go. I mean,
Yeah,
there's
so in
anomaly they found.
In
What?
table two of that paper that you're quoting the abstract from, in table 2 they give the photometric only measurements and then their follow-up with spectroscopy and their revised redshift measurements.
Right. And you relied, last time we talked, you relied on Kosho for the calculations. And I don't know, you weren't here, but he said he made a mistake. We should have a talk with Kosho on that. And I think you should readjust your calculations. But even with the numbers that Kosho did, they were still not where they should have been.
Regardless of what me and Kosho are saying, even we could all be saying incorrect things. The thing to cite and to return back to is the actual scientific paper. So
show me exactly what you mean. Don't post me a thing of 1,000 words.
Yep.
Show me, outline it, maybe redline it, or
I
something
swear I bookmarked this because I knew it would come up again. Hold on, let me.
Okay. You have one thing, but like I said, we have many scientists. We have Michio Kaku saying that, oh my God, we have to rewrite history, and
come on,
I'm gonna have to throw in my hat all the work that I've done, and so on. There's so many scientists. I mean, yeah, you're like on life support right now. Your model is on life support.
Let's stay cordial. Let me get this link for you.
Chronic's gonna get him up to speed.
Yeah.
He's gonna come here, get what he needs, gonna get it out there. It's all gonna happen.
Good one. Yeah.
Yeah, Michio Kaku was devastated. Like, he was saying, oh my God, all my work, all these years that I've done, we're gonna have to rewrite history and rewrite. He was like down and out. Like, he was just, and not just him, many other scientists were saying, oh God, we might have to rewrite cosmology. We might have to start from scratch.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
All right, here's a link that you've been sent. Gosh, what is it, like 5 times now? Maybe 6?
I didn't ask you for a link.
What?
What did I ask you for?
What?
I asked you for exactly like I did. In the link, find where it says exactly what you said, and please outline it.
Okay, so you want the link or you don't want the... You only want the explanation?
I want the link. Thank you for the link. Now highlight where in the link it says that,
yes.
please, like I did.
Okay. All right, I will. Give me a second. It's going to be...
I'm not saying it's not there, but I don't want to spend like an hour finding it.
Yeah, that's fine.
And we'll take it from there.
Page 20, table number 2, which can be found on page 20.
Can you please post it for us?
Come on, Essie.
What? You can't do it? Look how many things I posted for you. You can't click, like copy and come on, man. Take a snapshot.
Essie, you're asking him to exert a lot of extra muscle power there.
I know thumb calories.
We gotta save our clicker fingers.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. I gotta start like charging you a consulting fee. You come back to this point so many times.
How much do you charge per click?
Yeah.
There we go. There's page 20. You can see on the top left of the paper, and this is table 2.
Okay, where does it say what you're saying?
Yeah. So in column number, yeah, I'll get it for you in a second. Oh, Witsit did the job also. In column number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In column 5, do you see the label for column 5? The 5th column over? What that label says? Come on, you can't. Come on, I don't want to do 100% of it. Demonstrate that you're following along at least with me.
Stop being such a jerk and tell me exactly where to look, dude.
I'm the jerk when you're
playing. Stop playing. Like, we know your game, bro. We deal with people like you. Stop playing what you're doing. Don't do it.
I'm being very
welcoming.
Look, I'm being very welcoming. I'm being very cordial. And I'm giving a significant amount of free effort to you, $0 consulting fee. And I'm just asking for like 2% effort from your side. Come on.
Well, he's just asking you to like present it, like give it like a 30-second thing, like show us what you're just for everybody, not just
Sure. In table 2, column 5, the redshift measurement from photometry only. That's imaging only. They give their measurements in column 5. And then in column 6, 7, and 8, they give their measurements for the redshift using spectroscopy, which is needed for a reliable redshift measurement. Was that 30 seconds? Done.
And what exactly did you think you said now? And do you think anybody understood anything and proved anything of what you said right now?
Come on, man.
Where does it say that they got everything wrong, like you said, and this is the final result, and this is it now? These are the numbers. Where does it, and tell me, where does it place the age and the mass of those galaxies, please?
I can't do it again, Essie. This is the 5th time, man.
Your game isn't going to work. You didn't do nothing. You just posted a chart with numbers on it. Means absolutely nothing without your explanation. 0.
Well, it sounds like with my explanation, it will still mean nothing to you. So why?
You didn't explain.
Why am I putting in the effort?
What he said, please. Anybody, Baller specifically. Can you repeat what he said?
Why does it matter if they can repeat or not what I said?
Because I want to see, am I the retarded one, or am I the one that's not getting it, or is it everybody?
I can't.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
So, Chronic, I mean, seriously, man, you got to do better than that.
Well, I feel like you did like a little bit, but why don't you explain it a little bit more, maybe, Chronic, and try to give us the large. I mean, just imagine that, like, it's not just whatever you're trying, your little back and forth with SE. It's not just like whatever that's about. It's also like, so everyone can understand what you're showing here. So.
Witsit is perfectly following. He is putting a square around exactly what I'm describing. He is
there you
following.
Go. Well, then keep describing it while he's posting.
So
okay, go ahead.
So why can't you guys like
break it down for us? We got this. We got the rectangle there. Thank you, Witsit. Now break it down for us. Tell me how this proves, or in any way, shape, or form.
I would never claim this proves any absolutism about the universe. Never, ever in a million years would I ever claim that. So
it doesn't prove anything. So okay,
sure, in the most fundamental form of proof, sure, if you want to say it that way.
Okay, so then
if you want to talk about the actual kind of the actual deductive logic and reasoning from empirical measurements, then yes, I'm willing to.
All right, well then let's see if we can actually get into it a bit. So Chronic, if you would maybe just if you could,
Sure.
just give us like another 30-second. Pretend like it's at the very beginning, just so the whole room can hear what it is. So we make sure and then we could perhaps actually get into it. So
All
just
right.
if you could,
I'm happy to.
Thank you.
Can I get any assurances that if we don't move an inch forward after my 30-second explanation, I can leave and go to bed? Or
hey, this isn't communist China. You can do what you like, sir.
All right. I'll give it another try. Okay, Witsit graciously put a rectangle around the measured values of importance, although all of the columns are. But in his rectangle, there is a column with a label up on the top that says Z-FOT, P-H-O-T. This is a redshift measurement using photometry only, which means only images, telescope images of these galaxies or these objects. Okay, that's barely half of the picture. You can't really say too much with only that measurement. You just can't. Simply, you can't. Now, the other columns that are to the right of that, they are different types of spectroscopic measurements using spectroscopy, breaking the light into a prism and seeing, different spectral features and frequencies that Geo likes to call them. So having the combination of these two does get you pretty much all the way there. There may still be some uncertainties. You see all these numbers have plus or minuses, which means there's uncertainty in the measurement, et cetera, et cetera. But the main point of this table is the difference in the numbers, those measurements. If you pretend there's only that Z-FOT measurement, those numbers compared to the measured numbers on the right using spectroscopy. I tried to be as kind of specific as possible.
That was good. Thank you. Congratulations. Okay. So now the revised numbers are on the right, the far right, correct?
Yes. But
okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we see a difference, granted. Mm-hmm. But still, as we discussed last time, the discrepancies are not in such a way that confirms their age, what they should be, according to their mass. Would you agree with that? There's still some discrepancies, and even using these numbers, which are not final and certain by any stretch of the imagination, because they want to do more, right? Would you at least agree with that?
Correct. But there is an important distinction between the very first initial results that only used the imaging, the photometry imaging. A very important distinction that we've discussed plenty of times. Yes.
Absolutely, yeah.
But fundamentally, yes, I will never claim these numbers are the 100% proof of anything. Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm glad we reached an understanding, and your
cosmology is not broken. Yeah. So.
Sorry?
We've reached an understanding, and cosmology is less broken than it appeared to be right when the first results came out.
Less broken. Okay, I'll even give you that.
Yeah.
I'm in a good mood tonight.
I'm using language that you can get on board with. Yeah.
Yes, less broken I can handle. Okay, good. Sure. We've gone a long way. All right, so I guess we'll leave it to it remains to be seen with further spectroscopic observations. Is that good?
Perfect. I'm willing to meet you there. Yeah. Perfect. Yep.
Wow, I don't think I've ever reached this before. Okay.
I know. We're in new territory. What do we do now? Do we shake hands? What do we do?
My God, is there a hug in? No, well, they probably think you're gay or something.
Yeah. No hugs.
All right, good stuff. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to as I'm sure you are. We're both looking forward to new and updated results and what that might change.
Yes, I'm anxiously awaiting that. Yeah. Yes, indeed.
So we're both fans of science.
What should the numbers be based on their math? Or that's what I don't understand.
Well, that's
in the initial findings.
Yeah. What should the numbers be is kind of a. I mean, you can. I can hand it off to you.
No, you're more you're better than me. That's your field.
But
So
there's
go
no
on.
definitive. I mean, there's no definitive. Like that's the point of empiricism is you don't claim to know what the numbers quote should be before you make the measurement. The numbers are what the numbers are after you make the measurement, right? Now,
Yeah,
of
I
course,
mean,
you
more
can invoke
specifically,
different models and different, predictions and stuff like that, but the measurement is the measurement.
well, that's what I mean. What's the more acceptable range for the typical Big Bang model based on their position?
So if you look at the table, I mean, I can give you a very specific example with the table we're looking at. If you look at that table that we're looking at, that very first object, the top row, it's got ID number 0 on the on the left column. That object, the redshift measurement from only the images is like 16 or greater. Now that's an incredible, if that turned out to be true, that would be quite incredible. Yes.
That would be a killer right there. Tell them the age.
I'm not saying it'd be a killer.
Okay, but tell them the age. Around 400 million light years after the Big Bang. I'm just guessing now. Fast.
Roughly, yeah. But I mean, specifically, I don't know if Galaxy with ID number 0 is the one that has a huge surface brightness. It could be one of the most faint ones. Actually, with a Z of 16, it probably is the faintest one. But anyway,
I think it is. That's at 300 million light years after the Big Bang, if I remember correctly.
So the point with a specific example of your question, Witsit, is that object with the Z font of 16. If the Z spec numbers if those columns on the right, those numbers to the right, if those numbers were near 16, then it would be pretty paradigm changing. Yes, but look how significant the revision is. Like, look how significant that difference is between 16 when you don't have the full picture versus when you get the full picture, which is photometry plus spectroscopy, you get something like 5 or 4.9. That's a significant difference. Therefore, cosmology not killed.
Yeah, but wait, there's one at
So
11
photometric. So it looks like photometric readings are basically useless.
11 is allowable, by the way.
Yeah, they are.
11 is allowable, SE. Just to.
Are you sure? I don't think so.
It does not break all of cosmology.
Well, it puts it at around what is it? 4 million years after the Big Bang?
No. Hundreds of millions. I think you meant to say 400 million, but
400 million after the Big Bang. That still shouldn't be there.
I mean, that's up for debate. We can.
Well, according to cosmology, the galaxy formation started around 1 billion years, and that's the early stages.
Sure, you can post the Big Bang picture. You post your picture of the Big Bang and the timeline and all that, but that is based on some previous scientific study, which does not report 100% proof of omnipotent understanding of the whole universe. That itself is based on a scientific study that has uncertainties.
So there would at the least be a revision of the typically accepted timeline, though.
Yes, exactly. Yes, I agree. Yes.
Everything is
a revision doesn't mean completely breaking and killing the entire model and having to rewrite from scratch. It just means that means that star formation and galaxy formation may have occurred sooner in some parts of the universe than others, or some other speculation.
My question is, when you said that would be pretty paradigm shattering for that 16 number, like what if we can just change and revise basically the time in which the galaxy formation took place? At what point is it that we kind of have to stop, or it quote unquote is paradigm altering? Like what?
What do you mean by stop?
Yeah, like if we can just keep on pushing back how early the galaxies form.
Well, SE has a great figure. I mean, SE does actually, when he posts this Big Bang timeline, it is reliable in the sense that it's based on some of the most recent scientific research and studies before James Webb Telescope. I should point out, before the Webb Telescope. Again, circling back to the whole point of, the whole point of scientific advancement in humanity. We're coming back to again, right? Is it with new information, new empirical kind of results and measurements and stuff you make, you revise, maybe big revisions, small revisions, blah blah blah. So it may just be that galaxies formed a little bit sooner than previous expectation.
It can't be, Chronic. You know that cannot be possible.
Wait, why though?
Because in your cosmological model, it's very strict, bro. There's timelines. There's the Dark Ages.
But what is the model based off of, though?
Period.
What is the model based off of, Essie? It's based off of empirical.
Model is based
no, come on. It's empirical, empirical scientific research. It's a rhetorical question. I know the answer. Empirical scientific research from the past governs how the models evolve and things like that.
Okay, but
you mean how the goalposts shift? Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Sure, you want to call it, if you want to call it that, that's fine. And then,
I'm more than happy to meet in the middle here, where, like, in their paradigm, bro, they're looking out at the universe. Of course, they're going to have to constantly refine and update their understanding of it. So it's not as if to say that they should be batting 1,000 or they're completely wrong. Right? In all fairness.
No, not in this instance, bro. No. In this instance, they have to get this right.
Exactly in this instance.
Because
the
bat is broken. They can't hit the ball.
Right.
This is a basic fundamental tenet of learning things. Like,
there we go. Thank you. Thank you.
Of course, yeah. But I do see, of course, with the basic idea of the Big Bang, it does make sense that you're going to have to keep some type of consistency with the formations. Obviously, because just logically speaking, we've obviously taken this base, like this accepted timeline, from all the other evidence. That's how that's what we've used to interpret all the rest. So any major shift in that is going to immediately domino effect into all the other ones. And that's
I'm not arguing against it. I'm not arguing against it. It depends, though. It depends on how correlated these different phenomena are. How strong is the correlation between when exactly after the Big Bang did small galaxies start to form? How strongly correlated is that to the acceleration rate of the universe that's been empirically, measured and in the 90s and stuff? I have no idea. I suspect no one in the world knows that answer.
That's not
one part that I'm not fundamentally understanding, though. Like, so we're determining the age after the Big Bang by looking at basically the complexity of formation, basically. And the size.
How bright the tiny old galaxy smudges are.
Hold on, guys. Pump the brakes here.
Plus spectroscopy.
Hold on. You can't do what you guys are saying. Okay? Sorry. The cosmological model is fixed. Everything depends on the order. Yes, absolutely true. Everything depends on the order of things.
False.
You have the Big Bang. You have your expansion, which they threw in. Then you have your Dark Ages. You have your ionization. You have this star formation. When stars formed, you have when galaxies formed. Everything goes in a line. And they say this, and they even convince you that you can see back in time when you use the telescope. Mm-hmm. So don't tell me that's not your model, bro. This is not an escape for you.
But listen, Essie, listen. With your great timeline, with your line analogy, you have this straight line, and you have these tick marks in the line, right? That are like they indicate different important time, periods, right, of time. And your claim, your claim. Let me finish.
100, year 200. What happened in this?
Yeah. Let me take us forward. You're claiming with no substantiation that these individual tick marks that represent really important periods, they are all fixed on the timeline, and they're perfectly fixed relative to each other. My response is, is nonsense. Go rubbish. Complete rubbish. Show me why they have to be perfectly fixed. Why can't one of the tick?
Very easy to do. I can do it.
Why can't one of the tick marks just make the tiny little jitter one way or the other? Doesn't break everything else on the line. It just doesn't.
It does. Yes, it does. Because if you build your house on sand, right, it's gonna sink. Now this is how yours sink, right?
You've been in the arguing on Discord too long, Essie.
This requires some specificity. Like I have to lean towards chronic here, Essie. I'm just being real. So I can see where, like, if you, for one, obviously, if you moved everything forward and backward, you would still keep the same like relationship between them. And then as to how much you could change let's just say the separation within the timeline, like that would depend on very specific things. Like you would have to get very specific as to what depends upon specific timelines. What's the evidence that determine that timeline? Like what is needed to explain the phenomena that built that portion of the timeline's understanding? Blah blah blah. It could never just be something as vague as like it can't change at all. I mean, it would require specificity.
I don't think you're getting it. What's it? I don't think you're getting it, bro.
I mean, I gave an amazing analogy. Okay,
I think I was talking there, bro.
Oh, go ahead, sir. Good sir.
You can't change this timeline. This is not a buffet table at the Chinese buffet, right? They have a model, bro. And that model is very specific. Very specific. They're all about predictions. We can predict this, we can predict that. So, if indeed these galaxies are there, don't listen to what he's telling you. Their whole model falls apart.
Well, the whole model
falls apart.
It changes. The timeline would change. But I think what he's saying is that there's no reason to say that it's unchangeable. He's saying that you could, in theory, change it. And if the change isn't so significant, you can still maintain the general outline.
Essie, you want to. I don't blame you, but you want to cling on to like your baby galaxy paradox so strongly that it's clouding your logical judgment. This is all my opinion.
We said we're going to leave that to future observations, right? But I'm saying if there's a galaxy with that redshift, right? If there's one that's there, like what they're saying is that these galaxies, some of them are like 6-7 times the size of our galaxies, of our galaxy. That can't happen. That's impossible. You need time for that to happen.
Again, you're quoting the results from only imaging photometry. You're quoting the earlier results before the scientific update happened.
But I don't understand this. I'm clearly the one that's ignorant here about this. Like these numbers correlating to size, and then we're comparing it to our supposed galaxy. Like, what would our number be though? Like, I don't.
I mean, there are.
Our number would be about 14 redshift, 13.9, 14, around there, no?
No, that's not the right way to think about it. Beyond just the redshift measurement, beyond just the imaging or the spectroscopy, beyond both of those, there are other more subtle types of models that are used that are required to make to deduce what the mass of some of these galaxies might be. We talked about this last time, and I don't need to go into like crazy detail, but there's something called initial mass function. Basically, it's a model that a lot of the studies use. It's a well-studied model. This for short, it's called IMF, initial mass function. This model is well understood and it's well studied for our own galaxy and for galaxies and clusters of stars and stuff that seem to be very close to us, that are likely very, in our neighborhood. These types of models that were derived and created are used and applied to those farthest high redshift, far, far away at the edge of the universe galaxies. That could be mainstream scientists are all over the place about whether that's a terrible assumption or applying that model to a very far away thing. That's not up for there's tons of unanswered questions there. But the main point coming back to it is that I had a great analogy that Essie loves using analogies. So the last one of the last ones I have to make. I'm only here like a few more minutes. Is if say you have a bunch of nice ladies, nice women who are in very married and very loving relationships, and they all get pregnant on the same day. Okay, am I allowed to continue this or?
Very married?
I don't know what I'm saying. I'm trying to be very, nice about this. Anyway, okay, a bunch of these female, nice women get pregnant on the same exact day. Okay, and so if you go off of just the idea that, and ignore this other subtle thing, like I know there's different types of circumstances, but the main prediction is that all of these exactly same, pregnant women are expected to give birth to a child exactly, 52 weeks later or whatever, exactly, 9 months later. But it just so happens that some of the women, actually give birth a week earlier than that expectation, 2 weeks earlier. Some give birth much later, like a few weeks after that prediction expectation. There's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't break anything. That doesn't completely falsify pregnancy or something. I don't know if that was a horrible example.
That was a good try, actually, but nah, you didn't hit the mark. Let me give it a
I
go.
understand the basic premise that, like, not a good analogy though.
I tried. I don't claim to be the best at analogies. Go ahead.
Well, but the implication of the analogy would be that the timeline of the universe itself is just a generalized guess, like a generalized timeline that's relatively accurate, give or take. In sense of pregnancy, months. Like people give birth at 6 months.
Sure. Yeah.
Let me give it a go.
Go ahead.
So the initial results. Now they were looking for a baby, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what they found was a teenager, 14 years old. That's the initial results.
I mean,
right?
that's disingenuous, but go ahead.
Disingenuous? Come on, at least let me finish my thing.
No. If you want to be somewhat along my analogy, it would be they were looking for the birth of that baby on that day, but instead they found a 2-week-old baby. That's a more proper analogy. They found a baby that's already been born for 2 weeks. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You ain't getting away with that one.
Okay.
know that's not true.
That's exactly a way better analogy.
No, let me say it and people will be the judge, okay? Let me say it. When they looked back, they were expecting to find a young baby galaxy. That's my analogy of a 3-month-old, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what they found was a fully formed baby, 7 times the size and age of the size of the size of our galaxy. That's what they found. That's a proper analogy.
And what is that? Yeah, sure. I mean, we can, however disingenuous I claim that to be, we can use the actual numbers. This is what's great about science and scientific publications and research and all that. Right in front of our faces in the text chat, we have the actual numbers. So this 14-year-old preteen, whatever difference analogy that SC is making.
But I'm not finished, though.
No, but let me
like 4 times.
You were letting me at least finish the sentence. Your statement that you just made is based on only in all caps, ONLY, only that 5th column, that Z.
I did say initially, yeah, because you got triggered and you're not letting me finish.
So if it's only based on that 5th column, then and revisions have happened since then. What's the point of continuing to posit it?
But the question is, do the revisions still actually fix the problem? Right? That's obvious.
Yes, they do.
When it doesn't want to allow me to get there.
My answer to Witsit is yes, they do. Let's hear.
No, they don't.
Let's hear.
No.
Sure.
So they don't, because some of even the revisions, right, still show too high redshift. So
no, that 11.4 in the table, the 11.4 in the table is perfectly consistent with cosmology. Continue though.
No, it's not.
You can't just say no.
Is it just simply that across the board the number can't be a certain high, or is like for each specific observation there's a different number that's too high, which is what I would assume.
No, that's a fair question to ask, and the answer is no one truly knows, because none of these prior studies are claiming 100% truth of the age of these galaxies. That's why all of these numbers in the tables have uncertainties and error bars, and the point of science.
Yeah, but I mean, like, okay.
So
I'm saying, like, is there an overall number that's too much, or is the number that's too much relative to each specific observation?
As far as I'm aware, SE can correct me if he wants. As far as I'm aware on this topic, the highest redshift, so the most distant, that would correlate with the most distant far away galaxy that has been spectroscopically confirmed. So it's both of the measurements have been taken, so it's confirmed in both. It has the full picture. Is something called Maisie's galaxy, I believe, and it's at a redshift of like 13 something. So that doesn't claim that the size of it or its how evolved it is breaks cosmology. That just confirms that the way that
it's far away.
Yeah,
tell him the age, though. Tell him the age.
Well, that's right. So that's my question. That was my because it's going to depend on how big it is or how formed it is, as to whether or not, like, how damning it is.
It shouldn't be there, period, at that time.
But remember the subtle models that I described earlier. The
you
models
just made that
they're
up.
using.
You just made that stuff up.
What?
Initial mass velocity does not sound like something. I mean, initial mass. What's it called? Initial mass function. Yeah, that doesn't sound like he made it up. It sounds very heliocentric.
I'm not saying that he made that part up. He made up the part that of the revised of what that means. That means at 300 million years after the Big Bang, it doesn't matter the size of the galaxy. It shouldn't be there, because at that time period there was no galaxy formation then.
Yes, false claim again.
No, that's an absolutely true statement according to their cosmology.
Well, from my understanding, which is not very great, but it is like they're trying to get more and more readings before they fully even know what it is they need to address. But it does seem as of now they need to slightly revise their understanding of the formation of galaxies. Is that not correct?
It may appear that way, but the revision doesn't mean. Here's an even more sophisticated point that is way beyond the scope of all of this. That slight revision does not mean that we need to specifically move one of those ticks on the timeline. It does not necessarily mean that. It could mean some other correlated. It could mean some other revision that is correlated in some way to these how these things formed. Not just that, like, where that tick mark is.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get out of it. I'm trying to let you know, when you're talking about trying to falsify their model, you might as well just chalk it up, buddy. Like, their model is unfalsifiable. All they have to do is someone has to come in and come up with a theory as to a new theory as to the formation of galaxies. They can keep their timeline the same. We'll see, dude.
SC says not this time. This time it's
we'll see,
dude.
No way out of this one. It's happened for over a century, SC. Okay, every single time something like this happens, they make a new theory up about how it happens.
I'm putting my chips on cosmology will still prevail.
No, you
even if you call me a chill. You can call me a chill.
They're gonna die before they let go of that cosmology.
They'll die, bro. They'll die.
You know, bro.
There's only one way out of this. They have to say the measurements were wrong. That's their only way out.
Let me ask you a quick question, Nessie. I swear I do have to go. I swear I do. Let me ask you a quick question though. What if the star so when stars are forming and they're, in big clusters and all of this, these bright things, what if way back, shortly after the Big Bang, you got to stay in my paradigm here. What if the star formation had a big burst, like a huge, rush of stars forming. And so all this big rush at that time of stars forming created such a bright thing that would appear to be millions and millions of more, a bigger, massive type thing. But actually, it's just this these stars being born very rapidly in a big burst, and that's what these data. Well, that's what James Webb is actually catching that moment in time.
So would that
It's
be
so hard. I
all
can't
over,
believe you
or
guys
would
think
that
you're
be in
looking back
one
in time,
anomaly,
dude.
one
It's so
area
crazy.
anomalous?
Well, I have no idea. I mean, we're talking about the bleeding edge of stuff right here. Like, you could pose a rebuttal to that, but I likely won't be able to give you a
You got
sophisticated answer.
to admit, you can see why it's such a captivating field for people. They interpret it as James Webb is actually looking at the beginning of the universe.
Back in time.
Yeah, so it's a captivating idea. That's almost cinematic. That's like
sounds
This
pretty
is
cool.
the ultimate fantasy, man. This is it
Yeah.
right here.
But I'm just saying, I
Definitely.
understand why intelligent people are captivated by it and devote their entire life to it.
But if you're being
Absolutely.
genuine, if you're being genuine here, then I mean, you don't have to fully understand my description or my explanation. But I don't know. I think I think the way I laid it out is kind of straightforward. Instead of
I think it's okay.
You
I think it's
Yeah.
okay. It's a little shoddy, but like that's why I was immediately throwing out there that there's no doubt someone could come up with a creative explanation as to why we're observing this without changing cosmology.
Sure.
Like changing cosmology, dude, they're gonna line up and take a bullet to the head first, bro. I'm
But he
letting
just
you know,
changed it. What said? He just changed it. Did you hear what he said? He just changed.
No, not really.
I changed what? What?
He didn't change anything. He just said that at the Big Bang, there's a gigantic expansion. Basically, like at this moment, it's this pinnacle of this moment. There's such a production of stars that from this distance, it's perceived to be a formed galaxy because there's just a concentration of a mass production of stars.
Yeah, so he just said there's
More or
something
less.
there that appears to be, but it really isn't what it appears to be. That's what he said.
Okay. There you go. There you go. And then that person won a Nobel Prize if the math works.
Yeah. If that's
All right. I'll get to work on it. Sure.
Chronic, go get your Nobel Prize, bro.
Yeah.
Right,
I must admit I read that hypothesis already in a previous paper. So.
Well, you do agree that if someone can really iron out all these problems, and then say they go get another spectroscopy reading and it's closer to that person's model, they're going to be like, he solved it. You know, like anything. Yeah. They're so thirsty for an explanation that keeps the current timeline that it's a losing battle. It's what I'm trying to tell SC.
It's actually
I'm trying to make sure SC takes the truth pill here. It's a losing battle, my dude.
I mean, I think him and I enjoy the conversation mostly. So.
This one's going to be tough.
No,
for them.
I get it. Yeah, like I think it's interesting. I'm just saying, realistically speaking, the solution for your paradigm is never going to be burn the paradigm down. You know what I'm saying? Like it's always going to be.
Not.
Well, no,
find the
it'll take quite a lot. I'm not denying that, but you know,
the
paradigm used to be geocentrism. It took enough. It took enough time to. Well, I mean,
now it's just an illusion. Now it's just an illusion.
Illusion of galaxies. There.
All right,
it's a good one, bro.
I'm gonna make my way, but
but
SE, I'm happy we got to the same page. So next time we're both around, I'm not gonna see 10 links about galaxies, am I?
No, we're gonna wait like gentlemen till the next spectroscopy. How's that?
Perfect. Sounds great. All right, great talking to you guys. I'll catch you guys later.
Same.
All right, see you.
SE, you know I'm right, bro. I know you don't like it, but you know I'm right, bro.
I know you're right, but I'm waiting now, bro. I'm waiting what they're gonna come up with because I've been waiting now for months, and there's nothing there. The only thing
there's still nothing there for dark matter. It's been a century. What is a couple months? These people will stare in the face of refutation for a century. They've already proven to us they will never ever let go of their model.
Yeah,
they
but
will
they
literally
have to come up
just
with something.
look retarded for a century.
So maybe they'll come up with dark formation or something, dark early formation. But they have to come up with some bull, and I'm waiting for that bull, whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah, because what say this too? Because in my opinion, they just have a really dope telescope high in the sky. It's like it's like above the Earth. It's just in the sky. It's not going out into space. But I think it's real observation. Personally. So I think that because if you just look at Sophia, like it's 2023, bro. That just get a higher plane or something
Or a
that's not even
balloon. Yeah,
necessarily
it's
a
either on a
plane.
balloon or a plane. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and just an awesome telescope. So anyway, say they start seeing more. Actually finding more of them is going to help them out, ironically, because then they're gonna be able to have a bigger leeway of a new explanation. Meaning, if they see a lot of them, they're gonna be able to say, "Oh, well, we just overlooked what happened at the beginning." Now, if they only see a few of them here and there, that's what makes it so hard for them to come up with some BS explanation, because it would have to happen everywhere. You see what I'm saying? Like, if it doesn't, like, you can't just come up with an overall idea of what happened to the Big Bang to fix it right now, because it's not seen everywhere.
That's
If they
why
start
I
to
asked
see
him.
more and more of them, they're going to have a layup. They're just going to immediately make up a new theory of what happened after the Big Bang.
Yeah, that's why I asked him. Is it local? Is this thing like you're saying? You're imagining? Is it local or is it everywhere? Yeah, because they're gonna have to come up with an everywhere explanation, or they're gonna say it's a one-off, some sort of anomaly, or they're gonna have to revise the whole time frame.
Yeah, it's certainly very interesting, but like, and I hate to be this guy, but it's just not going to go anywhere. Be like, dude, we still just sit here with dark matter, and people are coming here and are arrogant about the model. They don't just believe it; they literally mock you for not believing it. It's been a century, bro. And this is not. Is this? Do you think this is as bad of a discrepancy as like looking out in the sky and your model predicting a certain amount of mass, and then being wrong by 99%? I mean, can you get much worse than that? And like, they just breezed right past that, bro. It's been a century just sitting there. So I don't know. I can't really see that they'll ever do it.
Yeah, I must admit I'm a little bit over optimistic, shall we say? But nevertheless, I'm still waiting for what explanation. And I'm intrigued what they're gonna come up with. You know,
Well, the
because it's
people in
gonna
here are
have
going
to
to
be
eat
a
it up.
doozy.
They're going to eat it up, and they're going to tell it to you as if they're teaching you.
Instantly. Yeah. As if it's
Guaranteed.
their baby that was just born, you know? Yeah.
And it'll be in the form of like pop side catchphrases. So
Yeah, and
like
look
for
how
dark
dumb you
matter.
are. I see. Look at this. You see, we told you all along. Yeah.
Well, I mean like pop sci. I mean like popular science article. It'll be in the form of like pop sci catchphrases. Like with dark matter, it is we know dark matter's there because we see the effects of it. It's like just statements without substance that they can all repeat. So that's all they're waiting on. They're waiting on like the trickle down from pop sci for the repeatable phrase.
Yeah, we know it's dark formation because we see the galaxies there. Bang, there it is.
Yep. Yeah, something like, and like that's how science works. We're still figuring things out. And we know that relativity is incomplete, but that doesn't mean it's wrong.
Yeah, we're still
Blah, blah,
working
blah.
on it. Yeah, sounds about right. Yep.
Yeah. And there you go. That's enough for the cognitus to get set aside, and you're good. So, because think about this, bro. Like, there's all kinds of problems. Like, there's an uneven distribution of redshift. The
Yeah, some
quasars
are
have way
coming
too much
towards us.
energy for their redshift.
Some galaxies are coming towards us as well.
And they just say that those are local. But that's how they determine if they're local or not, is to use the red shift and the blue shift. So that's retarded. But even
Yeah, but
outside of
nothing
that,
could come towards us even locally because everything is expanding away from each other. So even in their explanation, that can't work. So
they claim it's just relative motion. So basically, like, their motion is so close to us that they're like the gravitational effect of their motion and how we can perceive it overcomes the expansion. Like we don't see the expansion because the gravitational effect is so much stronger from our vantage point that's closer. Like it's not that it is legit. It's just that's their excuse, and whatever. It is an excuse, and they're gonna do the same thing with everything. But there are some things they can't. Dark matter, dark energy, the uneven distribution of redshift, the anisotropic nature of the energy distribution. Like they can't fix those problems.
the flatness of the apparent universe. like not evenly distributed. As a matter of fact, as unevenly as possible. It's in a disk, and it appears that we're in the center. That's another doozy for them. So yeah, a lot of problems.
So it makes you think, and this is what I've started asking them. I've like changed my approach a lot. I focus on geocentrism a lot now, and they try to flip this on me and gaslight me as if I'm scared of flat Earth now. So I talk about geocentrism, but it's like, no, it's just the only semblance of concession I can get from these people. And I've kind of done this with all of it, because I think that's the move. Is like, you got to dip off into their fantasy a bit and just pull concessions out of them. That's the only way. So like what we're talking about here, like the commonly known about and accepted problems with the model that just get swept under the rug.
Yeah, well, this is just one. There's dark energy, dark matter. I don't know if you heard me talk about the new one, dark flow. They found in one part of the cosmic background radiation, when they did a whole sweep, right? They found a portion of the universe, like a whole bunch of galaxies, like a lot of them, billions of them, were moving in a different way, like as the rest of the universe, as the rest of the galaxies, and they were speeding up. So they came up with a thing called dark flow. We have 3 darks now: dark energy, dark matter, and dark flow. It's like it's incredible. I don't know how many people are
Yeah, I mean,
aware
you
of
have
this.
all kinds of stuff. You have all kinds, like
Yeah.
you have the horizon problem, and like you mentioned, the flatness problem. Yeah, like the horizon problem. You know about that, right?
Yeah. The alignment problem. Everything is at the plane. Like it's bad. It's really bad.
It's wrong in every way, like every major way. The prediction's wrong.
Yep.
It
Just
all
about
shows it
everything.
shows creation. It all shows intention, specific creation, and geocentrism, like all of it.
Yeah.
And they'll ignore all of it, and they'll say, "But how do you explain redshift?" Like, what the? Are you serious?
Yeah. There's many ways. There's gases. There's gravitational redshift. What's the other?
You know,
There's
even that's BS. Like the Arthur Eddington experiment is complete bullshit. Like
yeah. I'm just
this
telling
is
you
another
their
example.
explanations. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is another example of like the pop sci bullshit. So popular science is our real arch nemesis. Like you can read pop sci articles that say mass attracting mass. That's why we hear it. It's the remedial version taught to children that gravity pulls you down on the ground, mass attracts mass. It's in popular science articles, so that's what we get here. It's like that with all of this. So I think it's important to keep in mind, like, we're just fighting pop sci propaganda. It's like, we can use the Nazis as the example. It's like being, let's just use the mainstream story of Nazis. It's like being in Germany in the 30s and trying to go around and be like, I think that they're up to something. And they're like, Hitler said, like they just repeat the phrases that were on the TV. They can't hear you. It's just like, yeah, I feel like we just got to kind of understand that. We're fighting pop sci propaganda.
Oh, shout out to the guys from Gems that are listening to us. So guys tagging me from Gems. I'm glad you're enjoying the show, guys.
Yeah, see if you guys can explain the horizon problem and the flatness problem. Because the flatness problem is specifically that they can't explain how there's just the right amount of energy density, which is like has incredibly low odds to have just the right amount that everything expands out like flat. It has to have a very specific amount of energy density, and they can't explain how that could possibly happen randomly. This is similar to the horizon problem. They're both fine-tuning problems.
Yeah, they have many problems. It's just Can go on all night talking about them. And all they have is patchwork. Patch this, patch that, patch this.
Yeah, like the horizon problem is the idea, of course, that like way out in space in opposite directions, there's so much distance between the two positions in opposite directions that according to like the standard Big Bang model, they should not have like a causal link.
It can't be.
Right.
Absolutely, yeah. There cannot be a
But the
causal
evidence
link.
shows that evidence shows that they do, and as if they had the same like initial conditions, but they can't. So it's like it's a fine tuning problem because if everything has like the same initial connections and the same causal link, that's just a fancy way of saying there's a creator. There's something that created, like there's some intention and specific order to exist creation, right? So yeah, it's funny, man.
Yeah, and well, yeah, that's definitely a problem. But their biggest one is the distribution of matter. That and the location of Earth amongst that distribution of matter, which they thought was all over the place, homogeneous. Yeah, that's a killer. That's a killer, and found by their own instruments, by their own scientists. That's the beauty of it.
Yeah, you got, I mean, the cosmological constant, the Hubble constant, and then the Hubble tension, right? The problem with the Hubble tension, basically, and of course, the fundamental aspect of like not having enough energy to make the universe expand the way it needs to. Everything about the model doesn't work. Like every major portion of it doesn't work. But they misrepresent it so grossly that they say basically all of it works, and there's just a couple little things they don't fully understand. When literally all the major parts don't work. It's so funny, dude.
Even the beginning, when it banged, right? The distribution of matter, the way they had it calculated, it was just too far out, so that's where this guy Guth came up with the expansionary and the inflationary theory. So check out what this guy came up with, and they believed that the expansion happened like rapidly in a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a second. That's the explanation.
Wow.
Yeah, and this guy is alive today. Guth, his name is. It's like incredible.
What is it, like 60%? That's like just over 60% of the mass energy in the universe is undefined.
I think 67%, yeah.
Yeah, and then 83% of all the matter is dark matter.
No,
Dark matter makes up.
I think it's
Well,
27
just specifically the
or,
matter. Yeah,
yeah.
that's of the whole universe, like 20-something% of the whole universe. But like just of the amount of matter, 83% of the matter in the universe is dark matter.
Right. Yeah. It's insane. It's freaking
It's so
insane.
bad.
Yeah. You see, the problem with them is like some of us know their model, right? That's the problem with them. We know your fantasy, you can't brush this stuff by us, man. It's not gonna happen.
And like what, like you shouldn't let your point go because it's very obvious to those seeking truth. But I'm just saying, don't be naive enough to think you're going to get any concession on their end. They're just going to throw your hands up and say that's how science works. Like obviously, the galaxies being too old doesn't work fundamentally in their model. But the problem is their model. They don't have a model. They have a malleable, compartmentalized idea that's dumbed down to the masses. The irony of them saying you don't have a flat Earth model, right? They don't have a model. And they're like, flat earthers can't even agree on their model, so how can we critique it? we specifically claim we're not going to make an unfounded claim of a model. We're not a cult. We all have different ideas. We're just trying to. They portray it like they have a model, but in reality, they don't have a model. The irony is overwhelming. Like, they don't have a model. They have a malleable, compartmentalized idea that constantly changes. So you can't falsify it. Just ask them, how could we falsify the Big Bang model? And just watch them just not have anything to say.
Oh yeah, I've asked them for proof, but yeah, it's the same thing basically in reverse. Yeah, they have nothing. It's all faith based.
That's such a good way to cut to the chase is asking them, well, how could we falsify it? But you can even do that with the globe. And they'll say the most ridiculous stuff for the globe. They'll say, you should be able to see, well, if you saw across the whole Earth or something. No, but that wouldn't falsify it either because of refraction. But like, what observation could we make in the sky that would falsify the Big Bang model? And they'll literally just stop responding.
Yeah, of course. They have nothing. Yeah.
So it's a religion. Like if you have a belief that you admit it's not even understood and it constantly changes, but then you can't even articulate a thing, any observation that would falsify it, then you've clung on to a belief that you prefer be untouchable. It's a religion. It's like if you bring evidence to someone of the Bible and they're like, did you know that that there are Sumerian texts that predate the Bible? And then they just say, nuh-uh. Right? Or like, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like if you have a belief that's unfalsifiable, it's effectively a religion. If it's built upon the doctrine of men, it's a religion.
Yeah, I've used that exact thing, what you said. And yeah, exactly. Faith is faith. But at least some people like you are honest enough to say, well, look, it's my belief. It's my faith. And that's it. It ends right there. There's no further, nothing else you can say after that. But they don't even have the guts to say, look, it's my belief. I believe in it. I know it doesn't make sense. A lot of stuff, but it's my faith. I choose to believe it. And okay, fine. Good. No, it's proof. It's scientific. This is what it is. 13.7 billion years, blah, blah, blah. And then when you question them, well, come on, it's fluid. It doesn't actually mean that. We can change it. No, you can't. Sorry.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. Because that's the part that I keep on trying to reach a middle ground with them. And that's why I use geocentrism, because it's like, can we just come to a middle ground where we can agree to disagree on your conclusion, but you can concede that your idea of a heliocentric model in an ever-expanding universe is just a philosophy that you have? You want to be insignificant philosophically. Can you just like admit that? It makes you feel more comfortable that we're insignificant. If you can just admit that that's your philosophy, we wouldn't even have a disagreement. I mean, we have a disagreement, but it's like it's all good. Like when someone asks me about the Bible, I'm like, yeah, it requires faith. Like I believe in the scriptures, although the current version's heavily messed with. I don't even agree with the most recent translations or languages and blah blah blah. But I believe in the God of the Bible. I believe that Yeshua was real, and I think I've seen substantial evidence for it. I have anecdotal experience, and it requires belief. So it's like I have plenty of friends who don't believe in the Bible. We don't like have to argue about the Bible all the time because they know I openly admit that like it's my belief, right? But this is the difference. It's kind of like if you were to say that you have to teach all children about the Bible. You have to leave stuff out about how some of it doesn't work or some of the evidence goes against it. And you have to force them to regurgitate it as if it's a fact. And you tell them that it's not a belief, it's actually science. And it's not debatable. That would be the analogy.
Yeah.
Now, these same people, they would be up in arms about that, dude. They'd want to burn the cities to the ground, dude.
Yep. That's a good analogy. That's what you guys have. but scientifically. That's a perfect analogy. But at least one side admits that, look, it's my faith. And then conversation ends right there. How are you going to argue with a person that tells you it's my faith? I believe that. You can't.
And that children should really be told, like, they should be told a whole spectrum of ideas. And they should be told that it's up to them, and that, yeah, this is something that's unprovable and requires faith or belief.
Yeah, the Muslims believe this, the Hindus believe that. There's so many religions. There's, yeah, the whole bit, the whole gambit. And then the child will choose on his own.
If you told some of these people that their children were going to be forced to learn about only the Bible, and as if it was a proven fact, and they had to take a test and memorize it, and that they weren't allowed to question anything, and they were going to be told that it was a scientific proven fact, these people would be furious, bro. But they want to do that to our children with their stupid belief and philosophy that we're insignificant. How do they not see it?
Yeah, well, they're convinced that they have science on their side. They're convinced that all these numbers, measurements, and stories that they've been told are true. This is how they get them.
Well, we have tons of people that have gone and done archaeological digs and all kinds of stuff for the Bible. We have all kinds of corroborating evidence that can be interpreted as corroborating evidence, right, for the Bible, for the stories of the Bible, for Yeshua. Like, I can make an intellectual argument with the best of them about the specifics of the Bible, like the historical accuracy of the Bible. But, like,
in many ways, there's more
you're
proof.
believing it.
In many ways, there's more proof of a man called Jesus walking the earth, right? I'm not saying the miracles and all that, but I'm just saying there's more proof of a man named Jesus walking the earth than there is of the Big Bang.
Oh,
if you
yeah,
want
way
to
more.
look at it that way. Yeah.
Yep. And I still wouldn't even condone, like, even with my own daughter, I'm going to encourage her to ask critical and skeptical questions, because my actual belief, my spiritual position is that she's supposed to do that, that you're supposed to ask questions and be skeptical, and the creator almost wants you to challenge him, and like not challenge him, but like challenge what you're told about him. So, like, even with my own daughter, I'm going to do that. So I just, I don't know. It is weird. It's all weird. We live in a crazy world.
We sure as hell do. I was actually pleasantly surprised with Chronic that we actually came to an understanding. Like, that blew me away. Because Chronic comes from gems, right? So that's like, wow.
Yeah, but Chronic's usually pretty chill unless you come at him.
Well, he likes to play the teaching game a little bit, but he's cool. I guess we'll put him under the cool category.
To be fair, he does know a lot about the pseudoscience, right?
Yeah,
certain parts of it.
Definitely. Definitely.
Yeah, I don't know. I want someone to explain to me the anisotropic distribution of energy. I want them to explain to me how, if I follow the cold sections of the background radiation, that it intersects on the Earth. I want them to explain to me the inhomogeneous, so the lack of homogeneity and the anisotropic nature, meaning a preferred direction, and that preferred direction intersects on the Earth of the energy distribution. I want them to explain to me the redshift anomalies, where there's an uneven distribution of redshift, where more distant, quote unquote, more distant galaxies and quasars and stuff have shown to have less redshift than things that are closer. Well, why there's not an even amount of redshift in all directions, 360 degrees at the edge, closer to the edges of this alleged universe. Where's this evidence for supposed dark matter and dark energy? Like, how do you explain the flatness problem, the horizon problem, the discrepancy between the gravity and electromagnetic nature of the universe? Like, the Hubble tension problem. Like, can we get any answers to any of the major problems, or are we supposed to just grant you the ability to pretend that they don't matter? It's
You won't
weird.
get
Just
any
admit it's
answers.
Yeah.
If you talk to a scientist, they'll tell you that, look, we're working on it. We don't know. We really don't know. But if you talk to these guys, oh, they have it all figured out. Everything, everything is as is. You're just too dumb to understand it.
Almost every scientist I talk to, quote unquote scientist, every like physicist, astrophysicist, astronomer, they say, almost all of them say, we know gravity's wrong, and there will be and most of us know that there's going to be a major change to our understanding of gravity. Almost all of them will say that. You talk to them in here, and they defend mass attracting mass in Newtonian physics. They're like way behind the actual physicists. They're like, relativity's gotta be replaced. The people in here will literally argue with you about Newton, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, they're talking about Mons. They're talking about incorporating superfluids. They're like light years ahead of these guys. They have no clue about their own model, about their own scientists' research. Yeah, it's crazy.
But that's what some of them do, though. They know about Mons, right? Like they know about modified Newtonian dynamic theories, and they actually don't work. But like they know about it, so they know that gravity doesn't work. So that's what's so weird. I don't know. I guess like until they come out and say this is the new official consensus, they're gonna have to argue the archaic one, even though it's already been proven wrong. Until they get a replacement, that's what it is. That's the spell, actually. Is they have to have a replacement. That's why they can't accept the Earth is a plane, because they need a replacement for every single made-up story that the globe model told them. And until you can replace it, it doesn't matter how much evidence you present that falsifies their current position. Until it's replaced, it's still their belief. It remains correct until you replace it. That's how they look at it. But in reality, falsification is independent of replacement. And that's why when I first started saying that phrase like 5 years ago, people started getting so mad at me. Globers started getting so mad at me. They literally mock me. They're like, falsification is independent of replacement. That stupid thing you say. And it's just like basic logic. So that's the real thing right there. That's the real tea.
Yeah, absolutely. They think that, like, exactly that if you don't have an explanation, like I was telling them years ago, dude, if I have a picture of your wife kissing another man in a park, right? Are you gonna want me to show you like other evidence, or you understand what I'm saying? It's there. The proof is there in front of you. Are you going to deny it? Are you going to make up excuses for it? Well, maybe it was just a friendly kiss, or you know what I'm saying? It's there in front of your eyes. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
fascinating.
I like the adopted parents analogy the best because and then shout out to Jeremy for that, but it's like you find out that your parents are actually not your biological parents; they're your adopted parents because you saw the paperwork. And then like I come tell you like, bro, it turns out my whole life's a lie. My parents adopted me, and you're like, well, wait, who's your real parents? I'm like, I don't know. I haven't figured that part out yet. And then you say, oh well, then those really are your parents until you figure it out. I don't believe you that they adopted you until you tell me who your real parents are. I'd be like,
Yeah,
what
that's
the?
a good one.
What?
Yeah.
Yo, it's like so weird.
Like if it's
Everyone in
wrong, it's
town
wrong,
thinks
dude.
that's
That's
your
it.
real parents.
Now you find the right after, but if it's wrong, it's wrong. That's it.
You think everyone in town's lying to you about your parents? No, they all think that they're my parents, bro. Come on. I just can't understand how everyone in town could be in on some massive lie about how they're your parents. That's weird. I don't know, Essie, what do you think? Do you think that we'll live to see the day where they ever concede that the model's wrong, like on a mainstream level? Like, because I personally don't know that that'll happen. I don't know that they'll come out and be like, well, everything we thought about cosmology is wrong.
I don't think so. No, not by choice. That's for sure. They'll milk it, but eventually they're gonna have to make good on their moon thing. So maybe they have the tech to fool people now. Maybe they're waiting for that, right? I don't know, but yeah, it's all gonna. Space is gonna either make it or break it for them in the future.
What's so funny, dude? This is why I've been saying geocentric stuff so much. Is I can avoid all that bullshit. I can give them the moon landing. I can give them satellites. I can give them probes. None of that proves the heliocentric model. If you believe any of that, it's all evidence for a geocentric model because it uses geocentric math and physics. That's why I love it so much, because it's like they got nothing with the flag. They're like, you deny satellite, but with geocentrism, they got nothing. Like, why do the satellites use inertial forces in their math? So it's bad. It's like
everything is based on geocentric. Even the Antikythera mechanism, it's based on the movements as they saw them from Earth. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they could tout all their bull all they want, but yeah, this ball thing, it's very recent, very recent.
basically the globe and the heliocentric model are unfalsifiable with the way that they present it. Now, we've already falsified both of them, but with their rendition, they're unfalsifiable. It's like, oh, you think the Earth's a ball that's tilted and it's spinning, and that's why we see what we see? Well, how come there's a precession of the equinox? Oh, the Earth must be wobbling. You just can't detect it or measure it. Well, why does the moon's path not match your prediction of the Earth spinning and revolving around the sun? Well, there must be an additional wobble that makes the moon look like it's moving. It's like, well, why do the stars' position change and not match the axial rotation claim? Oh, well, there's another wobble. There's 3 wobbles total. It's like, there's no way to falsify. If they find another one, they'll add a 4th wobble. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way to fall. Like, if you see too far up, well, refraction will bend it all the way around the globe. Every single one of their arguments is that the Earth's, the globe model and the heliocentric model are unfalsifiable. So they're just religions. Like, they're just straight up religions.
Yeah, and it's unpenetrable, the guys in here. Look, if you could convince somebody they're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour, right? That's it. You got them for life. If you can make them repeat that phrase, yeah, well, why? What's wrong? Why? Are you afraid of big numbers? If you can get a guy to say that, you got him for life. And that's what these guys say here all the time.
Yeah, I think they see back in time, bro.
Why can't you believe we're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour right now? Are you crazy?
Like, I want to hear someone specifically explain why the Andromeda Galaxy blue shifts. Like, tell me how is that galaxy moving towards us? Like, I don't know. How is there a Big Bang with a singularity that everything expands out from, but there's no center?
Yeah, that's another thing. There's no center in their fantasy. Yep.
And literally only because all the evidence shows that the Earth's in the center, so they had to say there is no center. Everywhere
Every
looks like
spot looks like the center. Yeah, that's their patch for that one. Yeah.
It's not even like impressive. It's just retarded. And their stupid analogies don't work. It's like a balloon that expands from a central point, though. Oh, it's like raisins in bread that all expands from a central point, though. But if you're a raisin, you won't be able to tell. It's all coming from the center point, though. Like the raisin bread and balloon both come from a center point.
Yeah, if the raisins are all expanding, right? How can we have blue shift?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like so easy. Once you know their model, it's like, I don't know. It's so simple that nothing, absolutely nothing makes sense.
Well, then you start uncovering that they actually lie about all the major stuff. Like, well, that's never been replicated to this day. They had 35 plates, and they say only 2 of them got anywhere close to matching relativity, and that they still didn't match relativity. Eddington himself's on record saying that after doing the test, he said, "This looks like a real problem for relativity." But they'll literally tell you that he proved relativity. 35 plates, and 33 of them didn't show anything anywhere close to relativity. And Eddington says, it's not like, oh, we just didn't verify it. He's like, this is a requirement if relativity is true. The 33 plates not showing anything anywhere close to it is a serious problem. But they'll tell you that it proved it, you know. Like when a normal person hears that they lie about that, they're like, this is super weird. Why you gotta lie? But yeah, some people can't see it.
Yeah, it's nuts, bro. Anyways, it's getting late. I gotta get some sleep. Damn, it's 3:30.
Yeah, later, bro. Good night.
All right, good night, guys.
I'm gonna crash too. I gotta get up and work out. I'm tripping. Good night. Love everybody. Peace.